hello, and a very warm welcome back to WRTC 2026, coming to you live from my Boston in the east of England, in Bedfordshire, between Bedfordshire and Cambridgeshire really. It's lovely to have you with us. We're here for the next 25 hours. Of course, in just under half an hour's time, the contest actually starts, which will be there for 24 hours throughout that, and we'll also be there for half an hour at the end. So sit in, buckle up, and enjoy the ride. You'll excuse this is completely live, so not everything may always go exactly as we want it to be, but be assured this is completely live. It's at the moment the UK is 12:33, just coming up to 12:34. Of course, it's an hour before that, 11:34 UTC. Well, now before we get to the nitty-gritty of the contest, the rules, etc., let's remind ourselves of the work that went into building the actual sites where everyone is by lots of willing volunteers. While the competing teams bring and set up their own radios, the core kit for each site, mast, antennas, tents, generators and lighting, were all assembled by a team of site building volunteers over the last week in the scorching UK heat. Let's have a look. And that's just some of the work that's gone on behind the scenes in the build-up to this contest, which, as I said, is starting in just under 24 minutes time for a full 24 hours. I mean, we're going to be with you all that time, and although we think we've got a tough job, it's nothing like as tough as all those competitors who are out there in the field now, setting up their stations. Very shortly, in fact, they'll be finding out their call signs as well for the very first time when envelopes are open. So we're going to just give you some of the background of this. Now, the Radio Society of Great Britain is the national partner of WRTC UK. And earlier in the week, Steve, M1M's ACB, who's the Director of Volunteering of WRTC UK, caught up with RSGB President Bob GU4YOX for his first impressions of the event.
So I'm here behind the scenes at WRTC 2026 with Bob Beebe, GU4YOX, the RSGB president. Now, Bob, you've just arrived. You know that we've been planning this for 3 years, but I just want to get your impression as you've come through the door, had a bit of a behind-the-scenes tour. What do you think?
It's just incredible, Steve, and it's an absolute honour to be here. When I came in, I thought, this can't be real, because for the last 6 weeks of all the events I've been to around Europe, people are just talking about one event, and it is the World Radio Teen Championships, effectively the Olympics of radio, and it takes place this weekend here in Boston Lakes. And I can't believe the quality of the stands. The people are just registering now, the competitors are registering, the teams have been building stations all week in blistering heat, which is gradually cooling off, which is great. But wow, it's going to be such a fabulous weekend, and I'm really looking forward to it.
And there's a whole lot of people coming through that door that you know, I know some of them, they all know each other. It's got a great feeling about it, hasn't it?
It's got a great feeling. And the thing is, I am a contester as well and de-expeditioner, so everybody who comes to that door, I do know, worked many, many hundreds of times. And but it's just great to be master of ceremonies effectively for the whole event. You and your team have put this all together for the last 3 years, building on previous successes. It's a great international event without barriers. The best operators in the world are here, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here.
And we're absolutely looking forward to it, and we're going to see so much more during this event. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Steve.
So now back to the competition itself. After briefing the competitors, the next job on Thursday morning was to meet with the team of 50 referees. Remember, that's one referee for each team of 2 for the full 24 hours to make sure everyone was on the same page. Here's Lee, G0MTN, addressing that meeting. Just coming up, I hope. Well, there's a lot going on in the background. I didn't expect things to go right now. We're gonna see that meeting then, and we're gonna meet Lee himself.
Thanks overall to everyone that is a referee. We know that it was oversubscribed. More people wanted to be a referee. It's still a sought after activity, and it does give you that opportunity, if you've not done that before, maybe to be able to have that close experience of watching and listening to some of the best operators in the world and see how they operate WRTC. But at the same time, it can be really, really difficult to sit on your hands and not make any QSOs yourself. So yeah, I've been there. I've been a referee. So yeah, we also realise it takes a special commitment and a special positive mental attitude to approach the role. So again, thank you for supporting WRTC. So we're not expecting the competitors, if they are, say, some of the best in the world, to be breaking rules or having issues, but your presence and you, say, being there in the tent with the teams helps then to, say, give validity and tells the whole world that the contest was operated completely fairly and above board, which is why there's so much prestige then for doing well and winning the event. So for the Friday site testing, so we're asking that the referees observe the full station setup, excuse me, and check it matches the approved design layout. So in the referee handbook, there was a standard block diagram of what WRTC is providing, what the competitors are providing, and what the referee is providing, and how they all interconnect. Each competitor team has provided their own version of that for their own specific design. So that will also be included in the referee boxes, so you can check that they said they were going to bring and what has been approved by Andy G for PIQ does match what they've actually bought and installed. So we hope, and to say for all the hard work the team are doing, there shouldn't be any VSWR problems. We think the 80-metre dipoles are going to be set for CW, and the alignment's all standard. I think we're asking as a check that there's no, say, antenna sharing of the same antenna between the teams at once. And we're also asking you to check. So it's a competitor responsibility, but yes, it will be good that you can verify that yes, the team have made sure that their audio recording solution is working, and that it doesn't get forgotten about, as I think on occasion with the getting ready for the contest, the finding out the call sign, programming your voice keys, the audio recording solution isn't needed to start the contest and make contact, but yes, we did need to do that for the rules and the judges doing the adjudication.
Welcome back. So if you have joined us a little late, we are live now. We're at WRTC UK HQ really at Boston in Bedfordshire, near Cambridgeshire on the east of England. And about 40 miles away from us are lots of teams, 50 people in tents who are busy getting ready to start this wonderful contest. Now, just in case you're not really sure about what contesting amateur radio is even all about, I've got with me Lee G0 MTN, who is the director of rules. You're in charge of all the rules and things like that. But I thought before we start on that, and just out of respect for people who may be joining us and don't really know much about amateur radio, let alone about contesting, can we just talk a little bit about that?
That's a great idea. And but part of why we're here today is to spread the message of what amateur radio is about. To say, I think we would say it's a popular hobby. There's say hundreds of thousands or a million plus amateur radio.
You've got about 80,000 in the UK alone, haven't we? Just
enthusiasts around the world, and 80,000 in the UK. So it's relatively high numbers, but unfortunate perhaps it doesn't have say true worldwide recognisability. So it's good to say what the hobby is. So it's for a hobby for anyone that enjoys say radio communication.
And there's several aspects, aren't there? I mean, you may be interested in the technical side of it, how things work, you can make your own stuff, but you may just be interested more in the operating side and making contacts with
Absolutely,
people.
It can be a fun way to communicate with your friends and stay in touch. Lots of people, just focus on the technical side and may actually not get on air so much themselves. We can say that, all amateur radio operators, they're licensed by their respective governments. They pass a technical examination and then they're given a call sign and they can then transmit and use different parts of the radio spectrum that have been put aside for amateur radio use.
So most countries in the world have this. They're slightly different systems, but most people could do that.
So
coming on to the exact point of WRTC, the World Radio Sport Team Championship, for its name, it's a competition, and contesting's a big part of the hobby too, isn't it?
Yes, so the idea is that at various times throughout the week and throughout the year, there are organised events where people can take part in a competition, and effectively it is how many contacts can you make in a specific period of time and score the most points. And depending on the flavour and the rules of the competition, there may be more points if you can contact people further away or in different countries, and there's different flavours for trying to contact islands or the States of America. So there's lots of different variety, and there's a big following of contesting and the camaraderie of everyone trying to take part as a regular activity.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Okay, well, it's one aspect of it, and there's lots of contests throughout the year, of course, with lots of people joining in, but this is a very special one. Partly it's 24 hours, which is not totally unusual in itself, but of course this is it truly is world, isn't it? There's people from all over the world.
Yes, so I guess the major thing about WRTC is that all of the participants are say locally here on site. Normally everyone is operating from their home stations right around the world, and we recognise that some people have very big stations that are very well performing, tall towers and lots of antennas, and there are many other people that maybe have more modest stations
a bit of wire down the garden,
and so it's difficult to really understand how someone's performance is when there are these different playing fields. So the literal idea is to bring all of the best competitors in the world together. They can operate from a very similar location with identical antennas, so that ultimately it should just be down to the skill of the operators, the two-person teams in each tent, for perhaps we could say the ultimate in bragging rights. So they'll be the WRTC champions for the next 4 years, before the whole show hopefully repeats again in a different part of the world.
Absolutely. Well, it's wonderful, isn't it? Now, many people watching, they're going to be wondering how they can take part. They might have found this just this morning and asking that question. Can almost anybody get involved as long as they've got some way of receiving at least?
So if you're completely brand new to amateur radio, so you just be a shortwave listener, within 5 minutes online, you could look for a online, what we call software-defined radio website, and you could be effectively tuning the amateur radio bands, looking for our WRTC stations. You hear one, you write it down, and then you can send in your list of contacts and you'd qualify for an award. So it can be as simple as that. And for any of the licensed radio amateurs around the world, in a little over 12 minutes time, when the contest starts, they can then start hunting for our WRTC stations that are all identifiable through some very special unique call signs that we'd been allocated.
And funny you should mention that, because just 3 minutes ago at these stations, these 50 stations spread out over Norfolk and Cambridgeshire and Suffolk, they will have opened an envelope and for the first time known what their call sign is.
Yes, so the call signs to be used were announced at, say, the opening ceremony just a couple of nights ago, but the allocation of which call sign goes to which team and who would be operating with which call sign has been a secret. And the competitors themselves literally have just found out themselves, so they'll be trying to remember that or writing a little note in front of their computer monitors so that they get it right for the next day.
And for people thanks Lee, and for those who missed that ceremony where they were there, can you give us an idea of the series? It's the actual call signs are...
So they'll be starting MB and then one number and one letter. So
quite a simple
Mike,
four-character
Bravo,
call sign.
one Alpha, yeah. So should stand out, and hopefully they'll be making thousands of contacts very shortly.
Wonderful. So you should hear those on the bands if you have the abilities to hear, or even have the ability, ideally, to transmit as well. You'll be able to take part. And of course, people can find out more information about that on the website, which is
so www.WRTC2026.org.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us for the moment, Lee. You're going to stay with us a little while, but one of the other things that you'll be able to do at this competition, unlike any time before, is that you'll be able to look at a live scoreboard. So as well as all the live feed from us here in the studio and various bits of packages of videos that we've taken, and also live videos and live videos from the site, you'll be able to keep an eye on a scoreboard. And you do that by going to, let me see, it's just gone now, it's WRL anyway. Search for WRL on there. It's just gone off my screen for a moment. But no, carry on.
So, worldradiologue.com.
Thank you.
/WRTC.
Yeah, thanks very much for saving me there. Our screen we've got a screen here, lower screen, so that we can see the scores, and it had just gone blank as they do with a screensaver. We'll get that sorted out for later. Now, the person behind all of that clever technology that's going to bring that to you in a website is James N0 WRL. And yesterday we asked him to take us through the technology and how that scoreboard works. Here he is.
Okay, so I'm joined now by James from World Radio League. James, you've, I know, been putting a lot of effort into this contest as well on the live scoring side, which we'll get into in just a moment. But first of all, a bit about the history. You know, when we go back to the beginning of even 20 years ago in contesting, people were submitting paper logs. To take days and days to get the logs even to the adjudicators before a very manual checking process. We need to get the results out of this contest by Monday, by the day after it finishes. How are we taking that approach?
Yeah, excellent question, Dom, and thanks for having the conversation with me today. So we're certainly standing on the shoulders of giants, so to speak. There's a long history of WRTC and how the live scoring, or the scoring just in general, has advanced throughout the years. I mean, going back until the early 2000s, where people were handing out Nokia cell phones, and then the referee would be texting scores back to HQ every so often, so people at HQ could keep track of the scores. In Italy, the most recent, they started pioneering more of this sort of live system with it that had its hiccups. And then us at World Radio League, we were selected by Mark and WRTC team for a partnership in order to bring something that we think is really, really special this year for 2026, which is a full live scoreboard, real time. As soon as the action goes live, which is in just another 16 hours, everybody at home is going to be able to see every single point, every single contact on the board, and then even hunt those stations in real time and see sort of your bingo card of working those stations. So I would say, our approach has just been, we wanted to create something that was really fun, something that got people at home excited to participate and to spectate, and maybe even bring in some folks who were ham radio adjacent or maybe newer to the hobby in addition to the contesters, as well as something that really puts the spotlight on some of the amazing contesters in the event.
So people watching at home may think, well, lots of logging software can send their QSOs over the internet, but we've got a bit of a constraint here, which is the fact that our competitors are not allowed internet access. Their cell phones get taken away from them, where they have no internet connection on their logging PCs. How do we get live QSO data back here? Because that's actually been quite an engineering challenge.
So I mean that's an excellent question. So we sort of had the same question at first as well when we were approached with the partnership and we started looking at it. We thought, oh well, we'll just install an agent on those laptops and we'll collect the QSO broadcast that way and send it back to the cloud. Well, yeah, not so simple when you need the competitor laptops to be all offline to level the playing field and to ensure that they're not receiving spots because this is a non-assisted contest. So I believe, as far as I know, the first team to pioneer sort of having a separate scoring computer was Germany at 2018, and then they brought that to Italy in 2022, and then we've taken that and then the approach of having the Raspberry Pi, and then we've built on it. So in 2026, what's really unique, we've actually written all of the software that runs on the Pi completely from scratch. And we, instead of just taking the score broadcast, we're taking the broadcast UDP at the QSO level. So this is really what you would call true real-time contesting, because with the QSO level data, we're able to get a lot more granular, and it gives a lot more of capabilities to the spectators at home. You can see more of a live play-by-play. You can see when somebody finds that band opening or when they make a decision that maybe changed the course of the contest. We're going to be able to see that. And that's also how we give you the great operator statistics for the casual operator. Me, even as part of World Radio League, I can't compete with these guys, but I can compete to be the top hunter for my state, for instance. So it creates a lot of a fun way for people at home to get involved. And if you are at home, go to worldradioleague.com, log in, and try to work some of these stations, because you only have 24 hours, and these could be some of the coolest contacts you ever get in your logbook.
Absolutely. Well, we'll come onto the live scoring and the website in just a moment, but just to drill into that engineering challenge a little bit more, I guess. So the competitor laptops, as you say, they don't have internet access, but they do have access to a local network.
Yes.
You're capturing the broadcasts from that local network onto a Raspberry Pi. That Raspberry Pi does have internet access over a cellular network, I think.
Exactly. So, and I have to give a big shout out to Andy G4PIQ with this regard, because he built all of those Pis out of the stations, and he handled the networking side of it. And then at World Radio League, we built the software, the UDP packet sniffer that transmits that back. So that's correct. Each one of those Pis comes equipped with a cellular dongle that connects over 4G LTE. I think they actually even have 5G on them, and then transmits that over cellular, comes back to our server so we can do the scoring. So it's funny, even some of the stations where they have a little bit of spotty cell from their phones, I guess the antenna is a bit stronger on our USB dongles, and we're actually able to receive really, really well from all those stations. But as you can imagine, it's a technical challenge, but it's also quite a logistical challenge, because we have to manage that entire fleet of 50 Pis. So throughout the course of this week, we've had contestants coming in, connecting their logging computers, receiving QSOs, doing multiple tests to make sure all the data is received accurately, and to avoid as many hiccups as we can in the field. And today was the first day that they actually went out to the field, and we received QSOs from all the stations. So we're looking really, really good at this point. But it's, again, we have sort of our mission control where we'll be monitoring all of those. And there's also, I want to say this is important as well, we're not just monitoring those to make sure for the live scoreboard aspect, but there's also a fairness aspect when it comes to the spotting. Because we handle an automatic spotting capability on those Pis. If any of the contestants logs 2 consecutive QSOs on the same frequency on SSB, we will automatically spot them to the cluster. Now, if one of those stations has a temporary network disruption, we have to disable spotting across all of those Pis instantly. So we've built a special sort of polling mechanism for that will then turn, if any of those Pis go offline, we're constantly pinging them. We can disable spotting across the board, and we even have some backup spotting mechanisms. So it's quite the architecture.
Yeah, I bet it is. And actually, you preempted my next question there, actually, because I was going to say that one of the novelties in contesting, I guess, in the last 12, 15 years has been the advent of the reverse beacon network on CW.
Exactly.
In particular. This is this automated system where effectively, as soon as you call CQ on CW, your frequency and your call sign get sent out over the DX cluster. Everyone can come find you. Now, in a multi-mode contest where you've got both CW and SSB, that potentially gives CW a massive advantage. Exactly. So this infrastructure that you've built neutralizes that advantage, because in effect you get the advantage of the RBN on SSB as well. As soon as you make those two QSOs on the same frequency, you get spotted every 10 minutes.
Yep, every 10 minutes.
And and I guess the reason you do it after every two QSOs is that, if somebody goes and searches and pounces to get a new mult, you don't want that to count as a spot.
Exactly. Yeah. If you spot it after every single QSO, you would have people searching and pouncing, getting spotted, and then causing all kinds of chaos and confusion. So yeah, we look for those too. But 2 is pretty quick. I mean, it's going to be very fast.
Absolutely. Yes. So we should be seeing lots and lots of spots. It should be very easy to find these WRTC call signs during the contest. So, as I say, we're going to be showing the live score page on our web stream throughout the contest. But, as you say, this is something that people can see at home. So do you want to sort of show us around a bit, around the WRTC, the WRL page here on the website?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very, very easy to find. Just go to www.worldradioleague.com, and then you'll see the banner. Click that. It'll take you right to the live scoreboard. And from the live scoreboard, when you get to the home page, you're pretty much right in the action. So you can see right now when you're seeing participants and contacts logged, you're seeing a little bit of our test data as that's coming in. Expect that number to climb very quickly as the contest starts off.
But it will start at 0 at the beginning of the
contest.
It
will start at 0 at the beginning of the contest. Now, you can check your stats. I'll show you that in a moment. But I think what you see front and center is what you guys are doing, Dom, and the media team, which I think is going to be phenomenal. So what we've done is we've just added the ability to incorporate your and the media team's work right into the scoreboard. And I think this is going to be such a really new way to experience the contest and the live scoreboard altogether, because you're getting more commentary, you're getting more information as the contest goes on. So I would recommend everybody to watch those live streams. And then coming in, you get into the scoreboard, but not without a little disclaimer, the live scoreboard is not final. I think we need to, everyone, just as you're watching this, take it with a bit of a grain of salt. We expect a little bit of variance. It is possible that a couple QSOs are lost. It's possible even that someone does lose a network connection. So we don't want anyone to feel slighted if their favorite team moves a little bit in the rankings one way or the other.
And there is a whole adjudication process and a log checking process on Monday as well, which will happen after all this.
Yeah, after the contest ends, the contestants will have only 30 minutes to submit those Cabrillo logs, and the judging committee will get straight to work. But that is not managed by this system, so I'll be clear about that. Now, as you go in, you can see the top 3 sort of get a special featured spot, but you'll see the profiles, and you can actually click in and get a little bit more information on the bios of any of them. As you come into the main live scoreboard here, you can see number of QSOs, fastest QSOs per hour, overall QSOs per hour, QSO points, and then your overall points. So it's default just going to rank you by the number of total points, so it'll be your leaderboard. But if you want to come in and get some more detail on QSO rates, who's achieving the most multipliers, feel free to sort that in as well. And right on the home page, you'll kind of have an access point to some of the most important information, like spots. What you'll notice is that the call sign that the team is using is never attached to the team name. That's on purpose. So if you're trying to wonder what call sign corresponds to this team I'm trying to track, you're not going to find it, right?
And that's all part of the level playing field, the rules of WRTC.
Exactly. We don't want any cheerleading. We're not trying to encourage people to find their favorite team and try to make contacts with them. Of course, in any live ham radio contesting, like any sporting event, even if it's F1 or what have you, there's never a perfectly level playing field, but we take as much precaution as possible to level that playing field. Now, so that's your home page. Now, across the top here, this is your main navigation that you want to get familiar with, and it provides easy access to all the different points. There's always a timer. So as we're filming this right now, we're 16 hours away. Maybe you're watching this a little bit closer, but you'll see that clock change when it goes live, and it'll start to a countdown timer, so you can see the 24 hours countdown of the timer of the contest itself. You've got a quick access to your leaderboard, the top WRTC hunters. You need to use this page. If you're at home and you're hunting the WRTC stations, you've got 50 call signs you can hunt. Try to hunt them all and see how many of them you can work, and you can try to work them on all the bands and modes as well. So you 80, 40, 20, 15, 10, SSB, CW, try to make contacts with them, and you could see how you rank for your continent as well as your country. And WRTC may even have some special awards for some of the top hunters as well. So.
And it should be really easy to find these call signs as well. They've got all the special MB call signs, so it should be really easy to spot these.
Yeah, exactly. It's an MB, you know, I guess they've worked with Ofcon to get these special call signs assigned. So then the spotting, so you don't have to scroll down on the home page to find the spots. You can just go to the spotting page itself within WRL on the event page, or you can go to your favorite spotting network. Again, we're going to be sending those to the most popular spotting networks. Statistics is for a deep dive. You're not going to see anything here yet, but something to look forward to here is sort of that contest replay. You'll be able to see in real time a replay as teams move up and down in their ranking, which is very exciting. And then everybody's favorite, the bingo card. This is the My Stats. How many of the 50 stations have you worked? And since there's 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10, SSB or CW, there's actually 500 total slots that you could work, which, I mean, that's quite challenging, I think, right? I mean, if you're getting close to doing all 500 of those, then kudos to you. You would do better than I would. But you do have 500 possible total WRTC points you can earn.
Excellent. So loads and loads of features there, both for the hunters. You've got the statistical information, and as you say, it's supplemented by the commentary that we'll be doing as well. So it should be a really immersive experience throughout the contest for people to just get engaged and have those QSOs with the WRTC participants.
Yeah.
So
I'll mention one thing I almost forgot is there is a built-in logbook you can use here as well. But you can use the logbook that's built right in with World Radio League for maybe easy access. But even if you're using any other logbook, your stats are still going to show up because we have the QSO data from the stations, right? So if you just search your call sign on the stats page, all of your stats will show up.
of course, absolutely brilliant. So James, thank you so much for coming in. It's fantastic to see the amount of work that's gone into this. As I say, hoping to get this really engaging experience for everyone chasing the stations. Thanks very much for all your efforts.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Cheers.
Well, there we are. You found out now from the man who built it all about that live scoreboard. Now, with me is Lee G0 MTN as well, of course, still. And you're going to take us through some of this now because in those last few minutes when we've been watching that video, the contest actually started. Can you believe it, Lee? All these years of build-up. I'm excited. Everybody's excited, hopefully at home as well. It's 13:06 in the UK with 10 seconds, and so that means it's been going for just over 6 minutes. But already there's some scores. And we've got a computer here, a screen, which unfortunately you can't see this actual screen, but it's a screen just looking at the worldradioleague.com scoreboard, which you can do as well at home. And Lee has got this in front of him as well. We've got a mouse here so you can have a look at it. Tell us where we are in the first 6 minutes, Lee.
Okay. Well,
is it exciting?
First of all, yes. So the contest is actually running. It's the 11th of July. We've passed 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
And so for all the times we've been speaking with clubs and organisations going around the country, online presentations going around the world.
It does feel different suddenly, doesn't it?
Everyone will say, when is the contest? Well, it's the second weekend in July, 11th of July, and it's now here and we're off and running. So it's great that the stations are on air, the competitors were happy, and that, we're now getting the data back to the WRL system and we can talk about it. So for the competitors themselves, as I say, they've been very nervous and excited to get going. So I guess it's almost then a relief that the contest starts and they can get underway.
Absolutely.
But then straight away, you want to have, say, a good first hour and start well and get established. And from like a mental perspective, that then means that they're settling into the contest and everything's going great. And so for, say, other contests where a similar scoreboard may be visible to you, so the competitors themselves this time have got no idea how they're doing, which is really interesting.
Yeah, and the referee, of course, makes sure they've got no other contact outside to the outside world, really, for that 24 hours, isn't it?
Indeed.
Just to reinforce that.
Yeah, so they're all alone. So what we can see at the moment, so just a few minutes in, So we can see that there's a spread of contacts, I think, for the reporting that we've got. So yeah, the leaders are up to about, say, 50 contacts already. So
8 minutes and 10 seconds in, and they're up to 50 contacts. Yeah.
So the provisional leader at the moment, and I say on our scoreboard, we see the competitor call signs and their names. So we know who the competitors are and how they're doing, but we don't know which WRTC call sign that corresponds to.
That's the key.
So yes, so that then we're not going to get, say, if someone from a particular country was doing well or not doing so well, that everyone from that country might try to influence that. It's to try.
We call it cheerleading, don't we?
Yes,
and it is actually, well, I say illegal, but you could get penalised. And I believe in the last contest that actually happened.
Yep, there's been some penalties applied, and so we've asked, say, all the competitors, say, to tell their friends and the people in their home nations to say, whilst you may think that you are doing a nice supporting effort of contacting your home team, actually then that's going again the ethos of what everyone wants is that everyone wants to win, but they want to win on equal terms.
Equal terms, yeah. Okay.
So super. So what we're actually seeing at the moment, so it's gone up now. So yeah.
So I think maybe we can go to the screen actually live now.
60 QSOs. So we've got.
So everybody at home can see this now. If you've not got a computer in front of you, you can see this. This is the live score.
So we've got the team of Bratso E77 DX, and then Sven DJ4 MX. So representing Europe 6 Team 1. So they're in first place. So we can talk about the number of contacts, but then we can talk about the number of points. As ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the score that counts. And this is the great thing about contesting is that it's, say, a whole battle of resource management.
And strategy and
strategy.
And
so
all sorts, yes.
In the moment, they may be called by 3, 4, 5 people at once, either on Morse code or on phone on single sidebands. So they're trying to pick out the individual call signs and respond to them, but then there's also the longer term strategic element is that they need to think, am I getting the maximum points I can at this time? Which band should I be on? Which mode should I be on? Should I be calling for other stations, or should I be tuning and trying to find some of the rare stations from the rarer parts of the world? And it's doing that constantly, and also then reacting to how the solar conditions and the radio propagation is changing. A lot of the teams have a game plan for how they think they're going to operate, but they may need to change that on the fly, and then we can see how that goes on.
I mean, look, I'm just a regular radio amateur, I'd say. I don't have much time for contesting or anything like that, really. But I mean, the fact is to see 11 minutes and 3 seconds in, to see them made 72 QSOs already, I think is incredible.
Yep, so it's good. And we can know then, so if we move then down to the statistics page.
And that's a tab that you can see along the top, isn't it?
From the top of the page, there's several tabs. There's a button for statistics. So we're starting to build up what we might call a bar chart race or like a horse race. And over time, then we can see both the leading positions change, but also I'm sure there'll be sort of many good battles and friends.
I think, hopefully our colleagues in the gallery now could switch also to statistics. If they click on that tab, then they can also see the statistics bars that we're looking at. So Tammy and Kevin, I know you're in the back room there. If you could do that on the scoreboard computer that you've got. It's a tab along the top of the screen. There's one, if you just touch that, it's called statistics. And then we can see the statistics live for everybody at home on the tab.
Oh.
Yeah. So in case you want to, I'm not talking to myself, we've got Tammy and Kevin and lots of people involved. There's actually 11, I will tell you now, in this media team who've been bringing this to you every day. And there's a lot to do. And there we are. Now you can see that leaderboard there and that bar chart. So you could talk over that again for us, maybe, Lee, now that everybody at home can see that as well, the statistics.
So we can see, say, the leading teams there. And also then if we scroll down on that page, then towards, let's say, the big blue boxes, so we can see the bands and the modes that are in use. And this is where the strategic element comes in straight away. So we can see that the majority of the activity, or the leading band, is 20 metres. A lot of people may start there for higher rates, but also there's some activity on 15 metres and some activity on 10 metres, which is great, because we were a bit concerned that the 10 metre propagation may not have been very good.
I know you were busy last night, Lee, but actually we had Steve Nichols, G0KY, giving us a propagation forecast yesterday and covering that, and he was also saying that sort of band, that's not a certainty at all. The conditions are very up and down, as most of us accept. I think we're going out of solar cycle 25 now, and especially with this weather and the heat and things, it can be quite unpredictable, even though the weather itself is fairly predictable and stable, as we heard from Jim Bacon on Wednesday. But as Steve said yesterday, propagation is really not, it's quite an unknown, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's a good one. And the other thing about that 10 metre propagation is that it may be very fleeting. So the teams need to keep checking the bands.
Yes.
And they may be surprised there's activity, and then you may, say, work a group of stations, and then if you miss that opportunity, that may not return then for the rest of the competition. So it's the strategic side, so that the competitors need to be, very agile and always listening out for those special opportunities.
Now I'm going to just deviate slightly here, because we've had a question on a live chat, and it's a good opportunity to tell you that if you're following this live at any time with our last programs and now and going right through till the closing ceremony on Monday, we're going to bring all those things to you. If you've got a question for WRTC, we've got all the people here like Lee, Mark and everybody else here, and we can hopefully get an answer for you. So you can always send us a question. The email address is coming to the bottom of your screen now. It's media WRTC2026 @gmail.com. If you pop a question on there or on the YouTube chat, on this live chat here, we'll pick that out and we'll answer it. Now, someone who's done that now, I haven't got a name who asked this actually, but it's a question on a live chat. Can you talk about the hunters and what they're calling out once again? I'm trying to catch up. So someone is just, I guess, trying to get into contesting. So what are hunters, first of all?
Okay, so for a regular contest, so everyone would be, following the rules of the contest and just trying to make the maximum score that they can and submit their entry. So for WRTC as well, so we recognise that there will be, a group of licensed amateurs that maybe aren't particularly into contesting or au fait with what goes on, but they like the idea of trying to work all the WRTC stations to show a bit of support. And we do have an awards program that may be, incentivising them to come on air. So, effectively, if anyone is or does hear a WRTC station with those Mike Bravo prefix stations, they can call in with their call sign, and I guess then the answer is the WRTC station will respond with a 59 and then a zone, which is the ITU zone.
Where they are.
So for anyone in the UK, that zone will be 27. So they could respond on SSB and say, thank you, or 5927 as their report. And then within just a second, that should be logged, and the WRTC station will be on to the next caller.
So as well as helping the team that's obviously in it, the contesting team, they could also be in for an award themselves, is that right?
Yes, so from WRTC2026.org and on the main menu there, I think under competition, there's then an option for participation awards, and that then tells the details of how those awards are running. And then sometime shortly after the competition finishes, you can go back to that page. There'll be a little box where you can enter your call sign, and then we will have recorded which contacts you made with the stations, and then tell you which tier of award you're eligible for, or maybe even a trophy.
Well, there we are. That's tempting, isn't it? Okay. Now, if you have recently joined us and you don't know what the call signs are you're listening for, they're Mike Bravo, MB, and then one number, and one letter. All right. So that's what you're listening for on the bands. There should be lots of them about. Let's have a look now back at the scoreboard, maybe.
Scoreboard. So yeah, we'll go back to the main totals.
The main screen. Okay.
It's also just interesting to note that about 90% of the activity at the moment is all on CW.
CW. All right.
So,
okay.
And that's I think pretty.
Which again, for just completely people new to this, CW is Morse code. Basically, it's Charlie Whiskey is what it stands for, and that's what most radio amateurs call, or the name we give, the phrase we give to Morse code. So how are we doing at the moment, Lee?
Okay. So since we last spoke a few moments ago, there's already been a few changes at the top. So Bratzo and Sven that were in first place, they're now in third. And the team of Manfred, DJ5 Mike Whiskey, and Uli, DM5 Echo Echo, are now in first place. And Manfred, I think, and Uli, they are previous WRTC competitors, and I think between them they've got some WRTC medals, and I think they're looking for the gold this time.
I see.
So perhaps it's no surprise we see them at the top.
I guess I should remain impartial, but I've got a little bit of a passion for who's fourth at the moment, which is WRTC 2022 champions, because my club, the Norfolk Amateur Radio Club, sponsored that tent. I don't know if you know that, so that's why I'm really keen to see how they're doing. That's Yuri V3DZ and UW7LL Yaroslav. So they're running the WRTC 2022 championship.
And then just
tent.
beneath them, it's also very pleasing
the youth
to see
yes.
we've got a youth team.
Excellent.
The Russian youth team. So Alex and Max, doing very well in sixth. But obviously it's very early days yet, and in the first minute, so there'll be lots of changes. But it's just
it's
great.
all a change, isn't it? But
it's
now what we are up
to
to, though, in case you haven't got access to this at home, although we're showing it on the screen now, we're up to 128 QSOs, the second place. It's interesting that the second place actually seems to always have slightly more QSOs than the first place. Now, is that a points thing? How many points are you getting?
The overall score is so for each contact, I think there's 2 points for each contact within Europe. But if you can eke out those DX, those long distance QSOs to another continent, it's 5 points. And so then it's a trade-off of, if I could work North America, but maybe at a slightly lower rate than I could work Europe, I'd have fewer QSOs, but end up with more points.
Wonderful.
And then putting that into the mix as well as, say, looking for the rarer countries, as that's then counted as a multiplier, and then your points that you earn from your contacts are multiplied up. So ultimately, everything needs to be in place of finding those long distance contacts, and then making sure by the end of the contest that you've worked as many different countries or DXEC entities, as they're called, on all of the different bands. And this is how the strategy comes together, doing it all in the moment with the high-speed Morse, and trying to work through the pilot whilst focusing on the strategy element too. So we take our hats off to these guys.
I honestly, my head is blown. We are 20 minutes and 30 seconds into the contest, and there are 134 QSOs, some of these that people have done. That's just, my maths isn't good enough to work out how many times that is a minute, but I mean, that's an awful lot of QSOs, isn't it?
Yeah.
And but these are people who are driven, and just like athletes train
yes,
and get ready for their sport and be the top of their game, these people are at the top of their game, aren't they?
Indeed, yes. So whilst there'll be, say, major other competition events that they'll have used as practice, and maybe the teams will have gotten together to see how they work together, and interact, as they'll need to communicate to say, please can you try this band, or please can we turn the antenna, because they will be actually, say, sharing an antenna, say for the beam antenna, which way it's pointing, towards Europe or towards Asia, so they'll need to communicate when to move the antenna so that the one isn't disadvantaged.
No.
So it can be fun. And another element as well, to say, because the teams need to work, say, the countries on the different bands, so if one of the competitors works Australia on 15 metres, and they say, okay, we need Australia, please can you call my other station now on this frequency on 20 metres, which is called like passing a QSO or passing a multiplier. And that can be a good way of then making sure that you do get that Australian station in the log by actually saying, please can you move, and please can you try and work us, which is maybe easier or be more successful than just assuming or hoping that you'd find them later on. Wonderful. So there's a lot of good teamwork, which is why it's the team championship.
The team championship, absolutely, Lee. Well, I think you're going to stay with us a little bit longer, but as well as all these things, we actually have a live station here operating all of the time, and at White Boston, GB26 WRTC. So we're a station, we're going to give them points, and we've got lots of the guests who are staying here are going to be operating from there. So through the next 24 hours, we'll go over to that so that you can see who's operating and listen out for them on the air. And we're delighted, but also we've got some young operators from the UK and Germany here as well, so they'll also be busy on the lap bands. Let's go over now to that station, GB26 WRTC, and see who's working there now.
Zulu 4, uniform Echo Zulu. Thank you.
3 Zulu Echo November. 5928.
Delta November 9, Whiskey Bravo Golf. India. Delta Kilo 2, Charlie, India. QSL 5928, 73 is good luck. Delta November 9, Whiskey Bravo Golf. Delta November 9, Whiskey Bravo Golf.
Delta November 9, Whiskey. Delta November 9 Whiskey.
Delta November 9 Whiskey Bravo Golf.
Delta November 9 Whiskey Bravo Golf 5927.
5928.
Mike Bravo 3 Mike.
Mike Bravo 5 Charlie.
Something Bravo 5 Charlie.
Mike Bravo 5 Charlie.
Mike Bravo 5 Charlie 5927.
527.
Mike Bravo 3 Mike.
Kilo Zero, Golf Echo Romeo.
Sorry. Okay. Well, you're going to keep the pictures coming in from GB2026 special events station here, but I've got Lee G0MTN still with me. We're going to just talk over what we're looking at there. So that's our special events station here, isn't it?
Yes, so we've got the three views. So we've got the wide shot of the operators at the radio itself. We've got a close up of the display, so we can see what's going on. So a nice FTDX 101 there from Yaesu, and then we're focusing then on a screen capture that we've got from the logging software, and we can see that the team there, they've been on 10 meters CW. So I think the sporadic conditions have come up. And so the last 6 or 7 QSOs were all with Mike Bravo stations, so the team have been tuning around.
You'd expect them to support them, really, wouldn't you? So, yeah, we heard a lot of CW, but then we started hearing some SSB, didn't we?
Yeah, I think they're currently on SSB. Hopefully we'll be making some contacts shortly. So for hunting the WRTC stations, as we found, with just say 100 watts, which is a relatively low power. In contesting, a good number of the stations are using linear amplifiers and maybe a kilowatt or more. So it can be quite tough on SSB with 100 watts and the relatively low antennas that the WRTC stations have. So that's why CW is favoured as it tends to get through, and it's easier to make contacts than it is on sideband.
And of course that's still why we use it often in the hobby as well.
Indeed.
I mean, it does seem, even in, I don't think shipping even uses CW strictly speaking now, but as hobbyists and our hobby, a lot of people love the art of CW, but also, as you say, even with all the wonderful modes and everything we have, it can still get through where anything else can't.
Yes, and there are very complex data modes that do work miracles under low power and poor conditions, but just simply it could be yourself with a Morse key tapping away. And that's it. Yeah, no internet, no technology, back to basics. But yeah, it works.
I've got a question for you. Also came in on the live chat, actually on our live chat yesterday, and I promised, and in case you missed that earlier, if you have a question about WRTC, we've got all the people here who can answer them. Just either put them on the YouTube chat or send us an email. I'm not sure if we can put that email address up now, but it's media WRTC2026@gmail.com. Bung us a question or a comment if you like, but questions particularly, and we'll get an answer for you. Now, someone who did that was M8WNE, who asks, what's the story with the strange team names like EU2 Team 1?
Yep, that's a great question. So I think unlike the Olympic Games, where literally you could have practically every country represented, we can't unfortunately put up 200 tents and support that.
No.
That would be a mammoth effort. So rather than have individual nations competing, we have say groups of geographic areas of normally nations and neighbouring nations, and then over the couple of years prior to the WRTC, everyone was taking part in a qualification programme, similar international DX contests to earn qualification points, and then the leaders of each of those qualification areas, which we divided up into different areas in Europe, North America, so for all of the continents, and that's why we've got these names for Europe 2 Team 1. So again, from the WRTC website, there's a list of the qualification areas, and so then we can see that the team lead from each of those areas, they should be representing or should have qualified from those areas, and that's how we get, say, the good geographic representation from all 6 continents, which is what we wanted for the worldwide party.
I knew you'd know the answer, Lee. It's fantastic to have you here. Now we're going to have a quick look back at the scoreboard, because this does keep changing. I'm amazed how dynamic it is, although maybe those early days maybe is what we'd expect, but it's 13:38, so it's 38 minutes and 10 seconds, 12 seconds through into contest, and already what's the maximum number of QSOs? Is that 288 or something?
So approaching 300.
So we can have a look at that scoreboard now. and through the miracles of our tech team here at the media team, everybody at home can see what you're pointing to now.
Exactly.
So,
so every few seconds there'll be a little refresh.
So can we go through the top three at the moment?
So we just look at the top three, and they're highlighted here, so we can see their pictures as well. So behind the call sign, there's a name, there's a person. And often in the contesting world, there's some very interesting personalities.
And that's changed quite a lot already, haven't it?
Yes. So although Manfred and Ully, that they were still in the top spot when we last looked, so they seem to be holding there at the moment. But again, the overall number of points is still relatively close. So we're about 49,000, and then in second place, say the Bratzo and Sven representing Europe 6. So with about, say, 43,000 points, and then very just closely behind that, also with 43k, is the team from Canada, so representing the area of North America 11. So we've got Todd there and John. So John VE3EJ, I think he said he was on his 9th WRTC, so a proper veteran. So I guess it's no surprise to see him. With Todd there at the top of the tables, but it
is still mind-blowing to me the number of QSOs they've had. We're not 40 minutes in yet, and that's 281 QSOs.
So if
incredible,
it all depends on what happens, and there may be a solar event or conditions may crash tomorrow. But I think it's on course then, maybe for 4,000 plus contacts between the two operators over the weekend. So
and can we have a look again at those conditions, those other things that you showed us earlier for this website? A reminder: this is worldradioleague.com, so you can have a look for yourself as well. We're going to bring them to you here. I think we looked at statistics, wasn't it?
From the main homepage, there's lots of different options. So we can look later on about, say, the different members of the amateur public and see.
The hunters, what you talked about.
Chasing.
Yes, yeah.
But we'll look back at the statistics now. Just wait for that to update over here. There we go. Oh, wow. So there's our bar chart race. So we can see how that's filling out. So actually, this is
a very clear lead, actually, isn't it?
Yes. Building up a clear lead.
So that's EU team 3, team 1.
Team 1. And then it's all to play for then in the lower stages.
What?
And then
look at it all changing.
As it updates,
I love it.
It animates live.
Yeah, that is. But they're still way ahead. Why do you think that is? I mean, we explained earlier, all these stations are almost identical as much as we can do, apart from the radios, but they've been vetted and checked and everything, and there's a referee in with everybody, just reminding you, if you have recently joined us, that is the case. But that is a significant margin, isn't it? If you look at all the others there, that's a huge change, really.
So this is where we want to be careful. So what we could do is, if we knew their call sign, we could look them up and say, they're doing something specific, and we don't want to call that out. But
what sort of thing could cause that, Lee? Because that is a big change, a big margin, isn't it?
So generally then, so if we go down, so at the moment, so this is also a very interesting set of stats. So we can see, say, currently which countries have been contacted the most. So again, it's
to Germany,
mostly
right.
to Germany.
Yeah.
So I guess the first, say, propagation hop maybe on.
In fact, almost 2-to-1 over the US, which is the next. Although you wouldn't expect to make maybe quite so many contacts at this time of day to the US, would you?
Yeah, but and then remembering that those contacts to the US are worth 5 points.
Of course. Yes. So that skews the results slightly, I guess.
So some teams may get caught up in the moment of working many contacts as fast as they can, maybe with lots of German contacts, but then maybe the way to differentiate and get ahead is by maximising those points per QSO. So maybe the team then have managed to work more US, or they're on a different band. As we've also then got this block chart here, as the square in red. So that's the bulk of the QSOs from everyone are on 20 meters, which is fairly understandable. And then they're working Europe, but then the next one is 15 meters and 10 meters. But then for the contacts with other continents that are worth more than double the points, there's a lower number of these, but there's still
but they're worth more because of the number of points.
A good smattering.
Like a multiplier, really, effectively, isn't it?
So whatever the German team are doing,
it's exciting.
They're getting the balance right.
Yeah.
But of course, they've got no idea They've got no idea they're ahead.
Oh, of course, I'm forgetting that dynamic. When you're at home, you know.
Yeah, or you can.
You've got a pretty good
if you're
idea.
watching the scoreboard, and the whole psychology of that is sometimes is it better to know, to say if you're not doing well, does that motivate you or demotivate you, or if you're in first place, then you've got that fear of slipping up and then falling behind. So yeah, it's fantastic.
And we haven't even an hour into our 24 hours, so wonderful.
Yeah. So 11,000 contacts already by the group overall. So.
Well, Lee, you're going to stay with us for a while, and we will come back to this scoreboard, of course, many times over the next 24 hours. But right now, we invited the competitors to send us short films of them in their hometowns. So we'll be showing a couple of those each hour too. Here's our first postcard, which is from Team AS2, Alex 4Z4AK, and Shaba, I think you said the pronunciation. Tell me correctly. Chabo, sorry, HA3LN. There we are now. Just talking to Lee there. You looked up that team, and where are they at the moment?
So they're currently in 13th place. So yeah, they're doing well. So I think with such a strong competition from everyone, I say some of the best contesters in the world here. I think even just by qualifying and being here, I think everyone is a winner, and that's a mark of respect. So I think all the teams secretly, they'd all want to be in the top half of the field, and then the next tier is if you can make it into the top 10, that's to say the next level of prestige, and then for those really going for it, the podium positions and that ultimate gold medal.
Let's have a quick look at the scoreboard then, and let's find them on there before we got there. So we've got that on the screen now.
They are in 13th place. So and obviously we've seen Alex and Chaba around the headquarters this week, and it's been great to catch up with them. But so just talking about the contesting community overall, I think I've not seen Chaba face to face for like 22 years.
Oh, wow.
I think where we met at the Worldwide Young Contesters meeting out in Croatia, and there's a number of the other competitors as well were there. So yeah, it's all a big family. Everyone is trying to beat each other at the moment, but come Sunday afternoon, everyone will be back here exchanging their stories and having fun and supporting each other.
And the fantastic dynamic, which we can't remind people enough, is that they don't know how well they're doing.
No.
So they're just going to keep at it, aren't they, for 24 hours?
And then so when the contest is finished, and then when the competitors have handed in their log, they'll then be handed back their smartphones, and then they'll find out, and then they'll get a surprise and hopefully a pleasant one.
Lovely. All right. Well, we're going to rest from just looking at live stuff at the moment, because the competitors, although they're busy now in the contest, a lot of work has gone into finding and preparing the sites. With the equivalent of 50 field day stations to build, Andy G4PIQ told Heather M7OWS about the logistics of finding, negotiating, building and linking each site back to HQ.
Andy.
Hello, how are you, Heather?
Welcome back to Why Boston HQ. You've been out on site, well, probably for years, it almost feels like, looking for the sites and being there, setting them up.
Yes, it feels like that. It's been a long exercise, really, from starting looking for the sites a couple of years ago. We've had some fantastic support from some of the big estates in the sort of Suffolk-Norfolk border. So from Euston, from Elvedon, from Shadwell in particular, and then also from Fredericksheim down there. So great support from them to give us access to their land and let us build the 50 sites down there. And also then some a little bit further east over near Diss. So been doing that, and sort of subsequent to getting those arranged, I've also been busy trying to make sure that we have all the equipment available. So getting the kit for 50 sites, getting that all into store, making sure everything works. And then, yes, the last few weeks, getting that kit to site with tremendous support from many volunteers to make that happen. I didn't expect my job to be quite so much of a delivery driver and a package mover as it has become, but it's good exercise. And then actually building the stuff up in the last week. So yeah, it's been pretty busy.
Pretty busy, because we've talked to Chris Kirby, who's been overseeing the actual site builds now, you know, the physical builds of the mast, antenna, everything. You've been also doing stuff on the networking side, the computer logging, all that. Explain a little bit more about your part, because that's...
Yes, so we're obviously partnering with World Radio League to produce the dashboard that people will be able to watch, so the scoreboard with all the information. But you have to get the information out from the scoring computers, or from the logging computers on site, back to that system. So built a set of Raspberry Pis that basically monitor the traffic that goes over the network between the two computers, sniffs off the contact information, and then forwards that over the cellular network to the central WRL servers. So built those up, made sure we got the software right for those, made sure we were able to get remote access to those and manage them and monitor them and so on during the site. Even little tasks like ordering 100 SIM cards and putting 50 SIM cards into referee phones and 50 SIM cards into modems, and making sure you've got a track of which one's which and the configuration is right and so on. That takes hours. You can do it sat in front of the television, but it's you know, all these things, when you multiply them by 50, become quite a little challenge.
I think it's these things that people don't even think about, and why would you? No. You know, you don't think of it, when something works as smoothly as it is working and everything, you might feel like a swan, but paddling hard underneath. But at the moment, it seems very smooth above.
A swan is definitely the analogy that I've used. So yes.
So 50 SIM cards for phones and things. Nobody would think about that, but that's the attention to detail, isn't it, that makes something like this work?
Yes, it's very important. It's very important we're able to reach everybody. Even things like making sure that we have enough petrol for all the generators. The folks are still at site, managing that right now, because it becomes quite a challenge as to how you transport that and do all of that stuff safely. So yeah. And
the network coverage, obviously.
Well, it is, and I've been to all the sites and checked that there is coverage with our selected operator there, and that there's capacity. But actually, when we rock up on site and do that, we'll have to just see how things go. We found during the test event that one of the sites where there was coverage, the operator went down, and so we lost connectivity. So I also have a bunch of SIMs in my bag for the other operators that I can go and drop in. And so I suspect as the scoring computers go online on Friday, we'll see which come up, which don't, and then I'll be scrabbling out to those sites to go and sort that out as we go.
So you've had 2 years of finding the sites, negotiating that WRTC can use them. You've done the setting up of the logging and everything, and the networking, but now actually this is almost quite the critical point, isn't it? Making sure it all works.
Yes, this is where the chickens come home to roost. I have to say, I feel much better now, and a week ago I was quite worried. Well, worried's the wrong word.
Paddling furiously.
Paddling furiously. You've got a plan, you hope it's all going to work, and you've got some contingency, and the volunteers have done such an amazing job. The schedule that Chris put together was fantastic. They basically built according to that schedule, and everything's built now. So that's great. I'm now looking forward to the competitors getting onto site, seeing their sites, testing things, and we'll see how we work. So there'll be more paddling tomorrow, I expect.
Well, I gather the temperature's supposed to be a little bit cooler over the weekend, which I'm sure you'll be very glad
Jim's
of
forecast was well received yesterday.
Yeah, he gave us a very, very in-depth forecast, and obviously talking about propagation and yes, all the important things for that side of the contest as well. So it's all coming together, and it's just fantastic to see how everything is. There's a huge buzz around the centre.
Amazing, isn't it?
And I know you've been out on site, but hopefully you'll soak that up while you're here and take that out with you as you get back out and carry on doing what you're doing out on the site. But thank you and all the organising committee for everything that you've done. It's coming together beautifully.
Well, thank you, Heather. Appreciate it.
Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Oh, welcome back here to WRTC HQ. We're live. I've got Lee G0MTN with me. Been listening to that video, of course, about all the volunteers, and we can't say it strong enough. The number of people who are involved, who've been involved behind the scenes, building those 50 stations, and especially if you're not in Britain now, you won't understand. You probably think we're a country of mainly rain and cold and stuff, and that kind of feels the way. But recently, this very hot weather, and to be building stations has been extremely difficult. So all credit to all those volunteers and everybody indeed who's put this together. But anyway, Lee's with us still, because we're going to look at the scores again, and I can't believe how dramatically different it's been in the last just 6 minutes of that VT. So tell us where we're at, Lee.
Okay, yeah, so I think when we last left it, so the German team of Manfred and Uli, they had a clear lead.
Yes,
so,
they did.
With the next few behind. But now, yeah, that lead has fallen away, and it's really, say, the top 5 competing teams are all very, very close at the moment, and just for a few seconds there in the last couple of minutes, say the North America Team 1, which is Randy K5ZD and Tom W2SC, both sort of very famous worldwide contesters, have just nipped into first place. So, but currently, Uli and Manfred are maintaining the lead. So,
but it's much narrower, as we can see there. Can we go back to the other screen there? You've got the mouse, and you can just let's see the leaderboard, so we can have a look at that. I'll update in a second, I think. There we go. There we are. Yeah, it's a lot different. And if we have a look down here as well. Wow. Really great stuff.
So we'll let that go. And of course, whilst we're focusing on the top 3, so we've got many hours ahead of us, so we'll be looking further down the table and seeing how, say, the youth team's doing, the returning champions, and there'll be some very interesting things to follow up on as we go through.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not even the first hour yet, Lee. Can you believe?
Although it has flown by.
I must say, it really has. Guys at home, I hope you're enjoying this coverage. Don't forget, if you've got any questions or comments, particularly questions for WRTC team, pop them in the YouTube chat or send them to media WRTC2026@gmail.com, and we'll try and get an answer for you. Now, of course, to put on an event as big as this takes lots of money, and WRTC has attracted commercial, club and individual sponsors. We'll be sharing a video each from each of the main corporate sponsors, starting with this one from Yesu, who are the prime sponsor. There we are. That was all about Yesu, who are a prime sponsor of this event. Now joining us is someone extra on our sofa. You can see Jeff K1ZM. Good to see you, Jeff. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to talk to you in a moment. We've got plenty of time to talk to you, and Lee knows you already. We'll find out about that. But first, we've got to go back to the scoreboard because I think things have changed again, Lee.
So, yeah, it looks like Randy K5ZD and Tom W2SC are now in first place. Bratzo and Sven from Europe. Need my glasses. 16-1 are in second. And now, into third. A new team popping up onto the podium positions, representing Africa. It's, Juan EA8RM from the Canary Isles, and John EA2W from Spain. So it's all still very close. So I think in the early hours there'll be a lot of chopping and changing. But when we get towards the second half of the contest, then maybe things may become more set in stone, or we may still have a very close horse race at the end.
Well, to remind everybody at home, we are live, and I've just noticed that we have just passed the 1 hour mark. We're 12 seconds into the second hour now. It's 2 o'clock in the UK, 1 p.m. UTC, of course. Now, we'll be meeting Jeff and talking to him in a moment, but 15 minutes before the start of the contest, the competitors opened the envelope that they chose at random yesterday, which contains their call sign for the event. The WRTC team media sent us some video back, but they had to check the footage very carefully to make sure that the call signs weren't visible, of course. So although we're going to show you the event, we couldn't show the actual call signs because, of course, that part is secret. Let's have a look at that now.
Europe 3, Region 2, for your team lead, I have a call sign for you. Your WRTC official call sign.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, time to set up.
Well, there we are. That's actually what happened at 15 minutes before it started, didn't it? At 1 o'clock UK time, 12 o'clock.
Yep, everyone opened their call sign envelopes at the same time. Of course, we always hope that the referee doesn't forget the magic call sign envelope. I don't believe that's ever happened in the history of WRTC. Yes. And then, as Jeff had just mentioned off camera, then it's a very busy time as the teams are then programming their computers for the automated messages that are sent out on voice and Morse code with their new call sign.
And for those who have just joined us, of course, those magic call signs, they are Mike Bravo,
and then one digit and one letter.
So do listen out for them on the bands. I think they'll be everywhere, but particularly, what was it, 10 metres?
The busiest band is 20 metres, but it's great to see that lots of contacts have been made on both 15 and 10 already. I know a lot of the teams were a bit nervous about 10 metres and the propagation earlier in the week, but it's great that it's come together for the weekend. The leading teams now have made over about 450 QSOs.
I still think that's an amazing
Their
figure.
rate between the two of them is just over 400 contacts per hour, so 200 contacts individually per team member. So yeah, they're motoring along
pretty
nicely.
good. Yes, as you say, that is almost exactly, isn't it? The top team at the moment.
So they'll be very happy with that, I think.
Yeah, but all can change, of course, in the next 23 hours or so. Well, with us now has joined us Jeff, K1 at ZM. Jeff, hello. Nice to join us here.
Thanks for having me.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. WRTC you're no stranger to WRTC. You've got quite a history with it, I believe.
Actually, I was a competitor 6 times.
Wow, 6 times?
Yeah.
So which was the first?
Well, the first time was 2000 in Slovenia. We finished 10th that time, which was the highest that I actually ever achieved. In WRTC Germany, my son, who's also an amateur, because in the US Morse code is no longer a requirement, he was an extra class license, but he didn't know CW. So we went phone only, and we won the trophy for phone only score, which was a lot of fun. And my son, who was younger, thought it was a great honor to come to a WRTC and actually win something.
To give us some idea, actually, from that, how far were you away from then the top scorer, which of course would have used CW?
Well, if you go phone only, only one person, me, did CW, and there's an obligation that you must make 35% of your overall contacts, meaning phone plus CW, 35% must be CW. So our strategy was certainly to emphasize phone, but we always had to be vigilant to make sure that we were over 35%. And in our case, we had a little bit of a misunderstanding of that exact requirement, which we discovered at 4:30 in the morning on Sunday, and we were down about 30%. So I spent literally the next 5 hours as sunrise occurred on 40 and then 80 to get us back up over 35%. And about 10 o'clock Sunday morning, we were safely where we thought we needed to be. Then we both went back to phone, and we finished the competition with a CW percentage of 37%. But we made in total 5,000 contacts, and there was no one close to our score.
All right. And what about these other ones that you've been involved with? You said you've been taking part in 6.
Yeah, well, initially was Slovenia, followed by Finland. Finland was a lot of fun, but one of the things that it's a definite no-no, the competitors understand this full well. They've got to be very careful not to fall into a trap of spending too much time on 80 meters. From up in Finland, no one even in Central Europe could hear us on 80 meters. And so the whole story of this, you mentioned 400 contacts in the first hour. The whole name of the game is rate. And this is essentially a competition where if you have 2 superior CW operators, they have a strong chance, unless they make a fatal mistake somewhere, of finishing certainly in the top 10. And so the leaderboard that I just saw a couple of minutes ago is quite familiar to me, and I would have predicted that at least 2 of them would be where they are right now. So
and while you're talking, Jeff, let's actually, if we can show now that scoreboard, and Lee will take us through it as well, so that you can give us an update on what you think is this how you expected it to be at the beginning then? Or?
Actually, it looks to me as of the moment that last year's time champions have come back to the fore, and that's not unexpected. VE3DZ has been in, I think this may be his 7th or his 8th competition, and over time you learn where to zig and where to zag, and he's kind of learned how to play the game.
I must say there's a tiny bit of self-interest you won't know about this. I'm going to mention it one more time. I probably won't mention it again. But I'm chairman of the Norfolk Amateur Radio Club in my normal times, and we sponsored the tent for the WRTC 2022 champions. So I'm really pleased to see them at that point for now. But of course, that's all going to change, as we've seen already. Just in an hour, I'm amazed how much that position has changed, Jeff. But you're probably not, because you said they're getting used to, they know about the experience of zigging, zagging, and going where to do it. It's as much about strategy, isn't it, as anything else, because they've all got pretty much the same equipment, certainly got the same stations.
Yeah, I think the organizing committee from talking to some of the team members as they came in last night, I think that an excellent job has been done with site selection. Over time, there have been some anomalies where some very, very strong competitors wound up at inferior sites. I think it's pretty much a level playing field this time, and kudos to the organizing committee for really doing their homework. The other thing that can sometimes happen, you could have a great site, you could have power line noise. I mean, one time in 1 year, we had an S9 plus 20 power line noise. We were out of the competition before it began. But in this particular case, most of the guys, when they came and say, how was your site? Pretty good. You have any line noise? No. One team said they had some noise on 80 meters. That may not be devastating because 80 meters is a band that you've got to be very, very wary about. You don't want to go there and come up with nothing, because you saw the rates here. The rates are enormous. 80 meters is not going to be a rate band.
There was nothing, in fact, earlier, wasn't it, when we looked at the band spread? Lee, when you brought that up.
It's still very early in the day for 80.
Yeah, but there was nothing at all.
But when we get to, say, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, it'll be a different case.
I mean, I can tell you from first-hand knowledge, because Norfolk, where a lot of the stations are, is where I happen to live, and the areas they've picked are, we're known, in fact, it's almost a joke that we are very, very flat in Norfolk. If you see anything over a metre high, you know, it's we consider that a hill. So it is pretty flat, and you talked about a level playing field, but I mean, literally, it probably is as bad as flat as I can think of it anywhere in Britain, really, and that's going to help, isn't it?
Yeah, it looked like a level playing field. Now you notice number 2 guys, just a little comment about them. I know them both very well. Tom, W2SC, is also well known as 8 Peter 5 Alpha. Now in CQ Worldwide, anywhere from zones 1 through 8 are 2-point country. You have to be in northern South America to be a 3-point country. The interesting thing about W2SC, he has repeatedly won CQ Worldwide global champion from 2-point country, which is a Herculean task. His partner, K5ZD, was with me for the first time in Slovenia. These 2 guys are world champions. I'm not at all surprised to see where they are right now. However, in the last competition, it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was following 2006 champion VE3EJ. He had been around number 6 or number 7 until 4 in the morning on Sunday, and then all of a sudden he did something right. He jumped to position number 3. So,
was it that sudden, Jeff? Yeah, I mean, it really was something different that he did.
Well, they may have hit the sweet spot and gone to the right band, and they might have got a flock of multipliers right then. I thought he was going to make a move, but in the next hour he dropped back to 6. And then eventually I think he finished in the top 10, but didn't quite rise to the occasion.
You know, it is all to play for still, isn't it? Very clearly. And it'll be interesting to see how this changes now. I'm just looking at the top numbers of QSOs there. I think 521 is the highest. Oh no, maybe about 584 possibly.
So, yeah.
Down there?
I think it's 384. Yeah, I think
384.
521.
521. Yeah, that is.
So yeah, more contacts, but maybe slightly few multipliers. It was that balance there.
And just an hour and 12 minutes in, a reminder as well. Maybe to some of you contesting guys, it's been lots of time. Maybe this isn't unusual figures, but to me these are very high.
Yeah. And but yeah, as Jeff said, yeah, it's great to see
Now,
Yuri and Jarek back at the top there. And again, one of the points I was going to mention about the preparation is that Yuri and Jarek travelled over to the UK last year to operate in this contest, the IARU. So for the
as
second
a kind
weekend,
of test, like a rehearsal.
as a test.
Yeah.
So trying to replicate the conditions exactly, so they get a feel for the propagation and what to expect when. So yeah, that's certainly paying off along with their experience.
I mean, right now, I'm looking at E77DX. Last year in CQ Worldwide, he set the world record from Echo Fox 8 radio, about 27 million points. So, I mean, this leaderboard is filled with, you know, some of absolute global champions at the moment.
It's incredible.
But if you make a wrong move and you wind up being on 10 meters when the rate is going to be 100 or 200 an hour on 15, it's just so dynamic. And the other thing here is there's a tremendous temptation to point toward the United States or North America, but you also have to consider being strong coverage off the back into Europe. So it is an enormously complicated and dynamic event. At this point in the game, anything could happen. It probably will.
It's a good way. Can you stay with us a little bit longer?
I'm sorry?
Can you stay with us a little bit longer?
Sure.
Good, okay, because we're now going to look back at one of the most important things really that happened during the week. Is one of the biggest closely guarded secrets with the actual call signs. And if we look back now to Thursday evening when Andy G4PIQ revealed the set of special call signs issued by Ofcom for the WRTC stations.
We once again have Ofcom, again, thanks to the RSGB for negotiating this, thanks to Steve for doing a huge amount of work in getting this negotiated. We have a set of unique call signs for WRTC, and I have the honour of doing the big reveal. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh. Here we go. So the calls are Mike Bravo, 1 number, not 2 numbers, not 3 numbers, not even 4 numbers, and 1 letter. And we've done the analysis. Unless my spreadsheet was wrong, all of these should be within about 2 bits of each other in terms of CW length. All should be within 1 syllable on SSB. So we hope these are as equivalent as possible, and we've taken out at the last minute, we took out Mike Bravo 4 kilo because we thought that was awfully close to Mike Delta 4 kilo. So we have tried to give some thought to all of that.
So there we are. That was the magic reveal. If you have recently joined us, we're coming to you live from the headquarters of WRTC 2026. This is at Why Boston Lakes Resort in Bedfordshire, very close to Norfolk and Cambridgeshire, about 30 or 40 miles, because they obviously spaced out from the 50 stations that are in around here. And with me now is still Lee and Jeff, who are going to be talking about their experiences of WRTC. And of course, Lee, I should say and remind everybody, is head of rules, really. Yes. So a lot of the rules that we both the ones that you've adopted and the ones that you've slightly changed as well and brought up to date for that. I mean, we talked about this yesterday on the live stream.
Yes, as a reminder. So that as this is now the 10th WRTC, so I think it's the model, the expectations are fairly set in stone. So we're not going to change too many things. There's a certain understanding of what WRTC should be about, and then the organisers from each WRTC. Then are invited to join the WRTC sanctioning committee that oversee the wider event and the growth and look after the hosting rights for future events. So ultimately any changes that we make or the rules that we set are signed off and approved by them.
Yeah, good. Well, okay. Now, a little while ago, we showed you the opening of the envelope with suitably blurred bits of there, of course. But let's now have a look at what our media team who are out there, there's 3 people out there taking film for us and sending them back to us. And we're going to look at the actual start of the contest. This is what it looked like in one of the tents.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, go.
There we are. Okay, there we are. Jeff and Lee are still with me, of course, and we're talking about this. Again, reminder, Jeff, you've been in 6 of these WRTCs. Tell us about some of the other ones that you've been involved with over the years. You told us about, I think, 3 of them now.
Well, it was Slovenia, Helsinki, Brazil, which was fabulous, Moscow in 2010, the USA near Boston in 2014, and the last one that I competed in was 2018 in Germany. But I just turned 80 yesterday, so I'm getting a little long in the tooth. I still love contesting, but to be perfectly candid, I'm probably not quite where these guys are now.
Well, congratulations on your 80th.
Yeah.
I can't give you a card or a cake because I didn't know about it until now, but anyway, thank you for joining us on your 80th birthday day. Let's have another look at the scoreboard, I think, now, see what you both think about that and talk over it, talk to our viewers at home, see what you're thinking. Maybe we could look at some of the statistics. Lee, to have a look at what we looked at earlier on.
So just as we jump away from there, so the leading stations now several above 500 QSOs. So one station. So the Africa 1 team have now got greater than 100 multipliers. So the score is still building. And then looking at the statistics panel. There we go with the horse race. So we can see some changing places. Or NA1 Team 1 are just edging it out at the moment, but literally it's just say 300 points. So it's a couple of QSOs or less than a multiplier separating them probably at this stage. And now as we go down and we're into the second hour, we've then got the charts that are starting to build up. So we can see then, if anyone is coming up through the places or falling away. So we'll keep a good track of that as it goes forward.
I've got to say, this technology to me is fantastic to show this. I don't think this has ever been done for any other, has it?
So, I think way back, as I was a referee at WRTC 2002 in Helsinki, and I think that was the first time there was an element of a live scoreboard. But literally back in the early days, all of the referees were issued with a GSM mobile phone. And we had to report just on the hour. So there was just once an hour reporting of please send a text message in, and that went onto a website. But for its time in the day, that was revolutionary to see live scoreboards.
Yes.
It was only been in more recent years that it's been available via the internet with several solutions. But there was a very good scoreboard for WRTC 2022. In Italy. We should give lots of credit to those guys, and I think for all the WRTC in between, there's been some form of live scoreboard. But I think what we're trying to do with the vision of when Mark M0DXR and James from N0WRL from World Radio League got together with a vision for increasing the analytics and the visualizations, so that people around the world, so that even non-radio amateurs and non-contesters can get a feel for the event and make it more like an esports event or a regular sports. And then we're very happy that we've got people like Jeff that can come along, share their experience and memories of earlier WRTC, so that we get a feeling for what the competitors are going through and what decisions are going through their minds right now in the tents.
Because you may have missed earlier, there was a video we played with James being interviewed by Dominic, and we were looking at the technology, and there's a Raspberry Pi, essentially a computer system in each tent sending back the live messages, and then James's website and all of the server and everything, and together are putting together these live stats.
Well, 2002 was revolutionary, but this is Star Wars compared to that.
I was going to say, but I mean, that's technology in some ways, isn't it? And I mean, this is coming from Britain, and the Raspberry Pi does come from Britain. The Raspberry Pi Foundation is based in Cambridge. So I guess if any country could do this, kind of the technology with that side of it, plus James, of course, with his wonderful software and website and web server technology, it is wonderful to be able to just sit and commentate and look at this, because when we talked about this event, over the last, say, 6 months or so, and what we were going to do, live commentary, and I was thinking, we're going to be sitting 30 or 40 miles away from these stations, and we're going to they want us to do a live 24-hour live stream.
What can we talk about?
What are we going to talk about? But I get it now. Probably for the first time, if I'm honest, because we've done run-throughs, but they're all dry without any real data.
So it's fantastic.
But to be able to see this stuff and to be able to share it with everybody at home as well.
So we can see here that 20 meters to Europe. That's still the most favoured combination.
Is that what you'd expect, Jeff, as well? 20 meters at this sort of time?
20 meters will definitely be the money band, but as soon as it starts to get dark, there's going to be a focus on both 20 and 40. There'll be a de-emphasis on 80, because to go there is a strategic mistake. And if 10 meters is not open and you try and chase multipliers, that's also a mistake. So how you dynamically manage it, I mean, it is an absolute moving target. And the team that somehow just zigs and zags at the right time can, either make a tragic mistake or it can have a master stroke. And that's what makes it a real challenge. But I'm not too surprised to see that two teams are sort of breaking away. The interesting thing as you go through this with others who sit here in my chair, see whether or not those two teams continue to pull away or whether others start to make a move. And that'll be very, very interesting as you pursue this over the next 23 hours. It's fascinating to
if
watch.
we can, we'll have you back in 22, 23 hours time and see what you think of these scores.
Sure.
As well,
I'm here.
I mean, the wonderful thing is that we can all keep an eye on them with our mobile phones as well, of course.
I'm a spectator, so
Yeah.
I'm around.
Well,
if I can help you in any way, I'd be happy to come back.
Be wonderful. Thanks very much. Well, as I said earlier, there are 50 competitors, 50 stations, and we invited all of them to send us a video postcard, and we've got one to share with you now. This one's from Team AS number 3. That says Champ E21EIC and Dale BA4TB. Well, Lee has mentioned the vital role that referees play. We spoke to Tyne, S50A, Tine, sorry, I should have pronounced that differently, referee, who has been in every WRTC and was on the organising committee of WRTC 2000 in Slovenia. This year, he's returning as a referee.
I know nothing about being a referee and WRTC, so just tell me now, what does it involve?
Well, you have to stay awake for 24 hours. Watch what they're doing. You have to watch that the power meter is not, they don't overdrive they may use only 100 watts. So. And then see that they stick to the rules. It's usually no problem because everybody, it's the same environment for everybody. And it's fun watching the best of the best, see how they work. You'll learn something as well. So it's fun. It's nice to do, and it's easy. You don't have to bring much stuff. Just my switch box, headphones, and a couple of cables. So it's relaxed. I do contesting myself, and then 24 hours is no problem. Okay. You stay awake, so I can do that.
Okay, and how about you? How do you feel about it? Is it going to be a challenge to stay awake for 24 hours?
Yes, probably more than be a competitor, because when you're a competitor, you are more concentrated, you have a lot of things to do, you listen to radio, transmit, you talk, so you are very active. And I had this experience as a competitor back in 2023 in Italy. I was a competitor, it was no problem to stay awake at 24 hours. Now, on the other side, you are less in tension, you are more relaxed, so maybe fighting sleep will be harder, but okay, I guess.
You can manage.
I can do it.
You can do it.
We can do it.
No worries.
First experience for me as a referee, but I'm happy to do it.
Have you been a referee before?
Yeah, this is my 4th time. The first time was in 2014 in Boston, and then in Germany in 2018, and the last time in 2023 in Italy I was a referee as well, because I'm from Holland, and from Holland it's harder to qualify because we're in the same pool of countries as France and Belgium. They're more southern, so they have better propagation and larger teams so it's very hard to compete. But I make it as a referee, and it's fun. You meet all the people, you work all the time, and that's one of the most attractive things from this. You get to talk face to face, the guys. Maybe you talk to someone for years, and now you met them over here. So that's also always a nice surprise.
Yeah, in contesting, as I said before, it's a different story. I'm active since 1990. I take my license. Since then, my preferred activity as a radio amateur is making contests. I work both on telegraphy and phone. and this is one of the reasons why I've been selected, because referee needs to know very well both CW and how it's a QSO on SSB. So and also you have to be familiar with SO2R, which means listen at the same time to 2 radios on 2 bands, to 2 transmissions, and be able to listen, transmit on one, listen, transmit on the other one. So you have you need a certain skill to be selected as a referee. Unfortunately, I couldn't qualify as a competitor. I went second on the ranking, so I applied for to be a referee, and okay, I'm here.
Hi, welcome back. I'm sorry, that wasn't actually, if some of you may know, that wasn't Tina, in fact. That was a different video. That was a different referee. That was with Gert, PA3, AAV, and Paolo, IK3, QAR, but we will be seeing that interview with Tina later on. We'll appreciate this is a live situation for us, and as well as all these pre-recordings that we've done, there's of course lots of other videos that are coming in. We're using satellite data to get video live from the sites, and we'll be bringing them to you as soon as we can. Jeff and Lee are still with me. Let's have a look at the scoreboard again, just see how things are. Are they any more stable, or has anything changed?
So we've still got the WRTC 2022 champions in first place. So it's still relatively close yet for the top 3 or 4. And yep, still the same call signs that we were spotting earlier on, so beginning to become established. So as Jeff has said, yeah, Randy and Tom doing a great job in second, and yeah, from Germany, yeah, Manfred and Uli in third place for Europe Team 1, also doing very well indeed. So.
Well, I know that the leaders are very important, but maybe can we have a look further down? We should give recognition to all those other teams who may be just sort of getting up and running. As we've seen, it's anybody's game. So maybe you, Jeff or Lee, you've got any thoughts about some of those other teams, people you may know? Maybe surprising results or not? Or QSOs so far? We're still talking about high numbers of QSOs, aren't we, actually? If you look at
VE3EJ is still in the game, although he's down a bit.
So we've got previous winners, Dan N6MJ and Chris KL9A, currently in 14th. But still made over 400 QSOs. So we'll see how they do, or if they all rise later. And also, a very strong contester, Felipe CT1ILT, currently in 18th. So we'll see how things change later on as well. And I was also then, just scrolling down and looking for our team representing Europe 8, which represents the British Isles and the UK. So Martin GW4XUM and John G4IRN in 20th. So I think they'll still be pleased with that, although obviously everyone wants to climb higher.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting, I know we keep saying it, but it's not the number of QSOs either that matters. I mean, they've made 517. The team above them has only made 494, but it's all about the points, isn't it?
Yes, and that constant moving between the bands, finding the DX, the longer distance QSOs that are worth more points, and then making sure that you work those multipliers that are there, especially if they're on bands where there may only be small and fleeting band openings, and don't miss a chance. So some people may say that these top contesters are psychic. How did you know, or how did you manage to work these particular countries? And well, I never heard that once. So it's having sometimes an extra sense and a feel for the band, and when to be in the right place at the right time.
And dare I ask, is there also an element of luck in some of this? I know there's strategy and experience and everything, but there must be some luck, surely. What do you think, Jeff?
What do you think, Jeff?
Well, one of the things that I would assume the top 5 teams right now, all of them are, both transmitters are on CW, and it'll be likely to stay that way probably for several more hours. People don't want to venture onto phone, even though you would think you could go faster. Having done this so many times, there are less people available to work on phone than there are on CW, and particularly in the nighttime with 100 watts, 80 meters is really difficult. That's something you want to stay away from. On 40 meters, 100 watts will be reasonably successful. But if you make the mistake to go to phone on 40 meters when you're trying to go for the gusto, that's also a losing strategy.
Well, we can see here as well, Jeff, look, we've got statistics now up here, all available on the World Radio League website, and you can see in the bottom left there, we've got the CW modes.
So it's like 85% are still on CW.
Yeah.
So
following what Jeff's saying, really, based on that experience, to keep it on that, whereas we've only got, 1,400 or 1,600
so I think
on SSB.
It'll change, it'll creep up, but yeah, I think for those first hours when it's good to have several hundred QSOs in the log quickly, and you can feel confident about that. Everyone will have previous results and logs to compare to, and they'll want to make sure that they're keeping up with their expectations and their plans. But it was just interesting, if we look up then at the top continents, there have been a small number have reached in Oceania, so that'll be some teams that have worked some different rare DX multipliers that the majority of the pack haven't yet reached. And it's interesting that there's a small number of QSOs already on 40 meters. As the other challenge is that if band conditions aren't that good, and there are, say, the two team members and the two transmitters going at once, if someone has picked the prime band, say 20 meters, and then if 15 and 10 may be looking iffy, then the other person in the team is then trying to find what's the next best band I can be on to maximise the score. And maybe it was time to dip into 40 meters, as say for where we are in Western Europe. There's always activity, there's always contacts to be made on 40. But you don't want to go there too early, and likewise you don't want to leave it too late. So
yeah, I think one transmitter will be on 20 meters between now and early evening, maybe even till midnight. And then the other team member will be trying to optimize whatever he can do on any other band. And that's also part of the magic of doing this. And so they'll probably be both on CW for quite some time. Eventually a second transmitter will probably start drifting off and see what can be picked up on phone. But the rate is going to be on CW. And the smart teams are going to play the game that way.
Yeah, that's great stuff. And then we'll see certainly as we get into overnight and it gets to midnight and then 2 a.m. Is 20 meters going to stay open, and how late will it stay open? And that'll then lead to some interesting strategic decisions as well.
Well, most of the competitors actually arrived here on Wednesday here in the UK, and we sent Dom into the bar in the evening to catch up with some of them.
So, which team are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Poland. I'm from Gascoigne RQ with my teammate SP5Y.
We're from Croatia, but we are a 9A1P team. He's 96KX and I'm 9A1UN.
I am the teammate of NA8V, who is from Michigan.
We're from region Europe 1, which is I'm from Estonia, and my teammate is from Latvia.
Yes, that's true.
Asia number 2.
We are Europe 3, number 1.
Hello, I'm Luca, K2 PFL, team lead for the EU5 team.
I'm Stefan, IK2 JUB, EU5.
So you're from EU2 Team 2. Is it your first WRTC?
No, in fact it's my 5th.
It's first time in England, but I've been to quite a few WRTCs already. I think this is the 5th one actually now.
No, I think this is my 9th actually. I've done this a little bit.
That must be almost all of them then.
I missed the first one on the West Coast in the US, but the first one was 1996. I have to admit that never been any WRTC yet, but having these faces and these legends actually, I just saw M5TJ and all the others. So,
is it your first time here in Britain?
No, I visited London several times, and even Ireland and other places before.
First time in the UK.
The first time in England, and we hope we will have fun here.
Yeah, I'm first time in Britain, I'm first time in London, and I'm first time in WRTC.
Actually, we are all regulars, so actually 6th time or 7th time, and actually I worked in for almost a year.
Yeah, that's actually my first time ever being in the UK.
In Britain, no, the second time.
Actually, I've been to Heathrow Airport probably 50 times in my life, but only second time visiting the country. Last time it was a year ago when we came on training.
And what's your first impressions like?
Lovely weather, like bang on, bang on. No, other than that, I like the. When we drove here, the first thing I was looking at the buildings, because you see, back in Estonia we used to have those British TV series, and you were looking at the houses, and it's exactly like on those TV shows.
I've been in London first time when I was 13. It was July, pretty much this period. So 40 years ago, I suffered the cold a lot. So I expected a cold weather, not like that.
Talking of the heat, you're going to be in the tents competing for 24 hours. Do you have a plan for dealing with it?
We're thinking how we're going to deal with it, but we know that the night is always pretty cold. So that's the problem, how you can combine that heat in the morning or in the midday with cold night. This is the big question. We're still working on it.
Have you done anything to sort of get to know each other, to practice contesting together?
Yeah, of course. We met 2 times for WRTC practice, and we made also some contesting together. For example, at KC1XX during CQ World Ride CW last year and the year before.
Well, we've told a lot of stories. We've talked a lot on Zoom. Short answer, no.
Not really, because we already done several contests together, and we operate in a simple way, just by feeling and looking in the eyes, and that is enough.
Have you done any particular sort of practice, any preparations?
Actually, I gave up more or less the last 6 months fixing, amending the station, having new developments there, and having really extensive analysis on the top 10 guys from Italy, seeing the Golf Bravo 5 and 9 Whiskey radios from previous WRTC, the test sites which happened. Yes, we invested a lot.
Both me and my teammate, we prefer doing the things prima vista. Just get up there and take it the way it comes with you, and then just deal with it.
You have to be honest, not really, but okay, we have some plan.
We pack the bags.
We pack the bags, we put everything inside. We hope that it's still everything inside, it's not broken, and that's it.
And what are you looking forward to most this weekend? Is it the competition? Is it the social side? What are you looking forward to?
Actually, both. So socialization is the best of WRTC. You have all the best competitors from the world, and nice to see all friends.
For me, the same. The socialization is very important, and also the competition, of course.
And it's good to see familiar faces, but also putting faces on celebrities too, because we've seen those call signs everywhere on the air.
A little bit competitive side, but I think that here we have a lot of better operation. So our motto is that we are there for fun, not for win.
We are competitive.
It's just fun to be here. It's not all necessarily thinking that you're going to win top spot. It's just to be with such great people under one roof here. That's the excitement of the thing.
Well, Jeff and Lee are still with us, and we're going to now take a final look at the scoreboard before they leave, and I'm going to have a little bit of a break as well very shortly. But let's go back to that scoreboard and have a look at where we are. Jeff, you were saying something during that VT about where everything is at the moment, but what you suspect might happen soon.
Well, as I look at the top scores, I see N2NT team at number 5, and the observation I would make is he's got 2 bronze finishes in WRTC, which says there's an awful lot of experience on that team. His partner, though, he's never partnered with before. His partner's from Puerto Rico, an excellent contester, so this is a little bit new for N2NT. Different combination, but still pretty solid performer.
Those figures, they still get me. QSO's there. So what's the most that we can see there? 674. I know that is only part of the story. It's not the points, but 674 QSOs, and we're 1 hour and 43 in. Lee, is this how you expect it to look at this time?
It's looking good so far. So I think as we went into it, I think we were concerned if the 10 metres and 15 metres might be completely closed. You might have one station on 20 as the money band, as Jeff said, and then the second station might even just be needing to resort just to 40 metres, which might be very slow into Europe at this time. But it's great that we've got extra conditions on 15 and 10, which means there's extra multipliers, and it's keeping the rate very high. So that was the part of it as well, and certainly a lot of the competitors were very keen that we maximise the publicity for WRTC and remind the world that the competition was on.
Give us some points.
Please come on and work the stations and make it exciting. And so far, yes, it appears that the conditions are allowing that, and the public are there in droves. So
and it is uncertain. As I mentioned earlier, earlier in the week, our first live stream on Wednesday, we had Jim Bacon, G3YLA, giving us a weather forecast, and then 2 days later, yesterday, Steve G0KYA, of course, is the chair of the RSGB Propagation Studies Committee, was giving us his prediction for the propagation, which is the all-important factor really with this. But he said it was quite difficult to call, even though our weather pattern in this country at the moment is very stable. It's just very hot and dry, as we know. So it's interesting to see how this is playing out, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. Yep.
Okay, well, look, I want to thank you both for joining us for quite a while now, and I hope this isn't the last time that you'll be on this couch giving us some feedback, and it'll be interesting to see what it's like when you next join us. But for now, Jeff K1ZM and Lee G0MTN, thank you both very much for joining.
Thank you for having me, and be interested to see how this plays out.
It will. When it will do come back and
all right,
see
guys.
us.
Take care.
And happy birthday, Jeff.
Just stay there for a moment, Jeff, because as I mentioned earlier as well, at something like this event, and although lots of people will pay our way into this, but it does cost an awful lot of money to put together, and that means we need sponsorship. And one of our sponsors is Moonraker. Let's have a look at their video.
So at Moonraker, we offer all the major brands from around the world, from Yaesu, Icom, Kenwood, AOR, Daiwa, and we are the sole importer of many of these brands. We have over 6,000 products, most of them in stock at any one time, and here at the showroom we offer all the products on display and also demonstration facilities for people who want to come and use or try out a new radio. So along with all the major brands, we offer our own branded range of Moonraker products, which are mainly based around antennas and accessories. So if you're into wanting to listen to the aircraft, we do scanning antennas for that. If you're trying to put out a long wire for HF transmission, then we offer antennas for that. And we've built up quite a big portfolio of our own branded products. So here at Moonraker, we have 3 warehouses. One we use for the showroom and office space for the sales and accounts staff. We have logistics across the road for our mail order parcels, which is anything up to 1,500 parcels a week. And then we have an off-site warehouse where we do our large imports, where container loads of products are coming from the Far East, Taiwan, or our European suppliers. So the showroom's open Monday to Friday 9 till 5:30. Any one of our specialist staff can help you with any inquiry you have, if it's simple as a PL259 on a piece of cable or a new HF radio complete setup. We'd love to welcome you down here soon at the Moonraker showroom here in Woburn Sands.
Welcome back to the live studio here at WRTC headquarters at Boston Lakes Resort in Bedfordshire, only about 30 or 40 miles from where all of those stations are now. 1 hour 47 into the contest. I can't believe it's here. I'm really more excited now than I have been at any point as well, because it is all changing, and to have Jeff there and Lee with us to explain what those scores really mean is very helpful. I hope you're enjoying it at home. Don't forget to ask any questions on either on the live chat on the YouTube, or you can send us an email to media WRTC2026@gmail.com. Now, as I mentioned earlier as well, we do have a special event station here. It's not a contest station. I think I've seen a couple of comments on the live stream that maybe people think, have they got computers and things in there? It's just a radio station that we put on here at the headquarters. So let's go now over to GB26 WRTC and have a look at what they're working. Well, welcome back to the live stream studio here at the WRTC headquarters at White Boston in Bedfordshire. It's about 30 or 40 miles away from the stations because, of course, they're spread out over quite a long way, mostly in Norfolk and Suffolk, just the next counties along. It's lovely that you can join us, and we hope you'll stay with us. We are here for the full 24-hour contest. We're 2 hours, and 11 minutes in, but we'll be here right till the end, and another 30 minutes on top of that. And I think we've got a privilege here because unlike those contests are going to be going for the full 24 hours, I've just had a little break and something to drink and something to eat and everything, and they can't do that, of course, really. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you for staying with us. I've now got two guests with me who are absolutely no strangers to WRTC and indeed the whole world of amateur radio. I've got Rusty W6OAT and Dave K1ZZ. Hello, both of you. Thank you for joining us on the live stream.
Thank you.
Good to meet you both. So first, let's tell the story then, Rusty. I know you're you're both very well known in the amateur radio communities, but we've got all sorts of people watching this. So tell us what your experience is, particularly both in amateur radio and particularly with WRTC.
Well, I can start with WRTC. This is my 10th one, so I've actually attended all of them, but never as a competitor, interestingly enough.
Oh, really?
I got involved first when Danny K7SS got the idea of doing WRTC in this was actually 1988.
Right, that's when you first thought about it, was it?
Right, and I was asked to write the rules and be chief judge for the first event. So
that was 1990, wasn't it?
That was 1990.
Yeah. Wow.
And then was part of the organizing committee for 1996 when we did the second one. Then for the next 6 years, I was a referee, or the next 6 events, and then for the last 2, I've been on the judging committee.
And what are you on this one? Are you anything?
I'm one of the judges.
Oh, you are one of the judges. Oh,
I was chief judge last year and chief judge for the first one. This time N6AA is taking over as the chief judge for this one, so I get to just be on the committee.
Well, that's good though. But I mean, so you must have a real love for this.
You've
been with it
yes.
for what, 36 years then? With the first one, 1990, and
right.
Here we are in 2026. So you must have seen a lot of changes in many different ways.
Oh yes.
I mean, the technology that people use for a start, the radios themselves.
The whole radios, the concepts. I'm laughing because on the first one, we would not allow the competitors to use computers because computers had just started becoming available to the public,
Yeah,
and
I
we
guess,
were
yeah, of course
we
they
were
were, yeah.
afraid that many of the international teams would have had no experience using computers, and it would give an advantage to the few who had. So we forbid the competitors from using computer logging. Instead, they did paper logging, handed the paper back to a volunteer sitting behind them who then typed it into the computer. So we
wow.
could do log checking by a computer.
So you did use computers, but not the competitors.
Right.
Yeah.
We needed the computerized logs for log checking. And
do you remember, because I'm a bit of a computer geek and I like that, think back to the 80s when I started my computer business. So what sort of computers were they using? Were they sort of home computers then? Were they Tandy, CRS-8s,
they
or
were
just
some of the early
IBMs,
model IBM.
IBM PCs type stuff?
Yes,
yeah.
right.
Right, wonderful. And what about the radios themselves? Can you remember what
they
were?
They were ICOM.
Well, they were ICOM throughout?
In 1990 they were, yes, because first of all, ICOM was located in Seattle, which is where the first WRTC was.
Okay.
And they graciously supplied 2 radios. One was for transmitting and receiving, the other one was receive only, because in that WRTC it was essentially a multi-one. They could only have one transmitted signal. And so that was how that was, but they supplied the radios for us for that.
Wonderful, right. Well, I'm going to bring in Dave now, K1ZZ. Dave, we've met before. Of course, you had, as well as being involved with the WRTC, you had a very long career with the AARL, which is the equivalent of the Radio Society of Great Britain in America.
Yes, that's right. I had a great time at the Norfolk Amateur Radio Club.
Oh, you remember coming to see us? That's really
absolutely.
great. Yeah, I think we were talking then about the Norwich, both in Connecticut and also the Norwich where we're based.
Yes, I was born in Norwich, Connecticut.
Yeah, that's right. I remember there was a connection there.
It's on the Thames River.
Yeah.
And I apologize.
No, that's all right. That's all right. So tell us then about your career with the ARRL. I mean, that's a long career, wasn't it?
Well, I started in amateur radio, of course, at an early age, just as Rusty and so many of us did at the time. My first job at ARRL headquarters was actually a summer job, checking contest logs, paper contest logs.
Oh, right, yes.
In 1968, it was my first summer home from college, and in '72, a full-time position opened up at headquarters. And I was persuaded to take that.
And what was that doing there?
Well, the title was assistant secretary, and it was basically doing correspondence. Everything, if a member had a question about regulations, for example, they would write a letter. And
there was no email then, I guess, or at least not.
There was no mail, and telephones were expensive.
Yeah.
So rather than telephone, they would write a letter, and we would get these letters, and I would type out a draft reply, and then a long-suffering secretary would type it out and put a stamp on it, and off it would go. That was.
So that's how you started with them.
Yes,
but you worked your way through.
I'll try to keep it.
That's okay. We've got plenty of time. We've got 22 hours, so it's fine.
I had the great fortune of becoming involved in the preparations for the World Administrative Radio Conference that occurred in 1979, which was, as it turned out, an outstanding success for amateur radio. That's where we got the new bands at 10, 18, and 24 megahertz. We got improvements on top band on 160 meters and 80 meters, and laid the groundwork for what eventually became the improvement on 40 meters. And
that was, it doubled the band, didn't it? The 40 meters, from 7.1 to 7.2.
Yes, exactly.
That was a huge change.
It was the first time in history that the HF Broadcasting Service had ever lost an allocation.
Right.
So we're probably inordinately proud of that.
I remember it happening because I remember having a radio at the time that didn't go past 7.1. It wouldn't transmit past 7.1. So. But what a wonderful experience, wonderful thing that was.
Yeah, so in 2003 we were able to make that. So that became a large part of my career with ARRL. I became general manager in 1982, and for the next 34 years I was the manager of the headquarters.
34 years, general manager, yeah.
I retired in 2016. I've been retired now for 10 years.
but you're still clearly involved. Do you get involved with the ARRL as well as things like the WRTC?
Not with ARRL anymore, except as a volunteer QSL sorter.
So still got you.
But I am active with the International Amateur Radio Union.
Right.
I served as secretary of IARU for about half of my career, and have always been involved ever since 1972 in the international side, which is really my great love.
And it is so important. Not every radio amateur is a member of an organisation like the RSGB or ARRL, but they are so important because they're the ones that fight on our behalf for those bands to keep the bands as well. You know, so many threats still. I mean, let's face it, we've never been in a more wireless world than we are now in terms of connectivity with all our devices that we have. So we really, you feel we really have to fight to keep those bands, to keep our hobby as it is?
Well, we have to fight in two ways. One is for the access to the spectrum, but the other is for the useful access to the spectrum. One of the problems that all of the national societies are working with right now is the noise from man-made devices. We've encountered that here at the conference center with the local station, and that if we're able to transmit, that's fine. But if we can't hear anything, that's going to.
It's hard, yeah. I must admit, I was sort of breathing as an amateur sigh of relief when I heard that internet was going to go from cable, ADSL and VDSL, to fibre, and I thought, well, that'll be the end of the QRM. But of course, now we have battery charging, we have solar panels on many buildings, and the inverters from those, and so the challenges are still there, and they're probably going to continue, aren't they? In it.
Oh, there's no end to it, and so that's why we need strong national societies. That's why we need every radio amateur to support their national society.
I agree, absolutely. Well, you're both here at WRTC headquarters to be part of WRTC, so we better start talking about that as well as everything else in amateur radio. We've had Lee and Jeff on earlier talking about the leaderboard there. I don't know if you can see the screen. I know it's quite small, relatively speaking, but maybe this is a good time to have a catch up on the scoreboard because we haven't looked at that for some time on here. So here we go. Now this is.
Well, first of all, they've just changed places.
They do change.
Yeah, the African team has now stepped into first place.
Yeah, and it was the WRTC 2022 champions before, wasn't it?
Right. Yes.
So it really is changing, and I'm surprised, or at least maybe but through ignorance, that I was surprised it's changed so much just in these first 2 hours 22 minutes. But it is really constant changing situation.
I think probably what you're seeing a lot of is they're shifting some band. I'm sure they're keeping a transmitter on 20 meters, but the other one has probably been bouncing between 10 and 15, and they're finding little pockets of multipliers that they had not yet worked. And my guess is it's such tiny writing, I have trouble reading
it is very
but my guess is the number of contacts is fairly close, and just a couple of multipliers will change scores more significantly than a couple of contacts.
I mean, I could tell you what they are really small, I must admit, to see on this. I mean, the most contacts at the moment, in fact, the top two at the moment on the leaderboard, they have got the same number of contacts at 869, but it's all about the points, of course, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, there's another useful thing. This is the worldradioleague.com website, and they've got some fantastic stuff happening live. We can talk about that in a little while because this is all coming in live via a Raspberry Pi computer system in each one to give us these statistics. Now, if I go to statistics here, this really tells a lovely, colourful story. So if we have a look at that, we can see that the team at the moment, North Africa, you said, I think that team was, 1NA, Team 1. I mean, they're just at the moment in the lead with 100,
up there,
with 102.4 thousand points, but just underneath them is 300 points less at 102.1k.
And Team Africa has now dropped down to position 6.
Oh yeah, I see. Just in that time we talked, I couldn't believe that. Yeah,
that's saying at 2:05 p.m.
Yeah. Well, that's the. So it's slightly behind, isn't it?
Okay.
That also, of course, is the UTC time here.
It's 20 minutes behind.
We're in the UK, so we're an hour ahead of that. So I guess for us that means 3:05 p.m. I know that this is on UTC time.
Okay.
That's why. I think if we look top left, top right there, we can have a see the real time
Yes,
look.
okay.
And it's 14:24 Zulu with a little Z there. You can just see. I'm just pointing this out for everybody at home as well. I don't want anybody to think that this is not live. We are live now, and it's right now in the UK. It's 15:24 and 29 seconds. That's British summertime, as we call it. The UK time, local time, which of course is an hour ahead of the UTC Zulu time at 14:24. But there we are. There's our the way things stand at the moment. But I want to look at as well at some of the lower people where they are now, because it's all right to look at the top ones, but as we've already seen, it changes so much. So let's go further down and see where those stations are, because to me they're not miles down really. Let's have a look. Position 10, NA again, NA12.
And that's a very strong team.
That's Philippe and Andrew, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, with N2, NT. And they're on 742 QSOs, which as we can see is significantly more than the team above them. But it's not about the QSOs, as Lee was taking us through earlier. It's about the points.
Yes.
And who they're working and what modes they're working on.
One of the reasons that these relative scoring changes so much at the beginning is because teams will follow different strategies.
Yes.
The problem with multipliers is that eventually you run out of them. The working multipliers late in the contest is much more difficult because every new multiplier that shows up is going to attract a lot of attention. And if you're running 100 watts to a relatively small antenna, you're not going to waste your time trying to get there. So one strategy is concentrate on multipliers early.
Which is what some of these probably are doing.
Yeah.
I mean, I can give you another bit. I'm not an expert around this, but I'm getting there though now, having seen Lee use it. Because if I now, that's the statistics, but if I go further down, we can have a look at what modes are being used. Look, so there's the bands. So the top band that's being used at the moment with 8,760 contacts is 20 meters.
That's perfectly to
which
be
is what you'd expect,
what I would have expected now.
So in 15 meters, we've got 7,110 contacts at the moment. So this is probably 10 minutes or so, maybe 20 minutes behind the scenes, just because of all those 50 computers have got to send all their information to James and his team, and they're updating it and then making this live. So it's as good as live, though.
There's another thing here too that it's now like almost 3:30 where we are. 15 and 10 for this contest are going to be daytime bands, would be my guess.
Yeah.
So that they are trying to squeeze everything out
Get
of
out
those bands that they can right
Yeah.
now before they go big. And there was even some question that 2 or 3 days before the start of this event, conditions were reported to be really poor on 10 and 15. It's possible that tomorrow they may not even be making any contacts on 10. So part of what I'm sure they're taking in as their strategies is
make the most of what's
can we
there
get
now.
as much as we can. Now, how much can we afford to stay, for instance, on 10 when the rate may be a little better on 15 or 20, but there may be no 10 meters at all tomorrow.
No, so make the most of it is what you're saying. Yeah. When we just look at 40 meters there on the right, only 90 QSOs.
Well, that will explode tonight.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, as it gets darker and stuff like that. Yeah. So
15 will.
We've got some modes and things here to look at. I'll tell you what, we're going to take another video for now, just to take a short break, and then we'll analyse these further. With all your experience, both of you, it'll be interesting to see what your take on of it is. Well, before we do, I think we've got a video going to come up now, but we've had a question first, which I'm going to take, and this is from at W0JW John 680 on the live chat, who said, what is the exchange for WRTC? Can you help us with that? What's the exchange?
Yeah, it's a signal report and your zone ITU zone number.
Okay.
We're in zone 27 here, so it'd be like something on CW would be like 59927, and on phone 5927.
Brilliant. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, our clever team on the media team, there's lots of people working on this, not just me and somebody else. There's 11 of us working on this, and they've made a short video on this. In fact, Rob M0VFC and Dom M0BLF from the team have made this short video to explain and help you make an SSB contact with the WRTC stations.
So if you've not had a play in WRTC before, or maybe not even had a contest contact before, we thought we'd give a quick example of how all of this is going to work, because it's a little different to the kind of QSOs you might normally make on air, and a little different to some of the other contests you might have operated in. So I guess the first thing is the exchange. So this is what you're going to give somebody who you're working on air, and that's nice and simple in this one, isn't it? It's just a signal report and a zone number.
Absolutely. So there's no serial number. So we're not doing 001, 002, anything like that. Purely the signal report, and that's always going to be 59, frankly. And then you're going to give your zone number. That's never going to change. You need to look up on the internet if you don't already know which your ITU zone is. Bear in mind it's different from your CQ zone, which applies in some other contests. This is the ITU zone. If you're here in Britain, if you're in France, if you're in Benelux, it's going to be 27.
Yep.
So all of the WRTC special event stations will be giving 27 in their exchange. If you go, say, to Germany, it's going to be 28, and some of those other areas of Central Europe, also 28. Crossing the pond to North America, to North America and to the United States more particularly, so the western seaboard, California, up into Washington State, that's all Zone 6.
Right.
We go a little bit further east, sort of into the middle of the country, Texas, that's all a Zone 7. And then go to the far east of the country, so sort of Florida, all the way up the eastern seaboard, that's going to be Zone 8.
Excellent stuff. So should we have a quick sort of example QSO? You can be one of the WRTC stations, obviously not a real call sign here. I'll be an American station, and let's see how a QSO might work.
Okay, absolutely. CQ contest, Mike Bravo 4 kilo, Mike Bravo 4 kilo contest.
Alpha Golf 6 Tango Lima.
Alpha Golf 6 Tango Lima 5927.
5906.
Thanks.
And that's all there is to it. No serial numbers, no other information, just signal report and your zone number.
Just about to go live. Welcome back to the live studio. Rusty and Dave are still with me to talk more about WRTC, and we were looking at the leaderboard and we were looking at the statistics as well at the time. So maybe we can go back and have a look at that again, the scoreboard as it here. This is the World Radio League as a reminder, and anybody here can you can have a look at this at home, worldradioleague.com. Look at all these stats. Now we were talking about the bands. Most of the activity is you were expecting Dave and Rusty on 20 and 15, a little bit on 10, not much on 40. Let's have a look at the modes, of course, because that does also paint a big picture there. And we've got CW there. That's 16,437 QSOs on CW Morse, but SSB only 1,600. Again, what you'd expect?
That doesn't surprise me at all, and I think it goes back to the fact that these are small stations running low power with relatively small antennas. You get through on code or CW much easier than you do on phone. And so they're trying to just go for rate right now to fill up the logbook, and it's so much easier and productive to be on code than it is phone. Ultimately, they will start making a lot more phone contacts because they will begin running out of people to work on CW that will not sustain the rate that they need.
Just because there aren't enough people at home
there's a
working to give them points.
Finite number of them,
really?
although it's a large number. But particularly as the bands start closing, they will lose 10 and 15 and find they've already worked most of the stations that are on 20 right now. This will be several hours into the contest.
One of the factors that is slightly different for WRTC than from the major contests is the major contests like CQ Worldwide, WPX, ARRL, Worked All Europe, they are 48-hour contests. So if you, in a 24-hour period, you only get one shot at conditions at a particular time of the 24-hour cycle. In a 2-day contest, if you mess up the first day, you have a chance to recover.
To recover, yeah.
But in this, you have no chance to recover. I would add one thing about SSB. I've been a judge 5 times for WRTC, starting in 2000. In 2014, the competition was in the Boston, Massachusetts area, and there was one team there that, and this is specifically allowed in the rules. They discovered that 15 and 10 meters were both open to Europe on Sunday morning. And so the 15-meter operator would say, work us on 28,383. And so they had, and since we were judges, we got to see this in the log, they had a lot of contacts.
And that was completely allowed to
Absolutely, that's allowed this year as well. There's a specific rule permitting it. So that's a strategy that can pay off. Actually, that team ended up number 3 in Boston, and I think. And
you were one of the judges.
Yes, and I think a good deal of their success was from that strategy. Phone can pay off, but it can all, because the contacts are weighted in favor of outside Europe. You get 5 points for working outside Europe, 2 points for working in Europe. Well, you can make lots and lots of contacts in Europe. And on phone, you can make lots and lots of contacts in Europe, but they're only 2 points.
Yeah.
So if you're running a 100 rate on working North America, and you're working 200 an hour into Europe, you're losing.
One thing I was interested in is that Rusty said, quite understandably, that at some point you'll run out of people who are doing CW, and we'll move over them. But to me, that would mean that the better strategy might be to work voice as much as you can at the beginning while the conditions are reasonable before you lose those bands, because you need a better signal, don't you, to understand SSB than you do with just CW.
Yes, and because, I'm not sure I would agree with your premise of needing more phone to begin with.
I'm just asking why, really.
You can't keep the rate.
No.
I mean, you're trying to get contacts that you may not be able to make later, but you can still make a lot more of them on phone, or on CW right now, where you may not get that shot later.
Okay. Well, let's have a look. And now I'm going to go to the other end of the leaderboard now, because let's look. We're getting towards the bottom of the table, and we keep having to stress this is, it makes it sound almost derogatory that they're at the bottom, but it's not. These people at the moment,
these are still phenomenal scores.
Absolutely, they are. We're looking at 660, that sort of number of QSOs, and we're 2 hours 40 nearly into this contest. So yeah, and we're just going up there. Let's give them all recognition. Anybody you recognise, Dave, from any of these stations?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Talk us through some of them.
Recognize essentially all of them. Okay.
Any that particularly stand out?
Yeah, AA3B, for example. I can't read the number on the left to see exactly where.
35.
35. Yeah. Okay, 35 out of 50. Bud regularly trounces me in a CW contest. There are 2 guys in this competition who, if they are in the same category I am in a CW contest, I will be 3rd. That's the best I can possibly hope
Almost
for.
a nemesis then, really.
And Bud is one of them. And his partner, John W2GD, is mostly operating from Aruba as Papa 40 Whiskey or Papa 44 Whiskey. And, John is phenomenal. They are both.
Another comment about John, just to interrupt you. He's one of the 4 people who have attended all 10 WRTCs, and he's been a competitor in most of them.
Most of them.
So he has a lot of competitive experience too.
Yeah. So if they continue to be in the number 35 position, there's something wrong with their.
So that was AA3B. Right. Because his name there is Joseph. That's what they've got on it.
He goes by the nickname Bud.
Oh, okay,
B-U-D.
yeah. I have heard Bud, but not Joseph, and that's why I was just double checking that I got that right. Okay.
Yeah.
Jolly good.
And they are both leading members of the Frankfurt Radio Club, which is the consistently most successful DX contest club in North America.
Wow.
With apologies to the NCCC.
Anybody else stand out for people you know well, maybe, or maybe any that you're surprised are not doing quite as well as they might be at this point, or not?
Can we take a look at the youth teams?
Yeah, well, I can't group them together, I think, but we
Well,
can
with
see.
recognition.
So here we are. There's one here. If I mark that, that's 31. That's U3.
Okay.
We've got
that's
Willow,
Max,
W7L,
and
WL.
Max,
Yeah, and Max.
N4ML.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're number what?
They're number 31 at the moment.
Okay. Well, they're ahead of Bud and.
Yeah, but I mean, as we keep saying, everything's to change. Let me have a look for another youth. So youth team here at 23. That's Keys.
Keys,
Yeah, W0AAE and
Connor.
Connor.
W4IPC.
Yeah, one of the
You know them well?
PVRC.
And youth one team is Alexei, RA9P, and also with Maxim,
Yeah.
R2 BFL.
Yeah,
So
Russian team.
they're doing really well. They're
Yeah.
number 20 at the moment, 929 QSOs.
Yeah. And this is the first WRTC for all of these youth team members, and there's just something to say. Having a 1 or 2 experience under your belt, you're more comfortable. These kids are doing fabulous.
Yeah.
Given it's the first shot.
And dare I say that some of them, well, all of them are probably going to be quite a lot younger than us three. So it means they might have a bit more energy to keep going for longer, because so far we're only 2 hours 40 into the contest. But of course, come tomorrow when we're 23 hours in, we'll be flagging a little bit, wouldn't we? But the youth. Maybe that's when youth will win over experience.
Well, that will be an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, can we look for the fourth team? Megan
Yeah, sure. Here we go. Youth one there. We've got one there. Let me just go back up, because it does change, and that's why it flips sometimes. When you see it move, that's because it's changed. So let's have a look.
Megan and Leon are.
Let me see if I can find them here. Everybody at home is looking at this as well. Let's have a look. See. So what are we looking for? Youth. Which one are we looking at? Do you know? Youth 4. Leon, here we go.
Yeah.
Youth 4 is here. That's DL30N, Leon, and Megan on EA5LA. Lovely to see a lady taking part as well. They're on 673 points, I think that says at the moment.
And the position is
47.
Okay. Well, they're not. Well, there are 48 teams reporting at this point, aren't there?
Yeah, actually, we've got a couple of technical problems with the bottom, and we don't want people to think we're missing them out. Here, this is not that they're not on the air. We're certain of that. It's just a technology problem, unfortunately, which is with their little computer system that's linking to this. Not surprising when you think about it.
No. Every time there's been a live scoreboard, there have been issues.
Yeah.
And the point is, I heard someone talking earlier, and they said, we kind of think we know what we need to do to get them back in, but at this point they're so busy making contacts that they don't want to have to pause it all for us to do what it takes to fix it up. They'll come back on eventually, probably, but then they will definitely move out of 49th and 50th places.
So please, any friends, family of those two teams in particular, do not worry. I've had it confirmed to me that both of them are very much on the air, but as Rusty's just explained, it's just a little bit of technology that links their scores to us. But it's still pretty amazing, isn't it, that you can do this with the technology now?
Oh yeah.
And I mean, the statistics, as I said, and if I click on that again, there's a wonderful button there with statistics that instantly, puts it up. It's still very, very close between those top two teams.
Well, that hasn't
number
changed.
of points.
That
but
hasn't
it's
been updated.
just 300, isn't it? 300 between them.
Well, that hasn't been updated since the last time.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yes.
Yeah. In fact, it's when you hit one of the other graphs just a minute ago, the leader board.
I'll just see if it's going to update now. I'm just going to let me just look at it. I'm just refreshing the screen actually. Okay. So yeah, it is still that close. So,
well, again, there's no new data.
No new data. I'll tell you what, we've talked about these youth teams, and as well as the 42 geographically selected teams, this year's WRTC features 4 youth teams who are all aged under 26. Now this video showcases some of the best upcoming contesters in the hobby. This short interview is with Leon, DL30ON, and Megan, EI5LA, who are from Youth Team 4. We are welcome back. If you have recently joined us, we're at the World Radio Sport Team Championship, coming to you live from the UK this year at White Boston Lakes Resort in Bedfordshire on the east coast of England. Lovely that you can join us. We'll be here for the full 24-hour contest. There we are, we're on 15:44, so that's what, 2 hours and 45 minutes just gone. And we'll be live with you all the time. And with me are Dave and Rusty still, just talking through their experience of, well, deep experience of obviously of amateur radio, particularly though with WRTC. I know it's very early days for you, but you know, you've been to all of them as well, you said, Rusty. You've been to a lot of them, I guess, Dave. 7 of them, yeah. So what has changed? I mean, the technology must have changed. We talked a little bit about the radios, and initially the first one was all ICOM radios, so it was completely the same. What do you feel about teams now being able to bring their own choice of radio, as long as they comply with certain things, in particular the power, of course, 100 watts?
I think that's the right way to do it, because first of all, these are the radios they're most familiar with, and yeah, they will do their best performances on radios that they are just totally comfortable with. Yeah, the WRTC 96 in San Francisco, the second one, some brought radios, some borrowed radios from the locals to get to there, and the experience was the borrowed radios did okay, but not like the guys and gals who already were really familiar with their own radios.
Dave, what do you think about about both the computers, the radios they're using, and also the rapid changes of technology that we're seeing?
Well, the most important innovation in WRTC, and it's one that has been passed on now to the amateur community at large, is the triplexer.
I heard that mentioned at the launch a few days ago.
Yes, this allows the tri-band antenna to be shared between the two radios, because there's filtering in the triplexer that allows one radio to be on 20 meters, the other radio to be on 15 meters simultaneously. And we just didn't have that when this all began. And it makes a huge difference in what you can accomplish.
Absolutely, and it is all wonderful what the technology, but at the end of the day, they're going to just have that 100 watts, aren't they? And even if they are familiar with the radio, as you've already explained, and everybody we've spoken to so far, the strategy is going to be so important to all of this. Plus a little bit of luck.
Yeah. Well, the other improvement is in the radios themselves. The transmitted signals are cleaner today than they were 30 years ago. The receivers are much more robust. So you can have two stations operating without any interference between the two of them, even sharing the same antenna.
Yeah.
And that would not have done that. That would not have happened 30 years ago.
Well, I was out filming it with some of the sites building on Saturday and also Tuesday on the way here, and we had a drone and everything. And to me, even though these are in very flat, wildish conditions in Norfolk, mostly, and Suffolk, you know, they still look relatively close. And I thought, really, you know, these stations are, you know, relatively close. You can certainly see them easily with the naked eye. And yet, as you say, the modern radio is going to discriminate between them and allow them to make contacts so close.
The first time that was done was in 2010 in Russia. And the stations were a minimum of 400 meters apart. And when some of us looked at that, we said, oh gosh, that's awfully close. But in practice, it worked out fine. And in 2014, we found the same thing in Boston.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, we're going to have a look now a little bit at a video, because our media team has been out in the field travelling around the different stations. Here's some of the WRTC competitor teams shortly after the start of the contest today.
We'll be back.
We're back again. It's all live, as I've said before, with WRTC headquarters at Y Boston in Cambridgeshire. I've still got Dave and Rusty with me, sharing their experiences of amateur radio, modern radios we've been talking about, and the technology now, how these stations can be so closely linked together. Let's have another look at the scoreboard, because I think every time I've been to this today, and it's quite a few times, it seems to have changed. So let's go back to the leaderboard now and see where we're at.
Okay, the winners from last year have moved back into first place. You know, the African team is pulled back up in second, and North America #1 is in third. I mean,
and again, highlighting the number of QSOs is not the only story at all. In fact, you could almost argue it's irrelevant, because, okay, the top team has got 1,050 contacts, their QSOs, but the second team is 993, so very, very, very close behind, really, isn't it? And we've got NA team, is that North Africa team?
North America.
North America, sorry, team. That's Randall and Thomas, and they're currently running third. So let's have a look further down. Really, it's important that we look at all these other teams as well. We've talked about the youth teams. Any other teams that you particularly interest you, Dave, in all of this? Friends or just previous competitors?
Although we've talked about youth teams, there are actually young competitors that are on the regular teams. One of those, it's interesting. DM7XX, who is in here, is actually the son of Irina DL8DYL, who has been a past competitor herself. So that's a mother-son combination.
Oh, lovely.
Over the years.
Yeah.
So I'm curious where there he is.
Where are we looking there?
Robert, right below into IC.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. With Jan DL3 JAN.
Yeah, and another is Sven.
There.
DJ4MX, right?
Yeah.
Sven is paired with Brazzo. No, I'm sorry. I can't read this. Sven is paired with Brazzo. Sven is obviously, from his call sign, is German. His father, Mario, is DJ2MX, also a very accomplished radio amateur. And their national background is from former Yugoslavia. And Brazzo is, he's E77DX from Bosnia, but he actually lives much of the time in Vienna. So but it's that
very
corner
cosmopolitan.
Of Europe. Yeah.
I mean, you know, let's face it, we are some of the older generations involved with amateur radio. I know both of you must feel very passionate that we do keep this up for you.
Yes.
Because there aren't the same reasons to get involved with this hobby, is there, that there were in the olden days, you know, where before the internet, before cheap telephone calls and everything, some people got into this hobby, I'm sure, just to make contact with people in other countries. Now, those barriers are down with the internet and the speed of communication. So, you know, in our club, and I'm sure many people you know, it's quite a challenge to find ways of engaging young people in this hobby.
This is actually one of them. Is what we found is contesting.
Yeah.
Is something that they are interested in, and as we are integrating more and more computers and radio. Yeah,
we've got to keep it up to date, haven't we?
Keeping up to date and falling to it.
Well, this is like gaming in some ways. Of course, gaming is hugely popular with young people, even university courses and gaming these days. We have the additional dimensions of technology, of ionospheric propagation, which is a fascinating field all in itself. Before we came here, my wife and I stopped in Stockholm and visited the Nobel Prize Museum, in particular because we wanted to see a friend of ours, Joe Taylor, K1JT, who won the Nobel Prize in Physics, who ended up going into physics and because of his early involvement in amateur radio. So there is a very strong connection, I believe, between an interest in science, an interest in the natural environment, and ionospheric propagation and amateur radio.
And so much work still needs to, you know, we had an interview with Steve Nichols, G0KYE, yesterday, who's on the RSGB Propagation Studies Committee chair. And I mean, with all the technology and the modelling and everything now, there's still a lot of uncertainty. And even though he put a lot of work into giving us a forecast, you know, there's no sure way of what this was going to turn out like today. So as you say, there's a lot more work to do there. Rusty, W60AT, and Dave, K1ZZ, thank you very much for joining us on this portion. We hope to see you again over there, but thanks for sharing your experience and your wisdom with us over the last 3/4 of an hour or something like that. Well, now it's time to have a look at another one of our competitor video postcards. This one's from EU number 1 team, Team 1, Chris ES7GM and Krista's YL3JA. Welcome back. Now, as I said, that we had running an event like this does cost an awful lot of money, as you can imagine, and of course we need big sponsors for that. And one of our sponsors is ICOM, and here's their video. ICOM, one of our important sponsors that are helping us to be able to do this, even though the whole thing is manned by volunteers. I don't think anybody is professional being paid or anything. It's all been done by volunteers, but it does take a lot of money, so thanks to them and all of our sponsors. Well, I can't believe it, but we've come to nearly the end of another hour. It's hard to believe how quickly the time is going and all the interesting stories that we're hearing from all of our guests here as well. We're now going to see a video who is another of the WRTC sponsors. It's not a video, sorry. It's the live radio room, GB226 WRTC, which is a check log station that we've got based here at WRTC, where we can hear RSGB Youth Champion for Scouts, Sam M0UEL, using SSB.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Roger, United Radio 5 Tango Florida Tango. Thank you for 29. Good luck in the contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Delta Florida 4 Whiskey Golf. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Delta Florida 4 Whiskey Germany. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Delta Florida 4. Delta Florida 4. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Delta Florida 4. Yankee Oscar 2 Lima Bravo Lima 59 Radio Oscar Alpha Radio Sierra. Thank you for 28. Good luck at the contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Yankee Oscar 6 Echo Lima 59 Radio Oscar Alpha Radio Sierra. Thank you very much. Good luck in the contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Delta Florida 4 Whiskey Golf. Again, Charlie Tango. Is it Charlie Tango 2 Bravo Delta? Charlie Tango 2 Japan Bravo Delta, your 59 Radio Oscar Alpha Radio Sierra. Thank you for 37. You are 59 Radio Oscar Alpha Romeo Sierra. QSL. QSL Romeo Oscar Alpha Radio Sierra. Thank you very much. Good luck in the contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango. W Radio Tango Charlie.
Oscar station again. Oscar station again. You are Z Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest.
Golf Bravo 26 WRTC.
Hotel Bravo. Who's the young lady again? Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec, contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec, contest.
Golf Bravo 26 WRTC.
Hotel Alpha 6. Sierra Papa 6, Golf Sierra Alpha. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec, contest. Tiki contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec, contest.
Golf Bravo 26 WRTC.
Radio station. Radio 6 Delta Ontario Papa. Radio 6 Delta Ontario Papa 59 Radio Oscar Alpha Radio Sierra. Radio Oscar, 59 Radio Oscar Alpha Radio Sierra. Thank you. 5929. Thank you for 29. Good luck in the contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Queen.
Golf Bravo 26 Romeo Tango Charlie.
Who is the Romeo?
Golf Bravo 26 Romeo Tango Charlie.
Golf Bravo 26 again.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
I'm very sorry, you're very weak. I cannot copy you. All station QRX, only the Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Roger. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Your 59 Radio Oscar Alpha Radio Sierra.
Your 5927.
Thank you for 27. Good luck in the contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Queen. Delta Lima 6 Mexico Romeo Mexico 59 Radio Oscar Alpha Radio Sierra. Thank you for 28. Good luck at the contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec. Delta Bravo 9 Sierra Hotel. Ending Lima again. Echo Lima. Delta Lima 1. Radio 2 Echo Lima. Your 59 Radio Oscar Alpha Radio Sierra. Thank you very much. Good luck at the contest. Alpha 47 Hotel Quebec contest. Delta Bravo 9 Sierra Hotel. Who is the Fox Victor? Papa Zulu 1. Echo Alpha 5 Juliet. Hotel Quebec. 5937. Hotel Quebec. Sierra. United Whiskey 4 Ecuador.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Golf Bravo 2, flash again.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie 5929.
5927.
Thank you. United Whiskey 4 Echo. Echo 7 Hotel Quebec. United Whiskey 4. Secure contest, Sierra November, 8 Zulu, Sugar Norway, 8 Zulu contest.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie 5928.
5927.
Thank you, Sierra Norway 8 Zulu. Florida 4. Delta 4 America 5929. Thank you, QRZ United Zulu 7 Charlie.
Ghost Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
GBS 26 WRTC 5929.
5927.
QSL QRZ United Zulu 7 Charlie. United Zulu 7 Charlie, CQ contact. United Zebra 7 Charlie, CQ contact. CQ contact. United Zebra 7 Charlie. Delta 5, Lima Papa. Thanks, Sierra 50 Hotel Quebec. Sierra 50 Hotel Quebec, home base. With 3 November uniform. Who is November United? Who is Hotel Alpha 3 November United? Yankee Lima 3 November uniform 59 Zulu Radio Sierra. Thank you. Sierra 50 Hotel Quebec.
Ghost Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie 59 Zulu Radio Sierra.
5927.
Thanks, Sierra 50 Hotel Quebec. Sierra 50 Hotel Quebec, home base. Sierra 50 Hotel Quebec.
Is this frequency in use? Is this frequency occupied? CQ Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ contest Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ contest Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
9 Alpha 2 Nancy Bravo.
9 Alpha 2.
Bravo.
9 Alpha 2 Bravo.
9 Alpha 2 November Bravo. 9 Alpha 2 Nancy Bravo.
Alpha 2 Nancy Bravo 5927. Thank you, 73, bye-bye. CQ Golf Bravo 27, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo, CQ Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Delta Kilo 8.
Delta Kilo 8, Mike Kilo.
Delta Kilo 8, Mike Kilo 5927.
Roger, you're 5927.
Danke, 73. CQ Contest Delta, CQ Contest Delta, CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
India Victor 3 Kilo, Kilo Whiskey.
India 5 Kilo, Kilo Whiskey.
Italy Victoria 3 Kilo, Kilo Whiskey.
India Victor 3 Kilo, Kilo Whiskey 5927.
Roger, India Victoria 3 Kilo, Kilo Whiskey 59 Region 1.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Ciao.
CQ Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, CQ Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sierra Oscar 5, Charlie Whiskey.
Charlie Whiskey.
Sierra Oscar 5, Charlie Whiskey.
Roger, you're 5928.
5927 Fabian.
Wenn ich für 73
73. CQ Golf Bravo 26, W Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Welcome back to the live stream studio here at WRTC headquarters at Boston Lakes Resort in Bedfordshire, not too far away from where all the contest stations are going on, and we're 3 hours 15 into this 24-hour marathon contest. And in a moment I'll be talking to Don G3XTT, who's had a huge experience in amateur radio and writing and everything else, and we'll be talking to him about WRTC and all his other activities as well. But before that, let's remind ourselves of what happened on Friday morning when the teams went out to check their sites. That was just some of the things that were happening yesterday morning when I've got with me, you wouldn't want to be called a legend of amateur radio, would you, Don, or not? But you're someone that everybody knows, G3XTT. Thank you very much for joining us here.
Not at all.
Now, we know you from lots of other work, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk about that, but you're here because of your connections with WRTC. You've already told me that you've been volunteering and helping driving some of the contestants to their stations and everything. So tell us anyway where your history with WRTC goes back to.
Yes, so I volunteered as a referee in 2006 in Brazil. I thought that would be interesting. I'd never been to South America anyway. I've never wanted to be a contestant as such. You have to go through a 3 or 4 year qualification, so it's quite demanding. But the idea of being a referee was interesting, and watch what goes on and see how the top operators go about it. So I was a referee there, and then 4 years later in Moscow I was slated to be a referee again, but then at the last minute I was asked to be a judge.
What's the difference then between a referee and a judge? I can imagine the referee's the person who sits in with the tent, isn't
The referee sits there for 24 hours looking over the shoulders of the operators, getting very frustrated when they copy a call sign wrong, because you want to tap them on the shoulder and say, "Oi, you can't do that."
Of course not.
The judge does very little during the contest, but after the contest you run the software of all the logs, and the judges then look at them and decide who the winners are. And that sounds straightforward, but I found there, and I was also a judge 4 years later in New England, that the top scores were very, very close, within a few QSOs, within one or two multipliers of each other, and therefore you need to look very, very carefully at the differences, because that's going to make all the difference to whether somebody is in first, second, third place.
It's really going to be that close, is it?
Absolutely.
Because we've seen huge changes, and we'll have a look at the live leaderboard and everything in a minute. But, I was amazed how close they were now, but I thought that maybe, in another 20 hours or so, that was going to change.
No, I'll say a bit more about that in a moment. But, and then I missed the German one, but then I went to Italy as a referee again. 3 years ago, because it was delayed because of COVID. But I was struggling to stay awake for the 24 hours when you're not actually doing anything other than watching. It's quite hard. I mean, there was a day when I could have done a 48-hour contest myself, and did do, and stayed awake for the whole time, but I'm a little bit old for that. So this time I thought, I'll just come as a spectator. With a hidden agenda because of practical wireless, of course, but we'll talk about that later, I'm sure. But then they asked for volunteer drivers, and I thought, well, I can probably help with that. I understand English roads up to a point, and I would drive people out to the sites.
And we need volunteers, of course, for all this.
So I've been doing that. So this morning, for example, I took 3 teams out to their sites and then drove back again, which was a 3-hour round trip, because the sites are a reasonable distance from Boston, as you know. And
did you have to stop for food or anything on the way? Because sometimes I know that the teams can ask you to stop.
It was threatened, but they'd all actually stocked up, so we were all right. But thanks to the highways people, the A428 was closed, and I had to...
that's been I live in this area, as you know, and that is the whole area, really.
Yeah,
it's just lots of roadworks.
Rapidly think of another way.
Like a competition in itself, I think.
That's right.
But,
well, we got there. But,
so tell us what it's like then to be a referee. I think our thoughts will be with them now, because they are sitting presumably behind the two contestants. So can you set the scene and exactly what that feels like?
So they are sitting behind the two operators. Remember, these days we have 2 radios. When I did the first one in Brazil, it was 1 radio and the other guy could receive but couldn't transmit. Now, to make it more interesting and give them something to do, and we model this on what the Russians have been doing with some of their internal contests. You can have 2 stations working simultaneously on different wave bands, hence the term triplexers, which I'm sure you've come across.
I heard that is a very new thing, isn't it?
It's relatively new, which allows you to use the same antenna on 2 bands simultaneously. So you're sitting behind and you've got your headphones on, and one ear is listening to one of the operators and the other ear is listening to the other operator. So it's quite challenging, particularly if one of them happens to be on SSB at the time and the other one is on CW.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are you listening for?
Right, so you're just making sure that they are obeying the rules, and the main thing you're making sure is that they're not identifying themselves, because the idea is that you don't want the people who are calling them to know who they are calling, because you could then get cheerleading. You hear, I don't know, the Greek operators, just as an example, and everybody in Greece suddenly starts calling them and gives them an advantage. So you don't want that happening. So what you're listening for is that they're behaving themselves and being suitably anonymous.
Yeah, because cheerleading is completely outlawed, isn't it? And
It's totally out.
And you can be penalised quite
Yeah,
highly.
you can. I mean, to be perfectly honest, up to a point, it's hard to hide the identities of the teams. I mean, certainly when they go on SSB.
I was going to say a voice, yeah.
You can recognise an English or an American voice, even if you don't know exactly who it is. But yeah.
But then, I mean, I know CW operators. You and I know the same ones. The Roger G3LIs of this world, and they can tell operators by the way they use
by
the
their
CW.
Fist,
so
as we
yeah,
say.
absolutely,
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So
it can never be totally anonymous, but we do our best. Well, I say we. I don't organise it anymore, but the organisers do their best to to achieve this anonymity.
Did you ever fancy being a competitor? I know you said it does take a lot of qualifying the process and things like that, but you know, many years ago when you decided to be a referee, it surely wasn't much of a stretch to then, if you could keep awake and do all that stuff for 24 hours, you could have been an operator. Were you not dying to do that?
Yeah, I guess it was tempting, but it's not just staying awake and operating for 24 hours, but the station build is quite challenging, and it's got even more challenging over the years, and you need a suitable person to operate with. The way it works, and I'm sure you've covered this, is that you get somebody who qualifies and then they select their running mate. So you need if you're going to qualify, you need to have somebody in mind who will operate with you, who you hope is also a top contester. I mean, I like to think I'm a reasonably good contester, but it's interesting if you look at the results that, for example, the top few, probably not at the moment because it's not, but often the top ones are the Americans, even though we're in Europe and you'd expect the Europeans to have an advantage knowing the propagation.
Well, let's have a look at that actually, because that was going to be the next thing I was going to ask you, to have a look at this leaderboard together.
Right.
This is worldradioleague.com.
Yes.
And you can now see it live at home as well. And we can use this mouse and we can go up and down, and you can have a go at it if you like, or I'll operate the mouse. But we mustn't just look as well at the top ones, because the ones at the top at the moment, because it really has changed, even though we've been doing this, 3.5 hours now. But it's changed a lot in that time. So let's have a look though where we're at. Is there any surprises there on those teams? I don't know if you can see them from that. I know it's quite a way away.
Well, I know I can see those, but I go back to what I was saying. Yes, there are some European teams there, but there's some American teams high up as well. And I've always been impressed by the American operators. A lot of them, and I'll say something about the Ukrainian ones as well in a minute, but the American ones, a lot of them, the older ones, grew up with traffic handling. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know. Tell me about that.
So, in the States, if you go back, you go back a very long way, because remember the ARRL is called the American Radio Relay League, because in the early days, before you had telephony all the way across the States, radio amateurs used to pass messages on Morse
I didn't
code.
know that though. That's why it was called ARRL, but now I know.
Yeah, because they relayed messages across the country. And they did it in Morse code. And a lot of them kept this up, for years. So even when you had a national telephone service, a lot of hams in the States were still keeping up this traffic handling, as they called it. As teenagers, it was a thing to do. And that gave them very, very good Morse skills at a young age. I'm not sure I ever developed those sorts of skills, because I just went straight into rag chewing and a bit of contesting and so on. But
and also technology's helped along the way a lot with more modern stuff, particularly, hasn't it?
Oh well, it
taken
has.
away some of the need.
But I was going to just mention the Ukrainians and indeed a number of the Eastern Europeans, because they have these high-speed Morse championships. I don't really know about those. And again, so some of them build massive skills in Morse code, and it pays off in this sort of situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at some of this then. Well, let's not just look at the top. Let's go further down and see if there are any surprises there for you either way. They're doing really well considered, or maybe not as well as you thought they'd be at this point?
Well, it's very hard to say. I mean, the top teams have all got now, after 3.5 hours, well over 1,000 QSOs, which actually, if you think about it, with 100 watts and
amazing, isn't it?
And poor propagation,
yes,
just says how good these guys are.
Yes.
The lower ones, some of the scores are way down on that, but you have to ask, well, has their strategy been different? Have they been chasing multipliers, for example, and will they catch up later? If you look at the multipliers, a lot of them are up 150, 160 and so on. Remember, multipliers are IARU headquarters.
There we are, they're on the
station
right there. I'm just putting my big arrow there.
Your
so
big
people can
arrow,
see
yeah.
them. Yeah, you can see them there.
Yeah.
The multipliers. Of course, that's 5 points, isn't it, as opposed to 2? If it goes
No.
beyond Europe? Or?
Outside Europe is 5 points, and inside Europe is 2 points.
2,
so again, if they're working, if one of them is working lots of Europeans, you've got to work very hard to keep up with working not so many North American stations, for example. So there's different, and that comes down to which bands they're on at a particular time. I don't know what bands are open to North America, for example, at the moment, but you would expect 20 and maybe 15 meters.
Well, we can have a look at that, though I'm not sure. I think there might be a few little technical gremlins, because this has looked similar for quite a few times. This was actually at 2:05 p.m. It was UTC,
right.
So that means that was 3 o'clock. So it's about an hour and a half since it's been updated. But even there, we can see the way things were made up, and you can sort of see the. If we go down below again, I suspect this was back then, but it might be current. But look at certainly the proportions will be similar. So 20 meters, by far the biggest band, 8,700 contacts.
That's
7,100 on 15 meters. Yeah, and then
not
10
so
meters.
many on 10, and they're probably mainly Europe. But on the other hand, it's probably good to make those 10-meter contacts when you can, because the propagation might disappear.
Yeah, and again, no surprises. Probably I had Randy on, and we've had Dave and Jeff and people like that on earlier on as well, talking about the bow, exactly what you'd expect. CW, most of the contacts, a bit of SSB there. But as I said, this hasn't been updated for a little while, so maybe better that we look at the leaderboard, and we'll go back there, because that is current and up to date.
But it is primarily a CW contest, because you're running 100 watt signals are not that loud. Trying to hold a channel on SSB can be quite difficult. Having said that, when I was in Italy, the team I was refereeing, one of the operators was a sideband only operator. So in that situation, what do you do? Well, maybe you go for the trophy for the highest number of SSB contacts, and accept that you're not going to win the overall competition.
No, that's right. Let's talk about a bit more of your life. We're looking at WRTC, of course, but everybody's got a different story. All the amateurs I've spoken to so far, and yours throughout amateur radio. You're a very active amateur. You're best known possibly now for being the editor of one of the oldest journals in the hobby, I should think, Practical Wireless.
Absolutely, 90 odd years and
wow,
counting.
Is it really 90 years? I can certainly remember seeing it as a kid when I first started getting in it.
Yeah, we celebrated 90 years. 3 or 4 years ago, I got the special call sign GB90PW and aired it.
Wonderful.
So I'm looking forward to airing GB100 PW.
Oh, good. What's it like being the editor? Because, we know the world's changed quite a lot. People are starting to read things more online, electronic, maybe, dare I say, valuing less things like print media, because so much is freely available on the web, even though it maybe hasn't got the editorial quality and the research and everything go into it. So is it quite a challenge to write for a printed magazine that's predominantly print?
Yes, I think it is, but when I take the view that we can introduce aspects of the hobby, and if people want to follow it up more, then yes, our articles are full of URLs these days, pointing to online resources. But equally, a lot of our readers still prefer a paper magazine, although we do an online version.
Roughly how many? I'm interested in this, because we've had, and obviously our colleagues in the Radio Society of Great Britain, similarly the Radcom, their publication, people wanting online version sometimes because it may be for green reasons or maybe portability and convenience, but still it seems to me that all the people I know still prefer to pick up a magazine and read it.
Yes, they do, and I think in the UK that is primarily true. And before we changed ownership, 7 or 8 years ago now, I suppose, our previous owners could only do the paper magazine. They had no way of doing an electronic version. Then we were bought by Warner's, and they had the means to do an electronic version. So a couple of things. One is, during lockdown, we got a lot of new subscribers, and a lot of them went for the electronic, although some went for a paper magazine that came through the door. But I think people were a little bit wary of picking things up in the early days of COVID.
Of course, yes.
Yes. But the other thing is that mailing a magazine overseas is expensive. I went to the Maltese Amateur Radio Club a few years ago. I was over there with my son, and the chairman said, he said, I want you to tell you that he and he all learned their electronics from Practical Wireless, which was available in the shops in Malta, but I don't think it is anymore. But on the other hand, people can now easily subscribe to the online version. So I'll give you a good example. My daughter and I were staying recently with David VA7DXX on Vancouver Island, and I showed him a copy of the magazine. He said, that looks interesting, and promptly went online and took out a subscription.
Good. So it does make it more accessible.
Yes, absolutely.
To other people in the world.
Yeah.
Do you find it difficult to find enough content? How long have you been editing it now?
12 and a half years.
12 years. That's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm fortunate that there were a whole lot of UK amateur radio magazines once upon a time, and they must have had trouble getting material. But now I'm the only one, so unless you send it to Radcom, and they get a lot of stuff, obviously, but the only other game in town is Practical Wireless. So at the moment, at least, I'm finding it not too difficult to fill the magazine. And recently, for example, somebody got in touch with me and said, I'm interested in microwaves. How about I do some articles for you? And I said, yes, please.
Absolutely, the high frequencies.
Because I think it's an important part of the hobby, and I hadn't been able to source material. So he's done one article, and he's promised me a couple more, and that's great. I think the hardest thing these days, after 12 and a half years, I've written about 150 editorials.
Wow.
And trying to think of something new to say is a challenge.
Yes, I bet it is. I mean, and do you think the hobby is still continuing to change? I know we do see the new radios and things come out occasionally, and but I mean, they are a lot. Some of them, anyway, are more of the same sort of things. I mean, probably the most classic, popular radio at the moment, 7300. It's come up with a Mark II, a few more bells and whistles, HDMI socket, all those sorts of things. And I know that's going to be a real big success for them. But you've got to find a magazine to write for and to have something different every month.
Yes, I have. Funnily enough, we're getting a lot of reviews at the moment of some of the radios out of China, because suddenly there's a whole raft of radios. They started with the HF handhelds, but now there are HF radios coming out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and we're starting to look at some of those. But yes, it's a challenge. But I mean, radios SDR based mainly. I've had a 7300 for several years now, and the 7610 these days is my main radio, which is the same thing essentially.
Bigger and better screen. Yeah. Yes.
But I was saying to somebody the other day who was saying, the hobby's changed and it's all going to hell in a handcart. But I said, those of us who were licensed back in the 60s, as I was, we've been around for half the history of radio. If you think of when Marconi started
it,
Yeah. So is it surprising that things have changed?
Not really, no.
No.
What about your readership, though? I mean, do you find that you've probably done some research, or Warner's have, about the demographics of who are your readership, the age, and what they do and their backgrounds?
Yeah, well, we've tried, and when I took over, I did a a survey at the Hamfest up at Newark and tried to get some information, but I don't know. I think we've got I do believe we've got an elderly readership, and that's probably not surprising because it reflects the hobby generally,
changing,
and you know, unfortunately. But I mean, we have had a couple of articles recently by Benji W4BML, who's a keen SOTA man.
I've seen him going in.
I mean, he's a youth champion for the RSGB, and he's written it, and that's brilliant because this is an area that young people are getting quite
and we've got to get
about.
the youth, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
If we care and love about this hobby,
yeah.
I must admit, if I ever have, not fights, but you know, discussions with some of my colleagues, it is about we really need to put some effort into giving these young people, because the things that kept our generations interested, like just putting a radio on and listening, oh look, there's a station from abroad and things, that's no longer fascinating and intriguing to a young person, because they can pick up their phone and their tablet and they can be in touch with people all around the world.
I travel a lot to Africa, as you know, a lot of your viewers will know. I like to expedition to Africa, a contest from Africa, and the interesting thing is people will be starving in the streets, but they've got a mobile phone because
yes,
it's so important to them.
Yeah.
And so they can talk to anybody in the world, and it's astonishing because that was something we uniquely could do back in the 50s and 60s and so on. And of course there was still a lot of expat Brits living abroad who we would talk to.
So how do you feel, because I know you do a lot of work in the UK, obviously a lot about the hobby, how do you think we can engage young people now? Are there any tips that you can share with people watching this now, how we can get the newer generations of youngsters, teenagers coming through?
I don't know, but I think the more we do about the use of computers linking to radios and certainly these various on-the-air activities, SOTA, POTA, all the rest of it, are all helpful. I have to say, just looking around here at WRTC and some of these people who were in Seattle in 1990, I do wish they would not apply to take part and make room for some younger people to come in. We get very excited about the fact that we've got a couple of youth teams, but I wish we had.
There's only 5 or something, I think, right? So it's a 10% of all the teams taking part.
Whereas I was talking to one of the guys a couple of days ago, and he's having his 80th birthday while we're here. So.
Yes, was that Jeff by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah, and I met him we had him on.
I mean, he's
here
a
on the
great
sofa.
guy. But
it was yesterday, his birthday, wasn't it? And he was here just a little while ago with us. Anyway, thanks for the moment. You're going to stay with us, Don, because of course a big event like this costs quite a lot of money to put on it. It does mean that we need sponsorship. And here's a video now on one of our sponsors from Flex Radio.
I am Tine Brainik, Sugar 50 Alpha.
Very appropriate, we were just talking about young people.
There we go. Okay, well, we're back with Don is staying with us, but now we have another guest who's joined us. Karolina is the board member of Lithuanian Amateur Radio Society, and before that was a board member of the Lithuanian Radio Sports Federation, and she's a keen contester, and this is your first WRTC.
Yes.
So welcome to WRTC.
Thank
What are
you.
your thoughts first of all?
Oh, it's very interesting actually, and it's very nice to meet a lot of different people that you usually just do contacts during a contest or just see them on YouTube videos.
And absolutely. Is it first time to Britain or not?
Yeah, first time to
First
Britain
time to
also.
Britain as well.
Yes.
Okay. So what are you thinking so far? You can be honest here.
Everything is different here if you compare to European countries.
In what way? What particularly?
Traffic.
Yeah, well, more, I guess. You're not
Yeah.
going to say it's less, are you, please?
No,
Because
so
we get depressed, don't we, Don, about the amount of traffic?
Well, I mean, it's on the other side. So yesterday and today I was walking around, and you need to remember to which side to look for the cars when you cross the street.
That's true, yeah. Best ways to
Yes.
look both ways, wherever you are in the world, probably. But what else about Britain? I mean, do you like it overall, do you think? Or is it's only a few days you've been here? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but be honest.
It's quite the same as Chris Echo Sierra 7 Alpha said. It's like we used to see Britain in movies, so in reality it's the same like from the old movies.
Have you been to London yet?
No, but we are planning to go after the WRTC, just a few days to visit some nice famous places.
Yes, I mean the Houses of Westminster and all around there.
Yeah,
and some of they probably will remind you of some of the older films, I think, as well.
Yeah, planning to go to that Queen Elizabeth II dresses.
Oh yes.
That's,
Are they in the Tower of London, maybe?
They are near Buckingham Palace.
Near Buckingham Palace,
I think King's, how this called, don't remember exactly.
Kensington Palace, maybe, something like that, yeah.
No, it's near Buckingham
think
Palace.
they're in Buckingham Palace.
Right, oh, wow,
King
yeah, and
Palace.
you can go around now, can't you?
Yeah, so I'm planning to go there and also to the Buckingham Palace because it's July and it is open for visitors. So
Yes, wonderful.
Yeah.
We'll do enjoy that anyway. Anyway, you're here for WRTC. Yep. So have you or any of your colleagues been involved with WRTC before?
Yes, actually, I'm not sure if from the first WRTC, but from Lithuania we have a lot of people who participated previously. We have Lima Yankee 4 Lima and Lima Yankee 9 Alpha who are participating today, and also Lima Yankee 4 Alpha.
Yeah.
I think Lima Yankee 9 Alpha was at least in 3 or 4 WRTCs before, and they also Lima Yankee 4 Lima and Lima Yankee 4 Alpha are the WRTC winners of 2018 in Germany. So
wow, so a lot of history. And you've got how many colleagues here that you know in the contest
actually
itself?
quite a lot of Lithuanians came this time to.
Are they operators? Are they contestants?
Yeah, probably, all of them, and some just family friends. So I guess about 10 people from Lithuania, something like that. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And you a keen contester yourself?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, have you? I don't suppose you've met Don before here, but Don has been in this hobby for a long time, and he is the editor of Practical Wireless, which in the UK is the biggest and main magazine really for the hobby outside the RSGB journal, isn't it? The hobby in Lithuania then, is it a big hobby, would you say?
Probably not. We have about 900 call signs, licenses.
Really?
Actually, yeah, licenses.
That's not so many, is it?
So, yeah.
So why do you think then you've got proportionately a lot of people involved with this contest if you've only got roughly 900 licensed in the country? Do you know, have you thought why that might be?
Well, people have different, within this hobby there are different hobbies. Some are interested in contesting, some are in radio orientation finding, and others just looking for some diplomas online and stuff like that. So not everyone who has a call sign and a license is active on contesting sites.
Okay, well, you can see that we have got the World Radio League's computer scoreboard leaderboard here at the moment. I think they've had a few little technical issues, I think, so this may not be accurate. I mean, I should just stress to everybody at home, in fact, that this isn't the actual main scoring system. So although this is really a wonderful thing to be able to be public about how each station is doing, that logging is completely, the actual official logging is a completely separate system. than what's here. So if you do see any problems or errors on here, do not panic, because that's definitely not where all the points are coming from. But have you looked at this scoreboard at all?
Yeah, I looked at the scoreboard and I noticed that I think 2 teams at the back has 0 points. So I guess there's something wrong.
There is something wrong with that, and it's not that they're not on the air. I did stress that earlier as well. What about? So who do you know from here? Can you identify any of these people? Have you looked?
I think we should scroll down. We have Lithuanian.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, it's up there now.
I didn't realise it was up there. To be honest, that's new. That's something that's happened. We've got just to set the scene for everybody at home. We're located in the sort of bar area of Wide Boston Lakes Resort, and they've got some big screens which have been showing slides until recently, but now they're actually showing the scoreboard as well. The one down here though, Carolina, is live. So I can show any part of that there. They would just be interested to identify the people that you know.
Yeah, I see Lima Yankee 4 Lima and
Lima Yankee 4. There we are. Yeah.
It's 15 at the moment, but I'm pretty sure they will be up.
It does change, and we were surprised that within the first hour, things had changed quite a lot. I was surprised anyway. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know and have enough experience of seeing it, but it has changed a lot. And of course, as Don and other guests we've had in here today, it's not just about the equipment at all, because most people's equipment is almost identical except the actual radio operation. It's all about the strategy and everything else.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, because I noticed that some people started on 20 meters and others just were working 15 and 10 meters, so they came to 20 meters later. So those who were on 20 meters at the beginning, they probably have more QSOs.
Yeah.
But other people will reach them also.
I mean, we can just I can click on this now. Again, I think there might be some technical issues here because that hasn't been updated for a while. But this is giving you some interesting statistics here, unless that's changed. And we can look at the bands they were using. So maybe not surprising, 20 meters. By far the most QSOs were on 20 meters. And then 15 meters, 10 meters, and just starting on 40. But as I said, I must stress that this possibly isn't completely up to date. I think there is a technology issue in the servers that run this. But anyway, we get some idea. And of course, CW, Morse, obviously not surprised that most people are using that, at least at this stage anyway, instead of SSB. So wonderful. It is nice, if I might say this, and with great respect to my colleague here, to see the age difference here, because clearly we're one side of 60, and you're definitely the other side of 60. So what do you think we need to do as people who have some kind of influence amongst other people? I'm a chairman of quite a large radio club, and I try and engage young people. Don obviously has a magazine which he always wants to encourage and engage younger people. What do you think we need to do to encourage the younger generation now to join this hobby and to keep it going in the future?
Well, I noticed that the younger generation is quite interested in all technology and the stuff that you can do yourself, like soldering and all those little things. But I think the most problem is that young people get interested very soon, but they leave the hobby after half a year or a year because they need more support from older people, like how to build antennas and what equipment to buy and how to participate in contests. So I think that support at the first stages is very important.
But how do we actually engage them in the first place? You know, how do we? We know they look at. Well, this is how we hear that the first thing they do is look at their screens and looking at all of the social media, the TikToks, the Facebooks, and everything else. You know, should we be aiming more via those sort of platforms to get the interest? Is that where we should be putting our efforts?
I think it's hard to tell because people are different and all get different ways how they get information, and I think that the best way probably is to meet people at the live event. Like
this sort of thing.
Yeah, you have at the first day at the university when all the organizations, student organizations are presenting themselves to the new students, so it's kind of the same for all organizations.
So is that where we should be aiming, at college and university, the sort of 17, 18-year-olds upwards? Is that where you think we should be focusing?
Yeah, I think that's the best way when people can go to your site and talk to you, and you can just introduce shortly what you are doing in your hobby. And
how did you come into the hobby?
Well, I had a friend who was Lima Yankee 5 Alpha Alpha, and he was previously interested in this hobby, and we were also in the same student fraternity. So he introduced us to ham radio, and he just took 5 or 6 people from our fraternity, and we all came to his position, and we participated in the Baltic contest. So that's like, just getting hands.
So that was how you did it. That's
yes,
how you got involved. That a friend just
introduced.
had an interest in it.
Yes.
Well, maybe that's what we should do. And it's interesting because I wondered if we should really be thinking of starting it in schools, before lots of other interests take over. But if you think at university, college level, that is something that probably we could do. I mean, there are some universities with radio clubs, but they seem to be...
but they're a shadow of their former selves.
Yes.
Yes. When I was at university, the radio club was very, very active, and they were at most universities. But
where did you come involved then with amateur radio? I can ask you, Dom. What was your first? What was your first?
Well, actually,
spark that you saw that thought, this is a hobby that I really like the sound of.
I am going to sound a very old fart here because you remember the pirate radio stations of the 60s?
Yeah, I vaguely do.
I'm sure, well, you're much too young for that, but I was listening to those. I acquired a shortwave, a set that had shortwaves on from when my grandparents died, and I was listening to these pirate stations, some of whom broadcast in the shortwave bands as well. But then I heard radio amateurs on 80 and 160 meters who were still using AM in those days. Right. And I thought, this sounds quite interesting, and that was how I came into the hobby. But of course you don't have that these days.
Not that way, no.
Not that way.
And you don't easily find this sort of thing on the internet, which would be the modern way, I guess,
of doing it,
of finding on the radio. Maybe that's something we should be thinking about, starting up
possible,
an amateur radio channel or something
yes,
like that.
Yes, who knows.
But anyway.
But yeah, that's how I came into it, and the rest is history, as they say.
Well, both of you, thank you very much for joining us. Carolina, is that right? I've got that right. Carolina, is that your right word? And Don, G3XTT, thank you both very much for sharing your experience with us today. Well, it's been amazing to speak to people like Don who've been to many WRTC events. Among them, referee Tina S50A has been to every WRTC event and was on the organising committee of WRTC 2000 in Slovenia. This year, he's returning as a referee.
I am Tine Brajnik, Sugar 50 Alpha, and I am on all, I was on all WRTCs till now, and WRTC means something special to me. Starting in 1990 in Seattle, Washington, then go through San Francisco. We gain a lot of experiences, and in year 2000 we organized WRTC in Slovenia. It was third time, and it was first time outside of the United States. From then on, WRTC went on, and every 4 years we were at WRTC come together with the best world amateur radio contesters. And WRTC is not just a competition, it is mostly a social event where competitors, biggest contesters, come together, see each other, tell stories, and find solutions for future in the contesting field. So I hope WRTC will go on also in future. Good event means that friends are coming together and have an opportunity to talk, to exchange their visions, to be together, and also to have a competition, because on WRTCs there are the best amateur radio operators, and competition is actually competition between the best contesters. But social event as being together is maybe even more important than just a contest. There was a lot of changes. First of all, technique and technology goes on. Second, there is more and more trying to make a level playing field, which not used to be at the first contests. And it's, how to say, every WRTC brings some new solutions, new technology ideas, and that's also good. Technology and way of operation and maybe even modes of the contest might be different, but the core will stay, because WRTC is brand that will go on.
Welcome back to WRTC headquarters here at the Boston Lakes Resort in Bedfordshire, which is actually very near Norfolk and Suffolk and Cambridgeshire, where the amateur radio stations are set. We are just seconds after 5 o'clock, so they've been going for 4 hours, but of course they're going for the whole 24 hours. And you know, we've got a leaderboard here that we've been looking at as well. If you want to check that out yourself, worldradioleague.com for all the latest on WRTC. Well, in the last hour, we've been talking about young radio amateurs, and there's one operating the GB26 WRTC check log station right now. Let's go over there and see what they're doing.
Roger, you got it okay, 5928, good luck. Oscar Kilo 6 Alpha Bravo. Roger, Roger, OK 6AB 5928, good luck. Italy Victor 3 Kilo Kilo Whiskey. No, Italy Victor 3 Kilo Kilo Whiskey. Roger, 5-9, Region 1, who is on the mic? Is it Hotel Germany 0 Radio? 0 Hotel Quebec. Hotel Golf 0 Radio. 0 Hotel Quebec. Hotel Golf 0 Radio. 0 Hotel Quebec. 9 Alpha 0 Hotel Quebec. Hotel Germany 0 Radio.
Hotel Golf for 0 Radio 5927.
Roger, 5928.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
QZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Hotel Golf 6 November.
Hotel Golf 6 November 5927.
5928.
Thank you,
Okay, 7 Charlie Mike.
Again?
7 Charlie Mike.
Oscar Kilo 7 Charlie Mike 5927.
Good afternoon, 5928.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye, QZ.
9 Alpha 0 Hotel Quebec.
9 Alpha 0 Hotel Quebec 5927.
Kilo Soldier 59 Hotel Romeo Sierra.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Oscar Echo 3 Sierra Golf Uniform.
Oscar Echo 3.
Sierra Golf Uniform.
Oscar Echo 3 Sierra Golf Uniform 5927.
592728.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
QZ.
QZ Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Hotel Alpha 1 Bravo Bravo.
Hotel Alpha 1 Bravo Bravo 5926.
5928, good luck.
5927, sorry.
Roger, 5928, good luck.
73, bye-bye.
Kilowatt 2 Papa Lima. Sierra Papa 7 Ontario.
Kilowatt 2 Papa Lima.
Kilo 2, Kilowatt 2 Papa Lima.
Kilowatt 2 Papa Lima 5927.
Roger, Kilo 2 Papa Lima 5908.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Sierra Papa 7 Ontario.
Sierra Papa 7 Ontario 5927.
Big signal 5928, good luck.
73, bye-bye. QZ Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Yankee Lima 2 Papa Juliet.
Again?
Yankee Lima 2 Papa Juliet.
Yankee Lima 2 Papa Juliet 5927.
Thank you, 5929.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Delta Oscar 1 Whiskey Fox Whiskey.
Delta Oscar 1 Whiskey Fox Whiskey 5927.
Roger, 5928.
Danke dir, 73 QZ Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Again. 2 Hotel Queen. Oscar Echo 2 Hotel Queen. Oscar Hotel 2 Hotel Queen 5927. Thank you, 73, bye-bye. QRZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Yankee Lima 3 November Yankee Lima 3 November Uniform.
Again?
Yankee Lima 3 November Uniform. Yankee Lima 3 November Uniform.
Yankee Lima 3 November Uniform 5927. QZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Delta Lima 1 November Echo Oscar.
Delta Lima 1 November Oscar.
November Echo Oscar.
Hallo Markus, 5927.
Hallo, ist das Eleni. Hallo, grüß dich, 5928. Viel Spaß noch.
Danke dir, 73, QZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Whiskey 4 Charlie X-Ray Kilo. Mike Lima.
Mike Lima.
Sierra Oscar 2 Mike Lima.
Sierra Oscar 2 Mike Lima 5927.
5928. Thank you.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye. QZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Whiskey 4 Charlie X-Ray Kilo.
Whiskey 4.
Whiskey 4 Charlie X-Ray Kilo.
Italy, Whiskey 4 Charlie X-Ray Kilo 5927.
CXL 5928.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Echo 7 1 Alpha.
9 Alpha 5 Kilo Whiskey.
Echo 7 1 Alpha.
Echo 7 1 Alpha 5927.
Hello 5928.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye, QZ.
Delta Bravo 5 Sierra Mike.
Delta Bravo 5 Sierra Mike 5927.
5928.
Danke dir, 73, QZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Sierra Papa 3 Whiskey Bravo Victor.
Sierra Papa 3 Victor.
Sierra Papa 3 Whiskey Bravo Victoria.
Sierra Papa 3 Whiskey Bravo Victoria 5927. Thank you, 73, bye-bye. CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Thank you, QZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Radio 1, Hotel Quebec.
Radio 1, Hotel Quebec 5927.
QSL 59, Sierra Romeo Romeo.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye. QZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. QZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. 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 CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
India Uniform 3, Quebec November Tango.
Again?
India United 3, Quebec November Tango.
India United 3, Quebec November Tango 5927.
Thanks, 5928.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye, QZ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Sierra Papa 9, India, Zulu Victor.
Mike Bravo 2, November, Sierra 53, Tango Papa.
India, Zulu Victor.
Sierra Papa 9, India Zulu Victor 5927.
Brother 59,
Sierra 53, Tango Papa.
Sierra 53 Tango Papa 5927.
Thank you. Your call sign India Zulu and the prefix?
My call sign is Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Golf Bravo 26, Mike Charlie.
Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Sierra Quebec 6. Okay, Roger. Golf Bravo 26,
Sugar, Oscar, Sugar.
Tango Charlie, good luck.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye, QZ.
Sierra Oscar Kilo 3, Radio Mike. Sugar.
Oscar Kilo 3, Radio Mike 5927.
USL 5928, good luck.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye. QZ.
Sierra Quebec 6, November United.
Sierra Quebec.
Sierra Quebec 6, November United.
Sierra Quebec.
Sierra Quebec 6, Juliet November Uniform. Juliet November Uniform.
Sierra Quebec 6, Juliet November Uniform 5927.
Thank you very much, 5928.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye, QZ.
Again?
Echo 5, Sugar, Oscar, Sugar.
5, Sugar, Oscar, Sugar. Oscar Echo 5, Sugar, Oscar, Sugar 5927.
I repeat again. Oscar Echo 5, Sugar, Oscar, Sugar. You're 5928. Thank you, have a nice day.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye, QZ.
Your call, please.
Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Yes, Oscar Kilo 1, Golf, Tango Hotel.
Golf Kilo...
Delta Oscar 6, Fox Mike.
Oscar Kilo 1, Golf Hotel... Oscar Kilo 1, Golf Hotel... Golf Tango Hotel 5927.
5928, good luck.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye, QZ. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Delta Oscar 6, Tango Alpha.
1 Tango Alpha.
Roger, OK, 1 Tango Alpha 5928.
Oscar Kilo 1 Tango Alpha 5927.
Yes, thank you, 5928, good luck.
73, bye-bye, QZ.
Delta Oscar 6, Fox Mike.
Delta Oscar 6, Foxtrot Mike. Hallo Michael, 5927.
Dankeschön, hallo, grüß dich. Für dich die 5928, 73.
Danke dir, 73, hier ist der Lenny.
Ich hab dich gekannt an der Stimme.
Danke dir, 73, QZ.
Delta Oscar 2, Delta Radio.
Delta Oscar 2, Delta Radio.
Delta Oscar 2, Hotel Sierra Echo.
Delta Oscar 2, Hotel Sierra Echo 5927.
Hallo, 5928, wie ist dein Call?
Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Oscar Mexico for Mexico. Oscar Mike for Mike.
Oscar Mike for Mike.
Roger, good afternoon, 5928.
Danke dir, 5927.
27, thank you, gracias.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Italy Whiskey. QRZ.
Italy Whiskey 2, Mike X-Ray Yankee.
Your call sign?
CQ Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Over.
Mike 4 Alpha.
Mike 4 Alpha, You are 5927.
Roger, 5927.
CQ contest, this is Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, over.
Oscar Mike 5, Alpha Sierra Tango.
Oscar Mike 5, Alpha Sierra Tango, you are 5928.
Thank you, you are 5928.
73.
73, good luck.
Welcome back to the WRTC headquarters here at the Y Boston Lakes Resort in Bedfordshire on the east coast of England. Now, as I'm sure you know by now, there are 50 teams out there, and we invited every one of them to send us a kind of postcard, a video postcard of where they're from and all about them. Well, here's one for you. This is from Taro JA1BJI and Kazoo M0CFW. I've been talking to lots of people with experience of WRTC about the live scoreboard, and it's easy to forget that contest results used to take days or even weeks. Let's have a look at it now. This is the live scoreboard that you can have a look at by going to worldradioleague.com. But it could, as I said years ago, it would have taken days. If you remember, one of our guests earlier said they used to take notes on bits of paper and then type them into a computer in the very earliest days of WRTC in 1990. But now it's very, very different. And World Radio League, James N0WRL, is behind a lot of this. And Dom caught up with him to find out how it all works.
Okay, so I'm joined now by James from World Radio League. James, you've, I know, been putting a lot of effort into this contest as well on the live scoring side, which we'll get into in just a moment. But first of all, a bit about the history. You know, when we go back to the beginning of, even 20 years ago in contesting, people were submitting paper logs. They, you know, to take days and days to get the logs even to the adjudicators before a very manual checking process. We need to get the results out of this contest by Monday, by the day after it finishes. How are we taking that approach?
Yeah, excellent question, Dom, and thanks for having the conversation with me today. So we're certainly standing on the shoulders of giants, so to speak. There's a long history of WRTC and how the live scoring, or the scoring just in general, has advanced throughout the years. I mean, going back until the early 2000s, where people were handing out Nokia cell phones, and then the referee would be texting scores back to HQ every so often, so people at HQ could keep track of the scores. In Italy, the most recent, they started pioneering more of this sort of live system with it that had its hiccups. And then us at World Radio League, we were selected by Mark and WRTC team for a partnership in order to bring something that we think is really, really special this year for 2026, which is a full live scoreboard, real time. As soon as the action goes live, which is in just another 16 hours, everybody at home is going to be able to see every single point, every single contact on the board, and then even hunt those stations in real time and see sort of your bingo card of working those stations. So I would say, you know, our approach has just been, we wanted to create something that was really fun, something that got people at home excited to participate and to spectate, and maybe even bring in some folks who were ham radio adjacent or maybe newer to the hobby in addition to the contesters, as well as something that really puts the spotlight on some of the amazing contesters in the event.
So people watching at home may think, well, you know, lots of logging software can send their QSOs over the internet, but we've got a bit of a constraint here, which is the fact that our competitors are not allowed internet access. Their cell phones get taken away from them, where they have no internet connection on their logging PCs. How do we get live QSO data back here? Because that's actually been quite an engineering challenge.
Yeah, so I mean that's an excellent question. So we sort of had the same question at first as well when we were approached with the partnership and we started looking at it. We thought, oh well, we'll just install an agent on those laptops and we'll collect the QSO broadcast that way and send it back to the cloud. Well, yeah, not so simple when you need the competitor laptops to be all offline to level the playing field and to ensure that they're not receiving spots, because this is a non-assisted contest. So I believe, as far as I know, the first team to pioneer sort of having a separate scoring computer was Germany at 2018, and then they brought that to Italy in 2022, and then we've taken that and then the approach of having the Raspberry Pi, and then we've built on it. So in 2026, what's really unique, we've actually written all of the software that runs on the Pi completely from scratch. And we, instead of just taking the score broadcast, we're taking the broadcast UDP at the QSO level. So this is really what you would call true real-time contesting, because with the QSO level data, we're able to get a lot more granular, and it gives a lot more of capabilities to the spectators at home. You can see more of a live play-by-play. You can see when somebody finds that band opening, or when they make a decision that maybe changed the course of the contest. We're going to be able to see that. And that's also how we give you the great operator statistics for the casual operator. Me, even as part of World Radio League, I can't compete with these guys, but I can compete to be the top hunter for my state, for instance. So it creates a lot of a fun way for people at home to get involved. And if you are at home, go to worldradioleague.com, log in, and try to work some of these stations, because you only have 24 hours, and these could be some of the coolest contacts you ever get in your logbook.
Absolutely. Well, we'll come onto the live scoring and the website in just a moment, but just to drill into that engineering challenge a little bit more, I guess. So the competitor laptops, as you say, they don't have internet access, but they do have access to a local network.
Yes.
You're capturing the broadcasts from that local network onto a Raspberry Pi. That Raspberry Pi does have internet access over a cellular network, I think.
Exactly. So, and I have to give a big shout out to Andy G4PIQ with this regard, because he built all of those Pis out of the stations, and he handled the networking side of it. And then at World Radio League, we built the software, the UDP packet sniffer that transmits that back. So that's correct. Each one of those Pis comes equipped with a cellular dongle that connects over 4G LTE. I think they actually even have 5G on them, and then transmits that over cellular, comes back to our server so we can do the scoring. So it's funny, even some of the stations where they have a little bit of spotty cell from their phones, I guess the antenna is a bit stronger on our USB dongles, and we're actually able to receive really, really well from all those stations. But as you can imagine, it's a technical challenge, but it's also quite a logistical challenge, because we have to manage that entire fleet of 50 Pis. So throughout the course of this week, we've had contestants coming in, connecting their logging computers, receiving QSOs, doing multiple tests to make sure all the data is received accurately, and to avoid as many hiccups as we can in the field. And today was the first day that they actually went out to the field, and we received QSOs from all the stations. So we're looking really, really good at this point. But it's, again, we have sort of our mission control where we'll be monitoring all of those. And there's also, I want to say this is important as well, we're not just monitoring those to make sure for the live scoreboard aspect, but there's also a fairness aspect when it comes to the spotting. Because we handle an automatic spotting capability on those Pis. If any of the contestants logs 2 consecutive QSOs on the same frequency on SSB, we will automatically spot them to the cluster. Now, if one of those stations has a temporary network disruption, we have to disable spotting across all of those Pis instantly. So we've built a special sort of polling mechanism for that will then turn, if any of those Pis go offline, we're constantly pinging them. We can disable spotting across the board, and we even have some backup spotting mechanisms. So it's quite the architecture.
Yeah, I bet it is. And actually, you preempted my next question there, actually, because I was going to say that one of the novelties in contesting, I guess, in the last 12, 15 years has been the advent of the reverse beacon network on CW. Exactly. In particular. This is this automated system where effectively as soon as you call CQ on CW, your frequency and your call sign get sent out over the DX cluster, everyone can come find you. Now in a multi-mode contest where you've got both CW and SSB, that potentially gives CW a massive advantage. Exactly. So this infrastructure that you've built neutralizes that advantage, because in effect you get the advantage of the RBN on SSB as well. As soon as you make those 2 QSOs on the same frequency, you get spotted every 10 minutes.
Yep, every 10 minutes.
And and I guess the reason you do it after every 2 QSOs is that, if somebody goes and searches and pounces to get a new molt, you don't want that to count as a spot.
Exactly. Yeah. If you spot it after every single QSO, you would have people searching and pouncing, getting spotted, and then causing all kinds of chaos and confusion. So yeah, we look for those too. But 2 is pretty quick. I mean, it's going to be very fast.
Absolutely. Yes. So we should be seeing lots and lots of spots. It should be very easy to find these WRTC call signs during the contest. So, as I say, we're going to be showing the live score page on our web stream throughout the contest. But, as you say, this is something that people can see at home. So do you want to sort of show us around a bit, around the WRTC, the WRL page here on the website?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very, very easy to find. Just go to www.worldradioleague.com, and then you'll see the banner. Click that. It'll take you right to the live scoreboard. And from the live scoreboard, when you get to the home page, you're pretty much right in the action. So you can see right now when you're seeing participants and contacts logged, you're seeing a little bit of our test data as that's coming in. Expect that number to climb very quickly as the contest starts off.
But it will start at 0 at the beginning of the
contest.
It
will start at 0 at the beginning of the contest. Now, you can check your stats. I'll show you that in a moment. But I think what you see front and center is what you guys are doing, Dom, and the media team, which I think is going to be phenomenal. So what we've done is we've just added the ability to incorporate your and the media team's work right into the scoreboard. And I think this is going to be such a really new way to experience the contest and the live scoreboard altogether, because you're getting more commentary, you're getting more information as the contest goes on. So I would recommend everybody to watch those live streams. And then coming in, you get into the scoreboard, but not without a little disclaimer, the live scoreboard is not final. I think we need to, everyone, just as you're watching this, take it with a bit of a grain of salt. We expect a little bit of variance. It is possible that a couple QSOs are lost. It's possible even that someone does lose a network connection. So we don't want anyone to feel slighted if their favorite team moves a little bit in the rankings one way or the other.
And there is a whole adjudication process and a log checking process on Monday as well, which will happen after all this.
Yeah, after the contest ends, the contestants will have only 30 minutes to submit those Cabrillo logs, and the judging committee will get straight to work. But that is not managed by this system, so I'll be clear about that. Now, as you go in, you can see the top 3 sort of get a special featured spot, but you'll see the profiles, and you can actually click in and get a little bit more information on the bios of any of them. As you come into the main live scoreboard here, you can see number of QSOs, fastest QSOs per hour, overall QSOs per hour, QSO points, and then your overall points. So it's default just going to rank you by the number of total points, so it'll be your leaderboard. But if you want to come in and get some more detail on QSO rates, who's achieving the most multipliers, feel free to sort that in as well. And right on the home page, you'll kind of have an access point to some of the most important information, like spots. What you'll notice is that the call sign that the team is using is never attached to the team name. That's on purpose. So if you're trying to wonder what call sign corresponds to this team I'm trying to track, you're not going to find it, right?
And that's all part of the level playing field, the rules of WRTC.
Exactly. We don't want any cheerleading. We're not trying to encourage people to find their favorite team and try to make contacts with them. Of course, in any live ham radio contesting, like any sporting event, even if it's F1 or what have you, there's never a perfectly level playing field, but we take as much precaution as possible to level that playing field. Now, so that's your home page. Now, across the top here, this is your main navigation that you want to get familiar with, and it provides easy access to all the different points. There's always a timer. So as we're filming this right now, we're 16 hours away. Maybe you're watching this a little bit closer, but you'll see that clock change when it goes live, and it'll start to a countdown timer, so you can see the 24 hours countdown of the timer of the contest itself. You've got a quick access to your leaderboard, the top WRTC hunters. You need to use this page. If you're at home and you're hunting the WRTC stations, you've got 50 call signs you can hunt. Try to hunt them all and see how many of them you can work, and you can try to work them on all the bands and modes as well. So 80, 40, 20, 15, 10, SSB, CW, try to make contacts with them, and you could see how you rank for your continent as well as your country. And WRTC may even have some special awards for some of the top hunters as well. So.
And it should be really easy to find these call signs as well. They've got all the special MB call signs, so it should be really easy to spot these.
Yeah, exactly. It's an MB, you know, I guess they've worked with Ofcon to get these special call signs assigned. So then the spotting, so you don't have to scroll down on the home page to find the spots. You can just go to the spotting page itself within WRL on the event page. Or you can go to your favorite spotting network. Again, we're going to be sending those to the most popular spotting networks. Statistics is for a deep dive. You're not going to see anything here yet, but something to look forward to here is sort of that contest replay. You'll be able to see in real time a replay as teams move up and down in their ranking, which is very exciting. And then everybody's favorite, the bingo card. This is the My Stats. How many of the 50 stations have you worked? And since there's 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10, SSB or CW, there's actually 500 total slots that you could work, which, I mean, that's quite challenging, I think, right? I mean, if you're getting close to doing all 500 of those, then kudos to you. You would do better than I would. But you do have 500 possible total WRTC points you can earn.
Excellent. So loads and loads of features there, both for the hunters. You've got the statistical information, and as you say, it's supplemented by the commentary that we'll be doing as well. So it should be a really immersive experience throughout the contest for people to just get engaged and have those QSOs with the WRTC participants.
Yeah.
So
I'll mention one thing I almost forgot is there is a built-in logbook you can use here as well. But you can use the logbook that's built right in with World Radio League for maybe easy access. But even if you're using any other logbook, your stats are still going to show up because we have the QSO data from the stations, right? So if you just search your call sign on the stats page, all of your stats will show up.
Of course, absolutely, brilliant. So James, thank you so much for coming in. It's fantastic to see the amount of work that's gone into this. As I say, hoping to get this really engaging experience for everyone chasing the stations. Thanks very much for all your efforts.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Cheers.
Yeah, that was a video explaining all about the wonderful live scoring that you can see, and we're bringing you as well on the worldradioleague.com website. You can take a look at it any time, and you can see the leaderboard and how people are going. Because there's still so much time to go, I know that leaderboard is going to change quite a lot. Now, there are 11 of us in the media team here at WRTC, and we've got 3 of them out on the sites today. And one of them is joining us live. We've got Lawrence, M0LCM, hopefully joining us live from there now. Lawrence, hello.
Afternoon, David.
Great to see you, Lawrence. A live connection there via satellite as well. It's really via satellite data, isn't it?
Keeps all the microwave people happy.
Yeah, absolutely. We're covering all the bands today. So how's it been for you then? You 3 are out there at different sites covering all this sort of thing. Well, I'll tell you what was nice then. I just saw your tab out there. I saw it move under the wind. So that means there's a light breeze and it's not quite as hot as it has been.
That has certainly helped. It has meant that it is a lot dustier. My car definitely needs a wash now.
You can't wash it. There's a hosepipe ban.
Hopefully you're volunteering to wash the car when I get back. David, you might recognise a logo on the tent behind me.
Oh, really? Possibly. I can't quite see. Is it?
It says Norfolk.
Ah, Amateur Radio Club. Oh,
yes,
brilliant.
So,
okay, well that's my club. So.
A sponsored tent. Lots of the tents are sponsored, obviously, this year, as have been at previous WRTCs, and we have been trying to capture the details of the sponsors in the videos as well that we've been sending back, as well as teams that are operating here. I'm on the Brandon estate, so it's quite a large estate and a lot of dirt tracks, and certainly thanks to the site team here for ferrying me around by 4x4, because some of the areas are a little bit inaccessible for a standard car.
I bet, absolutely. Oh, well, have you frozen there? No, you are still there. All right, I just had to check.
Yeah, no.
It's all right. You do seem to be standing quite still, but when I see the no, it's all right. When I see the odd wisp of wind blow your badge, it's okay. I feel reassured. But it's really good of you to do this. I mean, is this what you expect it to be? I know we should explain to everybody at home as well that we can't show inside the tents live, because there are things that could reveal which call sign they're operating clearly, and of course that would be against the rules. So that's why we're not doing that. But you are of course there with Jonathan and John doing videos, sending them up to us virtually live on a satellite, and then we're taking them. We just have to edit out or blur some of the call signs, don't we?
Yeah, and the teams have been fantastic. No one has been afraid of the media, which is great. Everyone wants to be seen on the live stream because they want their friends and family to obviously see them operating and seeing them entering this world-class contest. Absolutely.
What's it like for you then? Because this is a strange sort of mission that we've sent you out to do. Is it what you expected to see all of these days? I know that you don't live very far away. You're sort of Cambridgeshire based, which is only virtually the next county along. But still, these places are quite barren and quite spaced out, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, even some of the sites, so one of the sites I did earlier this afternoon, just as the contest started, you go, oh, there's 4 stations on the one site. That should be easy, until you realise that if you walked between the sites, it's about 1 kilometre. You can see the aerials across the length of a field, but that doesn't mean it's going to be an easy station to get to, especially if you're carrying out a bunch of camera equipment to film them. So, it's a fair bit of driving, even if you think, well, I can see the site over there. Right now I'm standing obviously next to the station's antenna. I can't really point the camera at that because that's the direction of the sun at the moment, and the sky is wonderfully blue, and it has warmed up a little bit. Nowhere near as hot as yesterday, though.
And actually, just live, I can see that where you are, your station by chance has gone to the top of the leaderboard just by pure coincidence, because I know that's the tent that Norfolk Amateur Radio Club have sponsored. But it is an all race that we've seen the leaderboard change. I don't suppose you've had any time to look at that, but the way it's going up and down, it's incredible, really.
No, although some of obviously the referees are watching a lot of things as well, because they are looking for any irregularities that might crop up while they're listening to the operators. If they see something unusual in the logging or the scoreboard, they will obviously flag that up to the organisers. So I've had a few little bits of insight of how a team is doing as I've arrived to film them, and their referee has said, oh, they're at this place in the league in the table, or they've moved up or they've moved down, and so on. So yeah, everyone is watching their favourites, and the referees of course are all rooting for the team that they are looking after.
Absolutely. We sort of joke about the weather a little bit, but it has been extremely hot for this country, hasn't it? And I'm pleased that you seem to be suggesting slightly cooler today with that little bit of a breeze, because these guys have got to go for 24 hours. I'm able to take little breaks, and I'm in an air-conditioned bar and studio area here, but those guys have got it tough. Do you get any idea of their experience in terms of it being hot? Is it hotter than they expected, for example, if they were from overseas in particular?
I think they're all glad it's about 8 degrees cooler today than yesterday, which I think they're all quite relieved about. So yes, they're panicking a little bit less about needing water, obviously. Everyone is being sensible and hydrating properly, but it is definitely cooler. And that breeze, you can see it blowing my lanyard around, is helping. It is putting a little bit of a cool on things. Some of the gazebos have opened up the sides to let the air through their tent. Some of them have just got fans running, because that actually helps as well, especially if you've got radios. Even though they're running 100 watts, those radios still put out a fair bit of heat. And then, of course, computers attached to them and monitors, all of those adding to the heat. Tonight, it's supposed to be a little bit cooler, supposed to drop to about 16 degrees. So the guys, most of them have thought about that and have a jumper, long trousers to actually put on when it gets a bit cooler tonight. But back to the sort of temperature again tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, Lawrence. Well, thank you very much for joining us live. By the way, I can tell you now that the station behind you just dropped to number 2. That's how quick things change and how close it is at the top of the leaderboard, and anything can change as well. All of the guests that we've spoken to here on the live stream today have stressed how important, how much it's going to change. And the strategies, of course, that stations have used so far can all change as the bands change, as the conditions change into this evening. But thank you very much for reporting to us live from there, Lawrence. Really good of you, and good luck with all the other films, and thanks for everything that you and John and Jonathan are sending to us as well, and we look forward to catching up with you later.
No worries, 73 David, and everyone who's watching. We'll see if we can do another one of these again, maybe later today, maybe tomorrow.
That would be lovely. Thanks very much. That's Lawrence M0LCM there. So thanks to him and Jonathan for doing that. Now, I've got with me now someone who's no stranger to contesting, or to radio indeed, because it's the RSGB president, Bob GUY40X, who's joined me to talk about what it's like to compete in long amateur radio contests, because I think you're quite experienced, Bob.
Yeah, well, it's great. I think I was just thinking, actually, watching the scoreboard here, David, that the first time I managed to stay awake all night was over 50 years ago in National Field Day. I think it was 1972.
Wow.
As a young boy, I was just 11 or 12 years old. I have got a photo of it. And we had a tent with my mate from school, and we went to a G3 ERD stroke portable in Derby at Drum Hill. And it's the interest and the excitement that keeps you going. And I think it was a great introduction to contesting. In the RSGB, we have the club championship contests every week or two. And
but they're only a few hours, aren't they?
Well, they're an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And that's a great introduction to have a go. And we meet many newcomers on the band there. I do take part in those all through the year. And just for 90 minutes. And at the end of it, there's an exhilaration, and the young people who are coming into that feel that. And I said, well, next one, why don't you do the AFS contest, which is 4 hours long in usually January time. But the biggest contest in the world is CQ Worldwide. That's the contest at the end of October for phone, and CW for November. That's a 48-hour contest.
Yeah.
And as
do you take part in that?
I do take part of that.
Do you keep going for the full 48?
Well, the last, not last year, the year before, I went to Anguilla in the Caribbean. I took 85 kilos of luggage and antennas with my wife. She had just.
I bet she loved that.
Well,
they weren't all shoes, were they? I should be careful what I say here.
This year we've been married 40 years, and she was over 21 when she signed the forms. When we met, the first place I took her to was the radio room. So she has space for a couple of dresses and me a couple of t-shirts. And yeah, I think I managed 42 hours in the chair.
That's
42 hours. Now, just think about staying awake for 42 hours, not doing this, but the mental intensity of hundreds and thousands of people calling you, working maybe nearly 3,000 contacts in that period of time. You do have issues, but going back to a 24-hour contest like this, and many people all over the world are taking part over the weekend who are not WRTC competitors, will be experiencing that. And it's very important to plan ahead for your contest. So you've got the excitement of taking part, the technology at home, you've got everything ready. But then, what about sleep? What about when you get a bit weary and tired? And it's so important to, as you get more experience, to prepare your food intake program along the time. Don't want to eat big bowls of carbohydrate pasta, and because you get tired, the blood sugar levels change. Even the days before, you're planning your circadian sleep rhythms to try and build up your sleep tank before the contest. And it's so difficult because you just can't bank sleep.
No.
You just get in there and try and be as exercised as possible and oxygenated, go for fit, healthy walks in the days leading up to the contest. And then when you sit in the position, sitting on an aircraft is difficult for 24 hours, but to operate a radio with such intensity to become competitive top 10 world is difficult. And these guys here, who we all welcomed into the room day before yesterday, sorry, are absolutely at the pinnacle of their mental, physical and competitive ability, and it's incredible.
It is. And what we mustn't forget as well is that for many, or let's say most of them, then don't live in this country normally, so there's lots of things, and you said about getting into training, doing walks and things. They've landed here. Many of them, we've given them the transport from the airport to here. They don't know really where they are.
They don't.
They haven't got their own independent transport. They haven't been able to do a lot of that training, really, and now they're going to the middle of these very flat field areas in and around Norfolk and Suffolk to do this.
And And the other thing which is really important, when for example, I go to Caribbean for the big CQ Worldwide contests, you are in a different time zone. Sometimes that's an advantage because normally CQ Worldwide, for example, is midnight to midnight, Friday night to Sunday night. It's 8 p.m. in the evening start, so it's going to finish at 8 p.m. So that really dead period at 2 a.m. in the morning when you're hitting F1 and you why am I here? You start hallucinating, all of those things, because you're getting 9 or 10 stations calling you all the time at the same time, and absolutely crucially, as you learn to become a contester, you know, I'm just looking at the scoreboard now. Mults are king. That's what we say. So multiplies are king. You see the.
Well, we can have a look at it now, actually, and
Okay.
Tammy is directing this. Can show us, I think, the scoreboard so that everybody at home can see it. Here we are.
Yeah.
And you can use that mouse, and you can go up and down and have a look. Please
Well,
do. Let's
I'll
not just look at the top ones either at the moment. Let's look at some of the others.
But just look at this. Look.
Yeah.
The top station, as we've been sitting here,
It's changed,
they've
hasn't
been
it?
swapping around.
Yeah.
Mainly not because of the QSO totals here,
No.
but because of the mults here. Look, can you see 209 to 214? Just 5 different.
Yes.
But mults are king. So
Yeah.
the teamwork here from Andrea and Yaroslav, they're working together, looking at mults, trying to make sure that they're absolutely on top of it. Even you go down, look, there's 206, 208, 204. So you can see that even the top 10, they're all within 15 multipliers of each other. So you've got to run, but make sure your mults are there.
And we're sitting here talking about it just for relatively a few minutes.
Yes.
It's very different to sitting there for that 24 hours, isn't it?
It is, and of course, they're in a completely blind situation because they don't know they know what their call sign is. They don't know what their compatriots are doing. They've got no idea what the other competitors are doing because they're in radio silence. They've got no mobile phones, no everything.
No.
They're just on the radio, getting on with it. So, what I was saying to you about going to the Caribbean, I met some guys who visited here for this as competitors, never been to the UK before. Some of the US station operators never been to the UK, top world competitors. So they're coming here, and when you're in the US, when you're in the UK, for example, if I go on the air, I know automatically, I've got programmed in what the propagation is going to be for 24 hours. It's automated. I knew what was going to happen with it. You go to a different country, a different continent, like Thailand, for example, you've got pilots of ZLs, of New Zealand station. So they're coming here thinking, right, I've got a strategy, but it doesn't feel right because I'm getting all these Germans calling me. There's 4,000 Germans have made queues so far with all of the competitors. And
yes, I saw that they were at the top of the leader.
Top of the lead, and they always are. I was in Friedrichshafen just 10 days ago.
Yes, of course, yeah.
And they're passionate about the hobby, which is great. And we work very closely with the DARC, as you know, with the QSL Bureau, passionate about that, and that's why we went with them. But so you go into a different location, you're not sure about the propagation of how it's going to work. Even the sunset, sunrise times, you can read them on a book, a chart, but when you're actually there and experiencing it, it feels completely alien to you. So they're coming into this really cold, a bit like Formula One drivers when they go to Brazil. They've got to adapt to different situations. And this is what the best contest operators in the world are going through right now. It's great to see it. And you meet these guys, and they're so focused on their activity. There's also a bit of how can I say it? A bit of craftsmanship where you might want to explain how you plane a piece of wood to make it smooth into a chair, and you get the general hints, but you learn your own techniques about becoming a contest professional.
What do you think about? Because I know that with the RSGB, where all of us who care about this hobby, I think, should care about the future, which means the younger people coming through in the hobby. Do you think that contesting is a great way to enthuse and encourage and inspire young people to get involved with amateur radio?
I think it absolutely is. And I gave a special announcement, actually, when we introduced the teams to the youth teams to say these are the contesters of the future. And I saw in the youth WRTC 2026 station just back there, the young people learning the ropes and just learning how to make contact. there. And then afterwards, everybody's talking to them and say, oh, I heard you made the contact with the New Zealand station or the American station. It's a great way for people to become internationally aware. And our hobby, our interest, the future of amateur radio is encompassing that wonderful international feeling. And you've seen it this last few days, the camaraderie, the friendship particularly, of everybody having the opportunity, whichever country you're from in the world, despite governments and state decisions, they're all here operating, having a great time. And I'm a great believer in that international community, and that's what we've been doing.
It is good, and it's lovely. And I know that you're involved with the WRTC. You're not just here as a spectator, because you've been involved with a lot of the Master of Ceremonies with a lot of the things as well.
Yes.
What's that felt? Is this your first WRTC to be actually involved with it?
It is actually the first event that I got asked by Mark Haynes, who's done an absolutely fantastic job as chairman of the entire project. He said, Bob, I would love to have you as partnering up and also as president. Please wear the ceremonial chain and everything. And I said, I think that's great, because it's not just the opening ceremony that thousands of people have been looking at. It's also when they look back at it to review what happened here, all of these videos, and you might be watching this now in 3 or 4 years' time, the intensity, and you get trinkets of information and you learn to build your own contesting ability up. But it was a great honour to be asked, and it's great to see everyone. And yeah, ironically, I do know nearly all of the competitors in the contest.
Well, as calls in your logbook, presumably over the years.
Because I'm a contester, yeah.
Absolutely.
But taking my contester hat off and putting my president's hat on, contesting is only one facet of our fabulous interest in amateur radio, but it is a great way of making international friends and bringing them on board with our, for example, the RSGB international membership is really starting to increase because of our international presence, because of events like this that David, you're kindly doing all of this, as volunteers, and it's just so important for the society, for the hobby.
And of course, I should put a little plug in for the wonderful app that the RSGB has brought out, because it does mean that everybody can have Radcom and all of the other things, the news and everything else, on their phone, on their tablet, wherever they are in the world.
Brilliant. And I've been working with a few people that have already signed up as new members, actually, internationally, and they've got the Radcom app on their phone, and they're putting their name and call sign in. You can search over 25 years of Radcom, and they say, I didn't know I was in there. I didn't know. I said, yeah, that's how it is. So it's a great app. It's a great future, and there will be more bolt-ons in the future as that develops. Steve Thomas doing a great job in leading that work. And this WRL World Radio League,
isn't it wonderful?
Is absolutely super.
We can just take a look at that again. I don't know if that's changed since we last had that on. We'll get Tammy to put that on the screens for everybody at home to look at the scoreboard.
And I see at the scoreboard at the moment there, just at the top here, we've got EU number 9 Team 2 with Slava and Andrea. And interestingly, after leaving Friedrichshafen last week, I drove from Friedrichshafen down to Italy, to the northern branch of the ARI, that's the Amateur Radio Association in Italy. My wife is Italian. My nephew, my brother-in-law's son, he showed an interest in amateur radio in Italy 25 years ago. I got him interested even further. He's took his exams, he's on the air. He's now secretary for the Northern of Italy ARI branch in Alba. So I said, well, why don't we have a meeting? We did the international presentation that we do, and they absolutely loved it. I mean, so it's great to see the Italians up there.
Anything else that surprises you? We must keep stressing this is early days.
It is early days. I just, the Randy, K5ZD and Tom has got a fabulous station in Barbados. I was there 3 years ago for CQ Worldwide, and Tom is 8P5A, 8 Papa 5 Alpha. My call was 8 Papa 9 Alpha. I was on the beach with my wife in a hut with bars on the windows, which I thought was to protect people coming in. It's actually to stop the monkeys, the 100-pound monkeys breaking in on the East Coast. And I heard this signal. He was only 300 metres away at the top of a hill. We had a big power cut, a substation exploded at the power station. We blacked out for an hour, scary, cockroaches in the room. I said to my wife, look, let's just go to bed, leave the lights on, and when the power comes back on, I'll get back on. There were storms and thunderstorms. Tom stayed on. He operated for 47 3/4 hours, non-stop, SO2R. And I did ask him about his food intake regime during the contest. He ate 2 bananas.
Really, that's my energy. That's my go-to energy food as well.
48 hours, 2 bananas.
But is that all he had, you mean?
Yes, that's all.
Oh, I thought that was his extra.
No, that's quite excessive. You just, because if you're hungry, you keep pushing, and if you start to get a bit comfortable with a nice meal like we'll have later, you get a bit sleepy, and that affects your mental agility, the ability to keep going, working 200-300 stations an hour. But Tom, it's great to see Tom there.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of time to go.
All of these people, you're talking about the very, very top people in the world who have qualified for this, and it's a 4-year, qualifying period.
Process, isn't it? Yeah.
And it's great to see. I don't know can I roll the wheel down? Let's have a look here. We've got. Let's see where's the British team. Have we got John, G4IRN, and Martin. Let's have a look. Excuse me for just slowly looking down here. I think they could be up here somewhere. Let's have a look. I've been with John a lot of places all around the world. I can't see them.
Well, they'll be there somewhere.
Yeah, let's have a look.
We've got to wrap it there for now, though, Bob. But thank you very much for joining us. Bob GU4YOX, of course, the president of the RSGB, but here as a contester as well, a very keen contester.
Thank you
for joining us. Now, as we said, there are 50 stations contestants, 50 stations out there, and we've got a video postcard to play you now from one of them. Well, there we are. That was Bob Beebe, who's, of course, the president of the RSGB. Now we're going to go back to the, in a moment we're going to go back to WRTC2026 WRTC radio space, special events radio station here. But as I said to you all day, this is a very live event. And unlike all of the contestants and the competitors, I'm going to be able to take a little break now and have a nice meal and relax. But this man next to me is going to take over for a while. This is Rob, M0VFC. Hello, Rob.
Hi there. How's things going for the last few hours, David?
I think they're fine, but I mean, I'm the one who's seen on screen, but actually there are, as I keep saying, there really are a team of 11 of us all together. 3 of them out in the field, social media, Heather writing, a lot of the cues and things like that. There's lots of work to work. We are a team, and I am going to take a break now, and you're going to join in. What are you most looking forward to hosting this part of it?
I think, to be honest, it's going to be catching up with it, because I've sort of heard you in the background talking through the scoreboard with the various folks that have joined you. And to be honest, I'm feeling a little bit disconnected at the moment. So I'm really hoping to sort of catch up, see who's in the lead, see those constant changes that you've mentioned.
And it really is exciting.
And watch it. And this is going to be a really interesting time of day as well, as things start opening up to the US.
Yeah.
You've got that sort of tension between do you get those European QSOs in the evening on 40 and 80 that are going to be really easy to get, but they're only worth a couple of points? Do you start hitting the bands over into the US, get those DX contacts? This could be a really important time for those contesters.
Because it isn't, there's nothing anybody can do about their propagation, but the strategy, what they do, what modes they work, and what bands. It's a key, crucial time, and you're going to take everybody through it?
I hope so. No, I'm hoping to be joined by Colin G4CWH, who gave us some wonderful entertainment the other evening at the gala dinner. But is also a fantastic contester in his own right as well. Does a lot of operation from the Cayman Islands in the Commonwealth contest. But of course, that's a very different beast to WRTC. Yes. So I think it'll be really interesting to explore sort of what he's seeing in this contest compared to the ones that he normally enters, as well as some of the behind-the-scenes footage as well.
Indeed. Well, Rob, thank you very much for joining us for this. I'm going to hand it over to you now. Kept the seat warm.
Thank you very much.
I promised.
Yeah.
We're now going to hop over to the special event station, or the check log station, GB26 WRTC. See what's happening there. I'll see you later.
D8, good luck.
Roger, 7-3. CQ contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie, over.
Yankee Oscar 3 Alpha Echo Kilo.
Alpha Echo Kilo again, please.
Yankee Oscar 3 Alpha Echo Kilo.
India Oscar 3 Alpha Echo Kilo.
Yankee Oscar Yokohama, Yankee Oscar 3 Alpha Echo Kilo.
Yankee Oscar 3 Alpha Echo Kilo, I have you 5927.
598 Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Bravo Radio Charlie, Roger.
Wrong call sign. My call sign is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Over.
Radio Tango Charlie. Radio Tango Charlie, Roger.
Roger, 7-3.
Thank you, good luck.
QRZ. CQ contest. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Over.
Delta Lima 8 Uniform Victor.
Uniform Victor again, please.
Delta Lima 8 United Victor.
Delta Lima 8 United Victor. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. I have you 5927.
5928.
Roger, 7-3.
73.
QRZ.
Zulu 60 Hotel Quebec.
Lima Bravo. Zulu 6 Zulu Hotel Quebec, is that?
Zulu 60 Hotel Quebec.
Zulu 60 Hotel Quebec, I have you 5927.
59 Sugar Hotel Romeo Alpha Kilo.
Roger, 7-3.
7-3.
Oscar 1 Hotel Lima Bravo. Lima Bravo again, please.
OE1 Hotel Lima Bravo.
Oscar Echo 1 again, please.
Oscar Echo 1 Hotel Lima Bravo. OE1 HLB.
Oscar Echo 1 Hotel Lima Bravo, I have you 5927.
5928. Good luck.
Roger, 7-3. CQ contest. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Over.
Sierra Papa 8 Delta Radio.
Sierra Papa 8 Delta Radio. I have you 5927.
Good evening, car for you 592828. Good luck.
Roger, 7-3. CQ contest. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Over.
Delta Lima 4 Lima Tango.
Delta Lima 4 Lima Tango. I have you 5927.
5928. Thank you.
Roger, 7-3. CQ contest. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Over. CQ contest. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Over. CQ contest, CQ contest. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Over.
Bravo 2 Delta.
QSZ. CQ contest. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Over. It's the Zulu 4 India Sierra Foxtrot. I have for you 5927.
Contact 73.
Sorry, what's your exchange? Free. CQ contest. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Over. CQ contest. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf.
Well, there we go. That was a little bit of GB26 WRTC. That's the special event station here at WRTC HQ at Y Boston. And it's an interesting station because it's sort of a mirror of the stations that they're running out in the field, that the contestants are using. Same antenna for both the higher bands, 10, 15, 20 on that sort of 2 or 3 element Yagi, and wired dipoles for 40 and 80. They do have the advantage of a kilowatt linear, so they are running high power. On the other hand, it's also a station that's set up at a hotel with a roof covered in solar panels and an awful lot of IT equipment in here. So it's, maybe they win on one hand, but they're certainly suffering a higher noise floor here than they will be out on the sites. I'm joined now by Colin, G4CWH, as well as several other call signs. ZF2CA, I think, is...
M3E.
Yep, excellent. Colin, we've worked together on many contests, but I think anyone that has entered, for example, the Commonwealth contest, the RSGB Commonwealth contest, will know that Zulu Fox 2 Charlie Alpha call sign ever so well. How does something like the Commonwealth contest compare to WRTC? In all regards, I guess.
That's a good question. The Commonwealth contest is many people's favourite contest. It's relatively quiet. You work the same people. They become friends over the years, and you really get to know them. And the propagation really does sort of move around with the sun. And interestingly, with people's sleep cycles. So you can discover that there's a fantastic, it's open to ZL and VK. You can see it should be, and you're calling for quite a while.
But if they're all in bed, that
it doesn't help.
give you anything,
suddenly, bang! Somebody comes. What do you say? They are there. It's just that they're not out of bed. They're not actually playing at the moment.
And it amazes me, even outside of contests in the UK, is you'll be activating, and I think surely it should be open to the States at the moment. Nothing, and then suddenly there's S9, some W4 or something like that, and they just happen to be the one that's got out of bed at 3 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
I guess with WRTC, because it's aligned with the IARU Radio Sport contest, which is an everyone works everyone, you're going to have more people who will naturally be awake more of the time.
Absolutely. And I've been nattering with some of the competitors and sort of asking them what's special about this one. And some of the things that come up is, well, you've got to get your rate up. It's got to be 200 an hour, otherwise you're nowhere near. So you've got to work on that. You've got to be running. One station's got to be really running. The other station might run if it can, but otherwise it's helping the main station. And most of the time it's CW, but there are people who are only sideband, and you've got to get them. but you've got to get them quickly, work
Yeah.
through them, wait till the rate drops down, then go back to CW where everybody else is.
I think we were talking a little earlier about, SSB, you can potentially move people easier, particularly between sort of 10 and 15, 15 and 20.
Yeah.
It's much easier to say, we've not got you on 20 yet, can we do 14,260 or whatever. Way higher probability of success doing that on sideband than you will on CW, where a lot of folks, myself very much included, if you send something other than 5927,
and that going back to the Commonwealth contest, that is equally true. When you really do want to move people from band to band, there are those who get it and on follow, and there are those who go, and they might try a couple of times, and they just run away.
That would definitely be me if we were doing this. But I guess there's the thing of more people are probably active in the broader contest. The sort of the casual entrants will be more active on SSB. But even with the automatic spotting that we've got for this WRTC and last time in Italy, even there you've still got to make those 2 QSOs to start with before you get your SSB spot. And so on those more marginal band openings, let's go with 10 metres, it might take quite a while to get those first 2 QSOs.
Yeah, I think that's where the second op really earns his crust, getting that to happen and getting it to open up.
And I guess as part of that, because it's an unassisted contest, that changes the game. Again, for those of us, I normally enter the assisted section. Molt hunting is, you've got your band map, you look down the cluster. Every time you get a green or a red entry, you double click it, you work it, you go back to your run frequency. You don't get that here, do you?
This is where the 10,000 hours of listening to the bands, your Morse being absolutely solid, pays dividends, because it's not effort, you're just doing it, whereas the rest of us, it's a lot of effort. And over 24 hours it gets tiring.
And that's why I'm sitting in this chair and not one of the chairs that we...
Me too.
Let's take a look at these folks. If we jump onto the live scoreboard now, the first and the second place, these are the stations that we've been seeing a lot of the afternoon so far, isn't it? And current first place, provisionally, of course, are the returning champions from Italy, aren't they?
And they are clearly doing something different to be there and stay there.
Hang on, let's go back to that one. Because if we jump into them, you mentioned those sort of target rates earlier, over 200.
Look at that.
300 Qs an hour. Okay, it's between 2 stations, but even then, on CW, and I think if I'm sort of running a nice agenda, and my CW is not amazing by any means, I'd be pretty happy with 120, 140 an hour.
Yeah, you wouldn't be disappointed with that.
They're doing, 290 an hour between 2 of them, including hunting for those multipliers, and they've got the fastest hour up at 398.
Yes.
We're going to see over 400 an hour, aren't we, for some
at some
teams.
point, yeah.
And I think some of the teams who perhaps focus more on SSB in the early times may have got those faster initial rates, while because generally speaking, you can run faster on SSB if you have the traffic there.
And apparently it is there. Another thing I derived this morning is strategy about what speed do you run at on more. And this particular station was going to say, well, the Europeans, they go fast. I can run at 38, no trouble. But I do have to slow down a bit more for the US and also for the Japanese stations and the stations in these. So it's actually strategic. And then when you're SMPing, you have to go slower, because if you go fast, you just have to do it twice.
Yes.
So you must go slower.
And you have to match the speed to the activity, because
of course,
the slower you go, the more potential audience you get.
Yeah.
But if you've got too many people to work, then you might as well speed up, because it thins out the pile up, and you get through them faster. So it's sort of winning on two grounds. We can take a look at that sort of that band mode split. And you were saying earlier, it's mostly CW with a bit of SSB. That's exactly what we're seeing here. And some of the other teams are skewing even more to CW.
Right.
They're only running 100 watts, aren't they?
Well, that's the other thing. So the guy that I was talking to I said you're not a big station. He said, no, it's mindset. You just got to get there, and you've got to get your channel and hold it. And if anybody starts to encroach, you get straight on the XIT and you tell them to go away. You need sharp elbows, because the moment one or two start to encroach, you lose it.
Yeah.
But if you can stay there, if you can keep them away, you can punch above your weight.
And I guess it sort of works out nicely, the alignment with IARU, in the sense that if you did this in CQ Worldwide, you'd have no hope. You couldn't run this contest in CQ Worldwide at 100 watts with a beam at 12 metres 40 foot.
No, it's too mediocre.
Whereas with IARU, you've got that nice thing. If you've got enough activity to keep things interesting, keep that rate up, but at the same time give you enough spectrum that you can work and you can run at 100 watts.
Yeah.
And particularly on CW, we took a little bit of an SDR recording at the start of the contest.
Right.
And yeah, if you do that in some contests, the clock ticks over and the band just goes whoom, and it's full, and there's not a gap. And it wasn't quite like that. It was
a bit more modest.
Yeah.
So that's a bit more doable.
Of course, we're here at 20:06 in the UK, 20:05 UTC. This is going to be an important time, isn't it? And we're going to start seeing things change.
Well, there's lots of things changing. So you get nice openings down to the Caribbean and South America for mults at this time of day. It particularly is like maybe from even an hour ago. And of course 40 will be doing interesting things. You'll be getting openings to the Far East for a while at this point. And 40 is a band you have to keep coming to and going away from and dipping.
Presumably it's really easy to get those sort of European 2-pointers on 40. But you don't want to sacrifice the others.
No. But there are some long range ones at this time of day on 40 that, if you can get them, are worth, for mults purposes, are worth having.
So what will the sort of the typical strategy be looking like? You've got the two stations running in parallel. They can't be on the same band.
No.
Not allowed to share antennas apart from the splitting the tri-bander.
Yeah.
Will they maybe have one station on 40, one on 20 still, or will they be looking for?
Well, they might be trying to sort of stick to 20 as the money band, working 15 and 10. Now this is where they'll be fighting. Now I want it northeast. Now I want it.
And of course, you've only got one beam.
Sorry, northwest. I want it southwest, and that's a real. We really don't need too many elements, because you want to try and get North America and South America at the same time.
And it is, of course, only a 2-element beam on 20 meters, isn't it? They've got 3 elements on 15 and 10.
Yeah, and then 3 is almost too much. It's just, it gets you
so
bigger
maybe
in the middle.
You point it where you want 15 or 10, and then 20
it'll
just
work
got
anyway.
enough on the cardio. Nice. Well, talking of the stations, this contest is basically 50 field day stations, isn't it? It's everything you would do for a typical CW or sideband field day.
In many senses, and including the looking after your body sense.
Very much.
Just your body is a cathedral. There was not a lot of heavy drinking going on last night. I must.
It was a very quiet part.
And you people think that maybe you want sugary snacks. That's the last thing you want. You get a sugar
I've seen a lot of bananas in the footage coming back.
Definitely bananas and drinks, and just keeping yourself hydrated at just the right level. Constant body sugar level. Just maintain
you don't want the sort of the roller coaster.
No, not at all.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's just take a little bit of a step back in time, because Andy G4BIQ caught up with Heather the other day, and they spoke about what's been involved in actually building all of these sites, putting together some of the logistics, not only of the sites themselves, but this scoreboard that we've just been talking about. All of that data has to come back to HQ here at Y Boston. So let's take a look back at when Andy caught up with Heather.
Andy.
Hello, how are you, Heather?
Welcome back to Y Boston HQ. You've been out on site, well, probably for years, it almost feels like, looking for the sites, being there, setting them up.
Yes, it feels like that. It's been a long exercise, really, from starting looking for the sites couple of years ago. We've had some fantastic support from some of the big estates in the sort of Suffolk-Norfolk border. So from Euston, from Elvedon, from Shadwell in particular, and then also from Frederick-Heigham down there. So great support from them to give us access to their land and let us build the 50 sites down there. And also then some a little bit further east over near Diss. So been doing that, and sort of subsequent to getting those arranged, I've also been busy trying to make sure that we have all the equipment available. So getting the kit for 50 sites, getting that all into store, making sure everything works. And then, yes, the last few weeks, getting that kit to site with tremendous support from many volunteers to make that happen. I didn't expect my job to be quite so much of a delivery driver and a package mover as it has become, but it's good exercise. And then actually building the stuff up in the last week. So yeah, it's been pretty busy.
Pretty busy, because we've talked to Chris Kirby, who's been overseeing the actual site builds now, you know, the physical builds of the mast, antenna, everything. You've been also doing stuff on the networking side, the computer logging, all that. Explain a little bit more about your part, because that's...
Yes, so we're obviously partnering with World Radio League to produce the dashboard that people will be able to watch. So the scoreboard with all the information. But you have to get the information out from the scoring computers, or from the logging computers on site, back to that system. So built a set of Raspberry Pis that basically monitor the traffic that goes over the network between the two computers, sniffs off the contact information, and then forwards that over the cellular network to the central WRL servers. So built those up, made sure we got the software right for those, made sure we were able to get remote access to those and manage them and monitor them and so on during the site. Even little tasks like ordering 100 SIM cards and putting 50 SIM cards into referee phones and 50 SIM cards into modems, and making sure you've got a track of which one's which and the configuration is right and so on. That takes hours. You can do it sat in front of the television, but it's you know, all these things, when you multiply them by 50, become quite a little challenge.
I think it's these things that people don't even think about, and why would you? No. You know, you don't think when something works as smoothly as it is working and everything, you might feel like a swan, but paddling hard underneath. But at the moment, it seems very smooth above.
A swan is definitely the analogy that I've used. So yes.
So 50 SIM cards for phones and things. Nobody would think about that, but that's the attention to detail, isn't it, that makes something like this work?
Yes, it's very important. It's very important we're able to reach everybody. Even things like making sure that we have enough petrol for all the generators. The folks are still at site, managing that right now, because it becomes quite a challenge as to how you transport that and do all of that stuff safely. So yeah.
And the network coverage, obviously.
Well, it is, and I've been to all the sites and checked that there is coverage with our selected operator there, and that there's capacity. But actually, when we rock up on site and do that, we'll have to just see how things go. We found during the test event that one of the sites where there was coverage, the operator went down, and so we lost connectivity. So I also have a bunch of SIMs in my bag for the other operators that I can go and drop in. And so I suspect as the scoring computers go online on Friday, we'll see which come up, which don't, and then I'll be scrabbling out to those sites to go and go and sort that out as we go.
So you've had 2 years of finding the sites, negotiating that WRTC can use them. You've done the setting up of the logging and everything, the networking, but now actually this is almost quite the critical point, isn't it? Making sure it all works.
Yes, this is where the chickens come home to roost. I have to say, I feel much better now, and a week ago I was quite worried. Well, worried's the wrong word.
Paddling furiously.
Paddling furiously. You've got a plan, you hope it's all going to work, and you've got some contingency, and the volunteers have done such an amazing job. The schedule that Chris put together was fantastic. They basically built according to that schedule, and everything's built now. So that's great. I'm now looking forward to the competitors getting onto site seeing their sites, testing things, and we'll see how we work. So there'll be more paddling tomorrow, I expect.
Well, I gather the temperature's supposed to be a little bit cooler over the weekend, which I'm sure you'll be very glad
Jim's
of
forecast was well received yesterday.
Yeah, he gave us a very, very in-depth forecast, and obviously talking about propagation and yes, all the important things for that side of the contest as well. So it's all coming together, and it's just fantastic to see how everything is. There's a huge buzz around the centre.
Amazing, isn't it?
And I know you've been out on site, but hopefully you'll soak that up while you're here and take that out with you as you get back out and carry on doing what you're doing out on the site. But thank you and all the organising committee for everything that you've done. It's coming together beautifully.
Well, thank you, Heather. Appreciate it.
Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Wow, that's just some of the incredible work that's been going on behind the scenes, building all of these sites, getting everything organised. Here with Colin G4CWH. And Colin, you've actually had a little bit of a hand in some of the logistics as well, because as well as moving the sites around and all their equipment, it's also been moving the people, all the competitors, all the referees, everyone like that. And you've been tracking the vehicles that have been doing so.
Yes, so my company Red Telematics is sponsoring this event, and part of the sponsorship is actually providing trackers in all the vehicles. So the transport manager can actually see where all the vehicles are at all times, and particularly that's useful if things start to go AWOL and you need to redirect or find who can get to somewhere the quickest.
It's been an amazing logistical effort, because it's been getting people from the various airports. Of course, in the UK, it's not just one airport. You've got Heathrow, Gatwick, Luton, Stansted. All of those, I think, had folks coming in on Wednesday.
They had. And there was a big effort to have enough drivers at enough airports ready, and figuring out the mechanism for. Well, I did the plan for Stansted, which is getting people onto WhatsApp before they left their home country.
Yes. So you know that the plane's going to take off.
And I'm reminding myself that actually you need a coin to get a trolley.
Yes, and of course, it might be £1 or €1, but maybe it's not $1 or.
Well, that's right. But I found out that both a pound and a 50 euro cent actually gets you a trolley, because these people are bringing entire stations.
Yeah, you're not going to hand carry that, are you?
You're not. But then, as Stan said, there's the decision of, do you try and meet them in one of the car parks, which are very aggressive, or do you meet them in the express set-down lane, where the pricing is extremely aggressive if you sit there for more than 15 minutes.
Yeah, and this is not just one person coming in on one flight. You've got 10 different flights.
And so you're actually trying to gather people together outside the international arrivals gate, making sure that you're all talking, and then they go outside and find a zone for you to drive up to. You drive up and they pile in the car and then you leave.
And this is just to get people here. And of course, the sites themselves are 60, 90 minutes away from Boston.
Absolutely.
Because we want to get away from all the noise, away from the hustle bustle, the solar panels on the roof.
The first site that 17 minibus gets to before it then has to go around the other sites. And of course, the team that's the last to be dropped off starts to get grumpy.
Yeah, and they didn't have long. Yeah, we had the meetings on, when was it, Friday morning. The site draws where they found out which site they were going to.
So they don't know the call sign until 15 minutes before. They don't know the site they're on until
Friday morning.
Friday morning at about 9:30.
Yep, and then they get straight on those minibuses. They get out there, but then of course to get back in time for dinner and a frankly well-earned, very necessary night's sleep, they only got maybe 4 or 5 hours out on site to build the stations, to debug everything, to make sure the generators worked.
Exactly, and make sure the generators are not noisy, which I gather they are not. But they were asking you for extra time. I was saying, no, we can't give you extra time, because if you give you extra time, then everybody's going to be late for dinner. So, and there was some negotiation going on with timing.
Well, look, we got through that. We've heard from Andy talking about how the sites were built. Now let's come up a little bit more up to date and actually jump onto some of those sites. Our media team, you heard from Lawrence earlier, along with John and Jonathan, they've been heading out around the sites. So let's go and visit the tents for Asia 1, Team 1, Europe 2, Team 2, North America 6, Team 1, and find out how they're getting on. Well, there we go. That's just a few of the stations out there in the field at the moment. We'll be bringing more visits to more of the sites as we go through the night, as best we can still get access, and then into tomorrow morning as well. But just here with Colin G4CWH, we've had a little bit of a development, haven't we, in the leaderboard? We're just looking at the current sort of podium places if things were to end right now, because we've had a change. It was the returning champions, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the Canadian
they've
team.
been very strong all afternoon.
But in the last few minutes, we've now got a new leader at the moment, Europe 9 Team 2, who have just taken the lead in the last few minutes. Current rank 1, highest position 1. Again, very strong sort of hourly QSO rate.
Gosh. But
the interesting thing, if we come down to that band mode split, earlier on we were looking at the returning champions team. That was about a 75-25 split CWSSB. These folks really hitting the CW hard on there. 95% of their contacts are on CW. Do you reckon they'll come back and sort of try and fill in the SSB gaps a bit later, or?
I think the received wisdom is that once the other bands open, there will be some sideband stations to get, and they'll come but there won't be that many. There'll be a few hundred, so they'll go there and probably maybe in patches and draw them out.
And I guess with a 24-hour contest, you sort of only get one shot at each sort of propagation.
Very much. The little windows that are there, you've only got one go at them.
I guess with the exception that things like Europe on 40, there's going to be plenty more opportunity for that mop up those SSBs, sort of casual stations.
Yes,
that'll run
especially
tomorrow morning.
Sunday morning, come on for half an hour, get yourself spotted, soak up a whole load of mid-Europeans.
Yeah, and I guess 40 that should work on. 20, we're fairly far west in Europe here in the UK, so 20 should be okay to sort of, Germany and further east.
Absolutely, yeah.
That should be fine. I guess it's maybe those sort of 10 and 15 metre mults that might be a bit trickier to fill in later.
Yeah, and of course then 10 may not open at all, but there might be some sporadic sort of that they might just suddenly want to go and get.
And of course you can't miss that, can you? You've only got two stations. You've got no second receivers even, have you? It's one receiver per station.
Yes. So you've got to be taking a look every now and again just to see if it's there. Just to see if it's there. You probably won't want to initiate it. That's too expensive. But
and if we look at the sort of the band stats, the current leaders 104 QSOs on 10 metres at the moment.
Oh, right, they have got some.
Yeah, they've been doing it. It's predominantly 20 metres has been their main focus. 15 metres actually doing pretty well. And I guess
the sunspot cycle hasn't done for it yet. It's I mean, obviously it's summer conditions which are different from equinox times, but yeah, it's clearly paying off.
And I guess this will be where the teams who recognise the different propagation in different areas are going to really have that experience benefit them, because even if we were sitting over in Germany or Czech Republic or somewhere like that, the propagation even there compared to the UK will be very different. We still have daylight a little later. That's going to help that transatlantic path over to the US, and that's going to get you a lot of those QSOs later than you might have expected if you were operating back home.
Yeah, so it is changing your mindset. And some of them will have visited and practiced. Maybe even a year ago.
And certainly the returning champions, they said they did exactly that. I think they came over to it may have been Chris or Andy NKR station.
Right.
They did a contest entry a year back,
just to
so
learn
they
what it
could
was
learn the propagation.
It's pretty important. It comes naturally once you've done it, but you don't get hindsight the first time.
No, and you do a lot of contesting from Colman.
Yeah,
and that must be a completely different beast to the UK.
It is. And you have to remember to just follow the sun. It's kind of as simple as that, but also the habits. For that particular contest, which starts at 10 o'clock GMT, so it's 10 o'clock in the UK, it's 5 a.m. where I am, but for half an hour you're talking to a lot of Canadians, because they all
always have done it.
And that's where the activity is, just as importantly as the propagation.
Exactly. And so you do that, and it's taken me a long time to actually realise not to go then to 40 for too long. So I was doing it for too long for a long time. But actually, the path from the Caribbean to the UK opens quite early and quite quickly.
Yeah.
So you need to be on 20 after about 45 minutes.
And I guess for the teams here in the UK now, those Caribbean multipliers, looking the other way.
Lots of little islands, yeah.
There's an awful lot of malts there on a lot of bands.
Yeah.
That's 100 malts to be had easily.
You've got to go and get them.
And that makes such a difference. If we look at the sort of the multipliers over time, I'm just going to try and 227 malts already for the leaders out of 1,700 or 4,000 QSO points. That can make a big difference. You're going to be running at sort of malt worth about one and a bit QSOs at the moment, but by the end that's going to be really important.
Yeah. So you've got to be malt spotting from the beginning. You can't do it as an afterthought.
No, because
you only get one chance, as you've said.
Well, we've talked about propagation a lot, and of course that depends so much on the time of year, the location, but also conditions. And we caught up the other night. David spoke with Steve Nichols, G0KYA, to get his sort of look ahead at this weekend. To see what the sun had in store for us. Of course, we never quite know whether it's going to behave as we expect it to, but that's certainly a prediction that might be worth the contestants bearing in mind, but also other folks that are perhaps chasing these Mike Bravo stations from around the world. Let's see what Steve had to say.
Now on Wednesday's show, we had a look at the weather forecast, always important for any outdoor event. But of course, for an amateur radio event, even more important than the weather is the propagation. And with me, who better to tell us more about the propagation that the teams are going to experience than Steve Nichols, G0KYA. Hello, Steve.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, you're Propagation Studies Committee Chair. And so, of course, you normally do a forecast for the RSGB every week, but you're doing a specific forecast for the stations in our area, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, the propagation in East Anglia doesn't change that much from the propagation in, say, London or south of England. But I think the important thing about this is it's a very short-term propagation forecast for, Saturday lunchtime to Sunday lunchtime. But, we'll see. I've got some good news, actually, when we get into it.
Jolly good. OK. Well, of course, just to remind you at home, the actual contest takes place between 1 p.m. on Saturday and 1 p.m. on Sunday, which is 12 p.m. UTC until 12 p.m. UTC on Sunday. So this is the forecast period that Steve's been working on. Over to you, Steve.
All right, then we'll move on then. Well, to be honest, the last week we've had a real roller coaster in terms of HF propagation. We had auroral conditions last Saturday. The K index hit 6.33. Band conditions were very poor, low MUFs, noisy watery signals, and that was not a good sign, really. But over the last few days, things have improved, and the KP index has been mostly below 3. I say mostly. We've had a couple of occasions when it's gone over 3 to 4. But there we go. But also over the last week, the solar flux index has declined as sunspots have rotated off the sun, down from a high of 203 down to 116. But let's have a look at the sun anyway. So this is the sun as it looks, or looked last night when I put this on there. No, not many sunspots, but look at that big sunspot 4482. Now that's active region 4482. That remains a threat. And NOAA in America puts a risk of a R1, R2 class solar event at 40%. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means that we've already had an X-class flare out of that region. We could have another one. We could have none at all. We could have an X-class flare. The good news is now at this point, if we have a CME off that sunspot, it probably won't reach Earth before the contest has ended. So that's good. But we could end up with some short-term blackouts or SIDs. Sudden ionospheric disturbance as a result of a solar flare from that spot. So, it's risky, but the fact they put a risk of it at 40%, I think it's basically saying we don't know. Also, if we look at coronal holes on the sun, we've had one there, number 73, which has gone past, so we've had the effects of that. So it doesn't look like there are any other coronal holes, so that's good. If we'd had a solar wind stream from one of those coronal holes, that could cause the MUFs to drop, noisy conditions, or band conditions. So from that perspective, the forecast looks pretty good. But seasoned HF forecasters know that you don't really use daily sunspot numbers to do your propagation predictions. You should use the 12-month smooth sunspot numbers. So I've been off to the Royal Observatory in Belgium and I've got the figures, and we're meant to be using a smooth sunspot number of 87, which roughly equates to a solar flux index of 144. So I've done some propagation predictions based on those two numbers, which is the way you're meant to do it, not the daily figures. So you can see this is 20 meters at 1 UTC in July. This is the sort of conditions they probably can probably expect tomorrow on 20 meters. And I'm used the PROPI program here, which is based on ICR HF prop. And you can see that when they start, they'll have good propagation all over Europe, up as far as Finland and Sweden. Iceland maybe, and into the very, very north of Canada, but nothing from the US, I don't think. Might be some stuff from the Far East, but most of the work, I think, will probably be done in Europe at first anyway. We move up to 15 meters. You can see that propagation there is not terribly good. It's not going to be a good band, I don't think, at this point in the solar cycle. I think if they ignore 15 meters, they'd be silly, but I don't think they're going to get many run conditions on 15 meters that are going to give them lots and lots of contacts. And if we go up to 10 meters, it gets even worse. 10 meters, other than sporadic E openings, which are very, very hard to predict and are not necessarily good for a good run condition. They're run conditions when they can maybe contact 10 or 20 stations, in a run. So sporadic E, possibly got to be worth check. It's got to be checked anyway, but it's not. We're not going to get F-layer propagation on 10 meters at this point in the solar cycle. So again, I think 20 meters is looking the best one to start on, maybe. If we go on to 1800 UTC, 20 meters looks a bit more interesting at that point. So the whole of Europe, North Africa, looking good. Maybe down into Asia. And maybe just might get into sort of Singapore, that kind of neck of the woods. India, maybe it might be possible. But that's better than it looked at the opening anyway. Again, if we go to 15 meters, then it looks a little bit more promising than it did at 1 o'clock. Europe, definitely. North Africa, maybe some South Africa, and Far East as well. Note there that the chances of any North American contacts are pretty slim at this point. And again, 28 meters at 6 o'clock, I wouldn't even bother. I'd stick on the lower bands, but we'll see. I think all the teams will have a strategy of what they're going to do. And it'd be interesting to talk to them to find out what their strategy is. But I think at this point, I would not almost ignore 10 meters, but it's not going to be a great band for them. 15 meters is leading that way as well. 20 meters at 11 o'clock tomorrow night, looking a lot more interesting. It's the summer, so 20 meters can be open 24 hours a day. So you can see there we've got propagation down to South Africa, across to the eastern seaboard of the US, all of Europe possibly, and North Africa again. So yeah, very, very good conditions, I think. Again, 15 meters, not looking too good at 11 o'clock at night. So again, I think they're going to be looking at maybe coming down to 20 meters or 40 meters for some more activity. And again, 10 meters, no, 10 meters at 11 o'clock at night is probably not going to give them much at all. Now, if we go to 40 meters, that's another good band. This is what it looks like when the contest opens. So good contacts available over Europe, but not much further than that. But go to 11 o'clock at night and it gets more interesting. So again, I think 40 meters will be useful, maybe after dark or around sunset. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a lot of people using 40 meters at that time. And so we've got propagation there down into North Africa and across most of the whole of Europe, actually. So in conclusion then, assuming we have no major solar storm or upsets, 80 meters is going to be a fair band after dark and until sunrise, with the odd DX surprise. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them using 80 meters at night. But I think a better band will be 40 meters after dark, with the whole of Europe being possible and the odd DX surprise. And 20 meters, again, probably the best band overall, open 24 hours in the summer with good DX potential. If we look at 15 meters, fair DX potential during daylight hours, will probably shut shortly after sunset, but it's useful to pick up mults so they can work DXCC countries, on 15 meters, and that will act as a multiplier, so it's very useful. 10 meters, poor DX potential at this point in the sunspot cycle, only open in daylight hours, basically. Some sporadic E potential, but that's very, very difficult to predict and may not be that reliable for long run sessions. But I think if they ignore 10 meters, they'll be making a mistake. But I wouldn't spend ages on there trying to call people and then find that you don't get anywhere. So quick look on 10 meters, maybe sporadic E time. So that's like late morning, early afternoon, late afternoon. But then move on to a lower band maybe. And just looking at 80 meters, that's the sort of thing we're seeing at 11 o'clock UTC. So again, most of Europe, North Africa, possibly workable. Not much DX beyond that at 11 o'clock at night. And 40 meters as well, 11 o'clock. Some good propagation down to North Africa maybe. I think you've got to think about where the main activity is going to be. Maybe North Africa is not necessarily the place. So there might be propagation to an area, but if there's no operators there, you're not going to get much activity. And 40 meters at 11 o'clock at night, again, very useful down into North Africa. So 40 meters is going to be very useful after dark as well. So my thanks go to NOAA and the Space Weather Prediction Center, plus Kevin, V3EN, and his solarham.com. And then to James Watson, M0DNS, and Gwyn, G4FKL for PredTest program, which we've used to produce the graphics for this one. So any questions, David, do you think?
Well, only one really, Steve, because you deal with, normally you're dealing with the country as a whole and maybe sometimes slightly an area, but of course we're talking about 50 stations around a 30-mile distance between them. Do things change very much? Are you able to specify, spots like that for propagation, or is it still fairly generally, say, the east of England?
I think when I did this, I placed the spot definitely on Thetford. So these predictions, I think over the sort of 30, do you say 30 miles?
Yeah, something like that. There's about a spread of 30 miles between all these 50 stations.
In terms of F-layer propagation, there will be very little difference, I think, over that distance. Sporadic E may be different. You could have one station being able to work others in one particular location, and the others can't hear a thing. It's very much spotlight propagation with sporadic E. But F-layer, no, there shouldn't be much difference, I don't think, between all of the stations. So it's a relatively clear playing field, or level playing field, I should say.
Thanks. I mean, people are looking at this from all over the world, and Britain, I guess, to many countries would seem like a place where it's always raining or something like that. Of course, we all feel like we're feeling the heat and the weather seems extreme. In fact, just in this region, the East Anglia region, I live about 40 or 50 miles from here, as you do, and I just had realised they're now going to ban hose pipes from now. So it is really a very dry period. What does that mean for radio amateurs generally with propagation?
I don't think the weather has much effect. I did once visit a station. He said, "Oh, it's great." He said, "We get really good propagation when the sun comes out." And I thought, no, it doesn't work like that. But
this has got a solar-powered station, maybe.
Yeah, but no, the weather has very little effect on HF propagation. It's all ionospheric, which is way, way, way above the weather. So, it's a case of annoyance more than anything. If you're too hot, too cold, too wet, it's annoying.
It is. I mean, these 50 stations, there's going to be 2 people per station plus a referee, so there's 150 people going to be maybe baking in these tents for the 24 hours over then. Just finally then, leaving the contest just a moment away, what do you think that the near future holds for us as radio amateurs? We're seeing the end of solar cycle 25 now. I think most people would agree with that. But what do you think for the summer? Is it going to be a good operating season?
Well, the summer is never really a good time for propagation. I think it will be up and down. We'll see good days, bad days, as we end up with either sunspots or no sunspots. I think propagation will improve come October, November, F2 layer propagation, that is. So if you want to see some good propagation into North America, say, come October, it will really take off. But we're really in the doldrums. It's the summer doldrums. Okay, 20 meters is open nearly 24 hours a day, but on the whole, it's not the best month for propagation.
Although there
to be
is some
honest.
sporadic E, I think, just popping up in some of the bands at the moment.
Yeah, sporadic E is a godsend, really, but it's very hard to predict where it's going to land. You can't say with any certainty, oh, this is definitely where you're going to be able to work. I mean, it's down to Jim and his magic there to work out the best time, sporadic E. I mean, there are some guidelines, as I said, late morning, early afternoon, late afternoon are the best times. 10 meters is probably the band people most associate with sporadic E, although it can affect everything, really, and you get sporadic E effects on 20 meters, 15 meters, and 10. But one thing I would say is that the good thing about the contest is that they're missing out the WRC bands, so they're on 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10, which makes it easier to do propagation predictions because you haven't got to worry about 12 meters and 10 meters and 24 megs as well. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I'd be interested to talk to some of the contestants about what their strategy is. They must have a strategy. They must know where they want to start work and where they're going to go next.
And of course, that's where all the skills are going to come in because they've got near identical stations apart from the radios themselves, the same amount of power though for everybody. Yeah. So it'll all be about the strategy and probably a little bit of luck as well. But thank you very much, Steve, for sharing with us your propagation forecast for the contest. That's Steve Nichols, G0KYA, who's the chair of the RSGB Propagation Studies Committee. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, no problem. Thanks very much.
That was David speaking to Steve Nichols, G0KYA, just before the contest started on Friday afternoon, finding out some of his predictions about what propagation was going to do. Colin, very much echoing a lot of the things that you were sharing earlier in terms of 10 meters, mostly sporadic E, 40 meters, those sort of interesting openings that you need to not miss. 20 meters is going to be the kind of the money band. Colin, thank you so much for joining me for the last hour or so. Let you get a little bit of rest, and I think you're going to be back on the sofa a little later talking to us in the morning?
In the morning, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Colin.
See you then.
Well, sponsors obviously a crucial part of making events like this happen because it's an incredibly, Colin was sharing just now that some of the logistical challenges, an incredibly expensive event to put on. Let's hear from one of them now. Well, that's another hour of WRTC out of the way, and what have we got? Just under 18 hours of the contest left. 1/4 of the way through already, and it's time to hand over the reins now to Heather. Heather, we've just heard from you. In fact, chatting to Andy G for PIQ. Yeah. But you've been putting together an awful lot of the media content behind all of this, catching up with the folks behind the scenes, and so much of the sort of the outreach, because it's not just about the 50 teams in the field, is it? It's so much more about growing the hobby as a whole.
Absolutely, and we've got young people here operating the station. I'm going to be talking to some of them now. I'm also the RSGB Communications Manager in my day job, and with doing that I've been doing mainstream media with Helen, who works with me at the Radio Society of Great Britain, and we've been trying to tell everybody what this contest is about, but also by extension what amateur radio is about, so they understand a bit more about it, they get interested, and we've had a huge reach with our media liaison, and we've had a potential reach of about 5 million people.
Wow.
We've had an interview with John Warburton, who's one of the UK competitors. He's been on the BBC on numerous radio stations. It's been on BBC News Online, Shropshire Live, East Anglia Gazette. All sorts of places have been interested in finding out about what's going on this week.
And this is, crucially, this is folks who aren't the sort of the hardcore contesters, the WRTC sponsors and champions and everyone like that. This is people who might be getting their first taste of amateur radio contesting.
Yes, exactly that. Just finding out what it's all about, what radio sport's about, and maybe being interested to get involved.
Fantastic. We might see them, back at wherever WRTC is in the next 3 or 4 years. Heather, I will be handing this chair over to you in a few minutes' time. First, though, we invited some of the competitors to send us some short films of them in their hometowns. Here's one now from Europe 3 Team 4. This is Phil, HB9 ARF, and Rowley, LY4A. Well, I've been Rob, Mike 0, Victor, Foxtrot, Charlie here for the last hour. I'll be handing over to Heather in a few moments' time. First, though, let's take a look at how they're getting on at Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie, the station here at WRTC HQ.
5928.
5927.
Sorry.
70, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, have fun.
Kielzat, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
598. Uniform Whiskey Zulu.
Whiskey Zulu?
Yeah, Uniform 3, Uniform Whiskey Zulu.
Uniform 3, Uniform Whiskey 2?
No, India Uniform 3, Uniform Whiskey Zulu.
India Uniform 3, Uniform Whiskey Zulu?
QSL, my friend.
5927.
5928.
73, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, 73.
Kielzat, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Kilo Golf 8, Charlie Whiskey.
Kilo Golf 8, Charlie Whiskey. 5927.
598.
Thank you. 73, bye-bye. Kielzat, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Victor Echo 1, name code, please.
Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Okay, Sierra Oscar 5 Oscar.
Sierra Oscar 5 Oscar, 5927.
Thank you, 5928.
Thank you. 73, bye-bye. Kielzat.
Victor Echo 1, Radio Golf Oscar.
Golf Oscar.
Victor Echo number 1, Radio Golf Oscar.
Victor Echo 1, Romeo Golf Oscar.
Victor Echo 1, Victor Echo 1, Radio Golf Oscar, V1 RGO.
Roger approacher 5927. Victor Echo 1, Romeo Golf Oscar 5927.
Roger, 5909.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Sierra November 8 Zulu.
Sugar November 8 Zulu 5927.
5928.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Your call?
Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Sugar Kilo 9 Hotel Queen.
Sugar again.
Sugar Kilowatt 9 Hotel Queen.
Sugar Kilo 9 Hotel Queen 5927.
Roger 27, thanks. 59 Sugar Sugar Alpha.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Hey.
Kiorzat.
Echo Delta 3 Delta.
Echo Delta 3 Delta 5927.
5937.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye. Kiorzat.
Echo Alpha 3 Oscar Whiskey.
Echo Alpha 3 Oscar Whiskey 5927.
Thank you, 5937.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye. Kiorzat.
Delta Charlie 5, Charlie Radio.
Delta Charlie.
Delta Charlie 5, Charlie Hotel.
Delta Charlie 5, Charlie Echo 5927.
Charlie Hotel, Charlie Hotel.
Delta Charlie 5, Charlie Hotel 5927.
Danke, 528.
Danke dir, 73. Kiorzat.
7 Papa Victor.
Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Delta Lima 7 Papa Victor. Delta Lima 7 Aula Victor.
Delta Lima 7 Papa Victor 5927.
5228 und ich sehe die direkt live im Internet.
Danke dir, 73, bis bald.
Bye-bye.
Kiorzat.
Delta Lima 1 Foxtrot Oscar Bravo.
Delta Lima 1 Foxtrot Oscar Bravo.
What's up?
5927.
5928, danke.
73 Kiorzat, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. CQ Contest, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Sierra Oscar 5 Charlie Whiskey.
Sierra Oscar 5 Charlie Whiskey 5927.
5928, good luck.
73, bye-bye, Kiorzat.
Radio America 3 Yankee.
America 3 Yankee.
Roger, Roger.
America 3 Yankee 5927.
Radio America 3 Yankee 5929.
Thank you. 5927 73. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Kiorzat, the Golf Bravo 26 Radio Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Echo United 4 Echo.
Echo United 4 Echo 5927.
5929.
Thank you. 73. Bye-bye. Kiorzat.
Oscar Mexico 8 Kilo Delta.
Oscar Mexico 8 Kilo Delta 5927.
QSL 5928.
Thank you. 73. Bye-bye. Kiorzat.
Sierra Papa 7 Sierra Lima Oscar.
Again?
Sierra Papa 7 Sierra Lima Oscar.
Sierra Papa 7 Sierra Lima Oscar 5927.
5928, good luck.
73. Bye-bye. Kiorzat, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
November 6 Whiskey Mike Whiskey.
Mike Whiskey.
Golf November 6 Whiskey Mexico.
Again?
Whiskey Mike.
Whiskey Mike.
November 6 Whiskey Mike.
November 6 Whiskey Mike 5927.
Roger, Roger, 5906.
06?
Roger, Roger.
Thank you. 73. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
QZ Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Lima Yankee 6 Alpha.
Lima Yankee 6 Alpha 5927.
Roger 5929.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye.
Sierra Papa 5, Golf Whiskey.
Sierra Papa 5 Golf Whiskey 5927. Again? Thank you, 73, bye-bye. QZ Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
India Kilo 4, Bravo Hotel Oscar.
India?
Kilo 4, Bravo Hotel Oscar.
India Kilo 4 Bravo Hotel Oscar 5927.
928.
73, bye-bye.
Bye.
QZ?
Sierra Papa 7, Sierra Fox.
Sierra Papa 7 Sierra Fox 5927.
5928.
Thank you, 73, bye-bye, QZ.
So welcome back. We've been on the air now for 7.5 hours. The contest has been going for 6 hours. We've had a lot of fantastic experts on the sofa with us over this afternoon, people who've been referees, judges, competitors, giving us some great in-depth commentary on the scoreboard and how things are changing, and it's changing almost moment by moment. We've got it in front of us. But what we're going to do now is spend a little bit of time talking about the future of amateur raging. And I'm here with Sam M0UEL, who is the RSGB Youth Champion for Scouts, and Henry M0KUQ, who is the chair of Imperial College Wireless Society in London. Welcome, both of you.
Thanks.
I know you've both been on the station here, GB26 WRTC. How's it been going on the bands? You've both been using SSB, haven't you, Voice Rod and CW, is that right?
Yep.
Had a lot of contacts, pile-ups?
Yeah, a lot of pile-ups, and it's been great. It's a really nice station, and plenty of people have said how nice and strong the signal is, so it's nice to get to use some good equipment.
So I saw you operating probably not long before you came here, so I was wondering whether you were going to be able to drag yourself away and when you were in the middle of a big pile-up, but I did spot you. How about you, Sam? Because you were on a bit earlier, weren't you?
Yeah, it's been great. I was on for the third and fourth hour of the contest, so it's been really good to be so recognised as well. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get the call sign, but as soon as they clock that it's WRTC, everyone knows exactly who it is, knows who to expect. And we've actually had a couple of questions off of people, breaking the flow of the contest a bit, which is always a bit surprising, but asking things like where to actually find the live stream and that kind of thing.
Oh, that's great. Good that people are looking out for us. So before we talk about all the things that you're involved in now, because you've actually got quite a lot in common, we'll come to that in a minute. Tell me first of all, how did you get interested in amateur radio? How did you come about it?
Yeah. So it was by chance. I was walking around and I saw a magazine called Practical Wireless, and I had a read through it, and I thought the whole amateur radio thing was exciting and interesting. And then I went and did my licenses, and I got my full license about a couple of months later, and then I got involved with the Cambridge University Wireless Society, and I started contesting, and that's basically it.
Okay, so you were studying at Cambridge, but you've now...
Yes, I did my A-levels in Cambridge.
Right.
And now I'm at London.
And now you're at London. Okay, how about you, Sam?
So I first got started, it was actually a family holiday to Norfolk. We saw some amateurs doing lighthouses on the air, and actually just went up, asked them what's going on, just discussed it with them and decided actually sounds quite interesting. This was just before COVID, so did the exams online. Some of the things they'd just come out that way. I did it alongside my dad, which was quite nice.
Oh, that's nice.
So since then, obviously progressed to my intermediate and to my full, and then I've collected various other licenses from around the world in doing so. Got involved with the RSGB and just carried on from there.
So if you're a radio amateur and you do lighthouses on the air, or you do POTA or SOTA, great opportunity to talk about what you're doing and maybe encourage somebody to get involved in amateur radio. Well, it's strange that you talk about Practical Wireless, because Don Field, who is the editor of Practical Wireless, was sitting exactly where you are not that long ago today, and he was giving his expert commentary because he's been a judge at previous WRTCs twice and also a referee twice as well. So you're following in great footsteps exactly in that chair. So moving on to what you've got in common now, you're both involved with, or have been involved with, YOTA, which is Youngsters on the Air. Sam, you went to the summer camp last year in Paris, and Henry, you got an extra spot to represent the RSGB in Vienna this year, haven't you? So in going in the summer. So Sam, what was the best thing about YOTA for you?
Oh, that's a tricky one.
Top three then, if you can't narrow it down to one.
I think the best way I can just describe it is brilliant fun. The camp itself, there's always loads of people, everyone's very friendly, but I think the best point of it is probably the intercultural evening, just because it's just so, I don't want to say random, but it almost is.
Oh no, it is.
You get people showing up with all sorts of stuff. We introduced a lot of people to Iron Brew, which was
that was your
it was not
thing
popular,
that you took,
but it was. I was quite pleased because there's a bunch spare. But no, everybody brought stuff from all over. Some people actually dressed up in traditional dress, although they were in the minority.
Right.
But it was brilliant fun. Actually, operating the station was quite a good experience as well, because personally at home I've been using 10 watts for as long as I can remember, and actually having something with a fair amount of power behind it was quite good. And then for the final one of the top three, I'd have to go with the ISS contact. It was just such a interesting. It wasn't captured on video particularly, but they're watching how the antenna actually tracked it across the sky so we could see what was going on was brilliant. Not quite in the top three, but interesting to hear that you've secured an extra space.
Oh, yeah.
So it seems that's a fairly common theme, because that's how we got me there last year.
Right,
It's good to see so many in the UK interested.
Absolutely. Before we move to you, Henry, you'll probably know that the RSGB hosted YOTA in 2017 here, and we were fortunate to have an ISS contact there as well. But I do remember the intercultural evening as well. Random is probably fair. Great way of understanding, the background of everybody. And I do remember the Japanese team dressed up and showed everybody how to use chopsticks. I can't remember what the English team decided. It could have been custard creams and Yorkshire tea. I don't know, something strange like that. But that's the sort of randomness that I think you get when you're sharing what means something to you about your culture. It finds out a lot. So Henry, what are you looking forward to getting involved in when you're there this year?
So apparently we're going to be able to make some contacts we're going to take a ski lift up the top of a mountain and make some contacts up there, and there's apparently some ice caves that's going to use to experiment with, which is nice. And also I am looking forward to the intercultural evening now that you've mentioned it. Still not sure what I'm going to bring.
Oh, it's sort of an interesting aside to all of the amateur radio things that you're going to do there, obviously, though, as well. So, moving on from the YOTA summer camp, YOTA through the year, they also put on contests, which is a little bit of how you've got interested in contesting, isn't it, Sam? And we were both at Friedrichshafen recently, Ham Radio 2026, where there was a big presentation there about for the YOTA contests, and you and your team members had come third in the third round of the YOTA contest last year with the call sign GB0Y, and I think we're going to have a photo of you receiving your presentation that's come up on the screen there, you with your certificates, and another link, because we've got lots of links, is one of your team members, your teammates, Megan, is actually in one of the youth teams here at WRTC this year, and I was able to catch up with her and her teammate Leon, DL30N, had a little chat with them just outside in the courtyard there earlier, and we're going to play that now and hear what they had to say.
I'm really looking forward to meeting all my friends again and having fun in the competition.
I think it's going to be really good. I think it will be slightly challenging with the heat that we're having here at the moment.
And despite the propagation being quite similar to at home, it will be a new situation, but we'll adapt to it and hopefully it'll go well.
I mean, we prepared quite a lot. We've been practicing in the CQ Worldwide SSB contest in PD2T and setting lots of freight records there and having fun.
Absolutely.
Okay, hang on, go on then. Tell me all about the station. Tell me what you think.
I think everything is working perfect so far. We're quite happy. We had one issue with a loose connector on the 40 meter that got fixed in time perfectly. We're super happy. There's basically no station interference notable at this point. Megan, do you want to add something?
Yeah, it's all going great. Just had a few QSOs and every single person made a point of how amazing and steady the audio was. So it should be a fun weekend and a good contest, hopefully.
Fantastic. Any comment from the referee?
Nope, I think they all do well, and I think they're going to be a great team.
They'll be a great team.
Yeah.
Anyway, wish you guys good luck.
Thank you very much.
It all starts very seriously in about 50 minutes, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So one of the things that they were telling me about outside was that they weren't sure how they were going to balance the heat and the cold and things like that in the evening. I'm not sure it is going to be that cold overnight. Actually, the temperatures have risen, but I'm not quite sure where they're doing on the scoreboard. We'll have a little look at that later on. But another thing in common, another coincidence maybe, is that another member of your YOTA contest team that was seen in that picture, well, they weren't actually seen in the picture, were they? Because they went to Friedrichshafen, which is Sophie, and she is the RSGB youth champion for schools, and she was here on Wednesday talking to some pupils from Sandringham School about what it means to be a young radio amateur. So we've got 3 of you on site in one way or another, which is great to see. So tell me what else you were doing in Friedrichshafen, Sam, though.
So the main thing we were there to do, obviously part of it was the networking. There's obviously so many people to meet in so many areas of specialism that we don't necessarily get to interact with. But the main target was to find out what the youth like about their youth memberships at home and how we can bring that to the RSGB to promote our youth membership further. And we're also doing a little bit of promotion for RSGB convention, where we've got a youth dinner planned, we've got a youth forum room, all sorts of fun stuff going on.
Absolutely. And you're going to have a youth panel, I understand, as well. So talking about bringing some experiences, some stories, some things together to inspire people and to talk to the wider convention audience about what young people are doing in amateur radio today.
Yeah, I must admit that's largely been Leon's domain. Unfortunately, he's not able to be with us today. He was scheduled to be, but he's taken ill, unfortunately. But he's been working very hard getting that all together. And from the bits I gather, it's going to be very interesting to listen to. And I'm hoping it will bring a nice little insight into how we think as the youth committee, and also we can see what everyone else is interested in us providing.
Well, we're very excited this is me talking with my RSGB hat on, very excited to have more youth activity at the convention this year. It was great to see so many young people there last year, and having something a little bit more formalised is going to be brilliant. So I'm looking forward to talking to you and many other young people there. As I do, I go around and make videos in that context as well. So another connection we have is Martin Atherton. It's like a sort of crisscross of connections here, isn't it? Martin Atherton. And tell me, Henry, how you know Martin.
It's my piano teacher.
Oh, really?
Yes. So actually, no, at the time I'd actually stopped taking piano lessons, but my mum still did. And my mum just so happened to mention a piano lesson to the piano teacher that I was doing something called amateur radio, and my piano teacher said, "Oh yeah, I know this guy called Martin. He does amateur radio as well." And then sort of exchanged contact information, and then that's how it happened.
And he's brought you here this weekend, hasn't he? Well, we were hearing after the gala dinner the other night, we had a presentation by Colin, who was also sat in your chair not that long ago, about how there's a connection between music and amateur radio. So this is getting slightly weird, isn't it?
Well, if you think that's unusual, it turns out I was looking back, Martin did both my foundation and intermediate exams as well.
Did he, as a remote invigilator?
He's everywhere.
He is everywhere, he's everywhere. Well, I spoke to him earlier in the week as well, because as we all know, he is passionate about encouraging young people into amateur radio and ensuring the future of the hobby. So I spoke to him outside about a little bit about that, and we're going to see that interview now before we come back and talk to you a bit more. Martin, hi, we're here at WRTC 2026, fantastic event, so many people here, there's a great buzz and some excitement. Tell me what you're doing here.
Okay, well, I'm just a spectator here, but I've been a passionate contester for over 50 years, and I started way back in the late 60s and early 70s with the Cray Valley Radio Society in South London. We often did contests from my parents' house, in fact, which is probably not possible these days, but I remember vividly a caravan appearing in my father's drive. We used my 10-metre and 15-metre quad, dipoles and all the other bands, and we, I'm afraid, wiped out the neighbours' hi-fi and audio for the rest of the weekend. So that wasn't too popular. But,
no, definitely not
and
popular.
we did find better locations after that.
I'm sure. And I know that you're passionate about encouraging young people into amateur radio. Tell me a little bit more about what you're involved in.
Right, well, I'm involved with the Cambridge University Wireless Society, which is the main vehicle for getting younger people involved. Mainly the students, undergraduates and PhD students, so I try to get them signed up at the start of their time in Cambridge, and then give them the books and get them to take the exam as soon as possible, and then having got the license, try to get them out and operating on contests or special event stations and so on. So that's the main thing, but inevitably there are going to be local school children as well who are interested, and we can open up the university radio station for the school children as well if they come along with one of their parents. And when we have special events like GB25 YOTA or GB26 YOTA hopefully coming up, we can get half a dozen school children out to operate as well. And a number of our members are teachers or involved with local schools, and some of their children are getting licensed, so it's all good news. And we just have to make sure they maintain the momentum and carry on from the foundation license up through the ladder up to the full in the end.
Indeed, and I know that you encourage the students to take part in the YOTA contests as well, don't you, that happen 2 or 3 times a year?
We do, and there's one coming up, I think it's about a week's time, so I've got a spreadsheet online already for some of the youngsters to sign up. I think there are 3 call signs up there so far, hopefully 1 or 2 more will appear, and we'll decide whether they will operate with their own call signs or with G6GW or M4A under supervision if they haven't got a full license.
Right. And I believe that one of the students is going to YOTA this year, and you're bringing him to WRTC 2026 this weekend.
He's a member, but he's sadly gone to be a student down in London at Imperial College. Right. But he was at school in Cambridge, and he is coming tomorrow, Saturday evening, to operate. And we have another local schoolboy coming on Sunday morning to operate here as well. And both are very experienced contesters and special event station operators.
Brilliant. So, because Henry is part of the team representing the RSGB at YOTA in Vienna this summer, we've got 4 youngsters going this year. We've been very fortunate to get an extra place, and it's just brilliant to see them go to YOTA on behalf of the RSGB. They get to meet people from all around the world, learn different things, get inspired to try things. They seem to make friends and come back, and certainly this year, Leon, our new youth committee vice chair at the RSGB, he came into that from going to YOTA last year.
Absolutely.
And there's a group of them that really made some good friendships, and they're part of the contest scene as well.
And Henry, together with a couple of other Cambridge University club members who are also down at Imperial College now, are trying to reform the Imperial College Radio Club, G5YC I think was their call sign. Not easy, once the station is gone, once the antennas have been pulled down, to get the university to allow more antennas on the roof of a building in central London is not easy, but they're working on it. Hopefully they will succeed.
They are, and in my day job as the RSGB comms manager, we share stories about schools that are involved in amateur radio and universities, and I know that we've been in touch with Henry and his friends there, and we've got a story about them, I think, on our University Corner page. So we're going to be following them with interest and seeing if they can encourage others to get involved. So it's brilliant, and I've interviewed here Megan, who was part of YOTA last year. She's here as a competitor, as one of the youth teams, and the RSGB RSGB Youth Champion for Scouts, along with Leon, the Youth Vice Chair. They're going to be here using the demo station for the whole of the weekend as well. Obviously their logs won't count because they're not a competitor, but it gives them a chance to practice their contesting skills, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yep, and more practice the better. And we're often looking for more young operators at Cambridge, so we always do CQ Worldwide SSB, and we're always happy to host people. There's some students who are interested, but not enough that we have to exclude others.
Brilliant, okay. Well, I hope you have a great time here as a spectator, and continue the work that you do at Cambridge. And you're such a passionate advocate for amateur radio for young people, and thank you for everything that you do, Martin.
Well, it's a pleasure,
really
and I'd like to see more of them coming to Cambridge and more of them getting on the air.
So you'll have seen at the beginning of that interview that I was trying not to laugh, and I'll let you into a secret. It's probably going to be in the outtakes of the show. But when Martin and I started that interview, the banner behind us just started toppling over us in the middle of the interview. So we managed to put it upright, push it against the fence so it was a little bit more secure, and started the interview again. But that's why there was a few smiles and a few laughs at the beginning of that interview. So I'm going to come back to Sam and Henry, who we were talking about in that interview. Sam, going back to YOTA, obviously you went last year. And one of the reasons for going to YOTA Camp for any of the people who represent the RSGB or any other national society is obviously you go and you have fun, you meet other people, you learn from them, but the idea is that you bring ideas back, you find out what other youth teams are doing all around the world, and you inspire each other and think of things you can do back home. Sam, what sort of things did you bring back that maybe the youth committee, the RSGB Youth Committee are talking about now, or you're doing in your local area?
Yeah, so there's all sorts of things that we managed to bring back. One of the key ones that we enjoyed was there was a kit building event at the camp, and I don't know if you remember, after convention last year there were some wooden Morse keys that went around that were fairly well received. So I'm hoping that we can do something in a similar regard to that, seeing as it was so popular. We've also had obviously the FM radio kits in a similar regard that involve not too much soldering, but they're very hands-on, and that seems to be very well received.
Practical skills are great,
yes.
Aren't they?
Yeah, the key thing seems to be the practical skills and the doing things that you can then see has done something. Yeah. So for example, whilst yes you can talk through a radio to somebody, sometimes there's nobody there, this one works. Yeah. And that seems to be the key thing for engaging people. And the other one we've actually come back with is there was a lot of people just discussing how their home societies work, how they support youth. Obviously we've then gone on to Friedrichshafen to learn even more about that. But just some of the things that were discussed relatively informally on what people seem to think is going well, what they seem to think isn't going quite so well at home. Regardless of where it is, you can always learn a little bit of something from it. And yeah, the other one was from the intercultural evening. Actually, it was interesting to see how overcomplicated you can make explaining something without needing to. And whilst that's more a personal point than a thing I've managed to bring back to the team, I think I've managed to learn from that and simplify the way I explain things to people when it comes to radio.
It's very easy, isn't it, to whatever you're talking about, you fall back on jargon.
Yes.
And amateur radio is one of the great things we're doing. There's so much jargon in there, isn't there? So if you've learnt that, that's something that I think everybody could learn. Yeah,
it was something that wasn't quite so obvious to me originally, because obviously I've been interacting with youth in the UK who are involved in radio already, but not because they didn't understand it, but maybe because they usually speak about it in their own language. When you're trying to have a conversation with somebody about radio, you realise quite how much you're talking in technical speak. And actually, if you're trying to bring new people into the hobby, it's not really the way to do it.
No. And Henry, as chairman of the Wireless Society, at Imperial College, what are you doing there with how many of you are there, and what sort of things are you involved with at the moment?
So there's no shortage of people who are interested in amateur radio, but very, very few people are licensed, and even fewer are sort of interested in getting licensed. And even though the union's been very generous and given us quite a bit of funding for books and everything, but no one seems to take it. And but back to the practical point, I do think that there just aren't that many opportunities to have practical experience in the steps before university, in A-levels and equivalents and GCSEs, especially A-levels, since you only really have 3 or 4 choices. So it's hard to start up something when there's not really too much incentive to get started.
So would you be keen for schools to set up an amateur radio club as a general thing and interlace that with their STEM curriculum, for example, to give pupils an understanding? I mean, propagation, you're going to do that in physics, aren't you, at whatever level? There are lots of different things in the curriculum that do link with amateur radio. Would you be keen to see that happening more?
Yes, I think the levels of amateur radio license, they intersect perfectly, really, really well with the curriculums of GCSE and A-level, and then even at first year university, the full level. I did my full license before I started my first year, and it helped me a lot.
Okay. So I know Sam, Chris Aitken, who's the RSGB Youth Chair, he started an amateur radio club at Wick High School, and that's flourished, hasn't it? And
it's done brilliantly. They've got all sorts planned, and actually Emily, who came to the OTA camp with me, was from Chris's high school. It seems to be going very well.
Yeah, and they've been fortunate enough to I was going to say bid for, but submit an application for an ISS contact. And there's, as you say, there's all sorts of things happening there. And Chris is very good at, although the amateur radio club is obviously outside the school curriculum, he's very good at linking the two and seeing where there's a crossover. And it's given a lot of pupils confidence in skills that they perhaps wouldn't have had otherwise. So it's really great to see. So just before I let you go, because I know you're both itching to get back on the station, back into the pile-ups, is there anything in particular, obviously, other than at school, is there anything else, do you think, that clubs or individuals or organisations could do to support and encourage young people into amateur radio more? Or is that such a big question it's difficult to answer?
It is quite a difficult question to approach, and I mean we have a whole committee dedicated to answering it, so it's clearly needing a little bit of thinking. But I think the key thing is just making it simple for people to get into, and that's I think what the foundation licence is for. It's not too complicated. It gets you the basics, and you can, unlike some other countries that restrict by frequency, we actually do allow a fair range to those foundation licensees to practice, albeit with a limited power. And I think that's the thing that's going to encourage them to get into it, the fact that it's not too hard to get in to the hobby, and then that once they're in they can learn from that point. And I think that's something that's been really clear, just the hands-on learning. I think the only other thing we can do is keep striving to make it even more accessible.
Okay.
Yeah, and I feel like the presence of, I was very lucky that I'm in Cambridge, so I had CWS and also Cam Hams and CDARC and everyone. So I had a lot of opportunities to get started and sort of be taught and be mentored by very, very experienced people. But I think Cambridge is an outlier in that it's a big university city. Even Oxford doesn't have one. Right. Oxford University doesn't have one. London universities don't have one. So it's important that there are freely available equipment for you to try out. So you can get your foundation license, try operating, and then you can go from there. You can build your own stuff and get advice from people.
Excellent. Well, I'll give you one final connection. We've had a lot, haven't we, in this interview? But you mentioned Cam Hams, and Rob, who was sitting in this chair just before me, as you will know, is a member of the Cam Hams. So I think that wraps this up very nicely.
We've gone in a full circle.
We've gone in an absolute full circle. So thank you so much for coming to talk to me, but also to everybody watching. We've got people watching all around the world, and obviously we've got people watching here as well. So thank you so much for coming to join me. Going back to the contest now, we've got some of our media team out on the contest sites. They're bringing back footage and photographs of what's happening there, obviously without revealing the call signs or anything, because it's all very, very secret for that reason. But we're going to just have another look now at one of the collages, so the montages of footage that have been sent to us recently. So thank you very much again, both of you, and we'll head over to that now. So I'm here now with Steve M1ACB, who's the WRTC Director of Volunteers. An event of this magnitude is not going to happen without a huge workforce of one type or another, and WRTC is made up of volunteers. So Steve, welcome, thank you for joining me.
Thank you, good to be here again.
Indeed, yes. So, Director of Volunteers, big title, tell me more about it.
If we go back a long way before we put the bid, then we actually asked the contest community in the UK if they would be willing to volunteer for such an event. A little bit of a comfort factor for us, I will absolutely admit it. So many people came forward that we were able to put the bid in, and we won the bid. So there's such a range of volunteer roles that we needed, and we've refined that as we've gone along. But I was trying to work out just how many people have volunteered. It's not easy, but we're well over 250, that's for sure. So it's sort of, there's this group and that group, and because once the people have actually volunteered to me, we then pass them off to the people who were leading those volunteer teams, but then they generated more people coming in as well. That's why I'm saying it's around the 250. Because a lot of people brought their friends, and some of the volunteer groups, the station builders for instance, they're almost doing that as a sort of a group from a radio club, some of them, so they bring other people into it as well. So it's grown, but it's grown because people have been really enthusiastic and wanting to do something about it, as we have, of course, because we're wearing the volunteer shirt.
I was going to say, right? I mean, the committee of WRTC are all volunteers as well, aren't they?
Yeah, as you are.
As I am,
there
yes.
We go.
Yeah.
So there has been this great community of people who really wanted this to work. There was a few people to start with that wondered what it was or what they could give, or they weren't sure. So we sort of refined and got them working closely with other people who knew more about those roles. So transport or station build, there's a whole range. But once they get together as a bit of a community, then it's worked really well to bring extra people in. But we absolutely couldn't do anything like this sort of an event without all those volunteers. It really is amazing, and I've used the word when we've done interviews before, humbling. And it's still absolutely true. There's so many people that come forward. It really is humbling to see because we have this crazy idea of running WRTC 2026, and so many people want to be involved. So it's really brilliant. Love it. Absolutely love it.
And earlier in the programme, when Rob was hosting, we showed a video with Andy talking about going out to find the sites and all the things that have been happening over the last 3 years.
Which Andy?
Andy, PIQ. Andy,
PIQ, right, okay.
So it's not just the people who are here this week, is it, that we're talking about in terms of volunteers? It's people who've been involved for years.
There's been people actually all around the world volunteering as well, not only to come here but to do things in their own countries as well, because there's been a very big sponsorship and donation culture at WRTC. So that's been happening in the States and over in Thailand and the Tokyo Ham Fair and all sorts. Some of those people are here. The Thai competitors I know you've met, as I have, here, but Champ, that was one of those, was actually at the Tokyo Ham Fair representing WRTC, selling merchandise for us, generating the income, and now he's here as a competitor. So that tells you that there's people really care about it, not just the competition and turning up and being a competitor, but they're actually supporting the whole event as well. So there's a vast range of people across the world that have come together, and I think you will have seen the atmosphere here. That's the word, I think. Over the last 3 or 4 days, it feels like months, but since we've been here. But the last 3 or 4 days, a lot of these people know each other, and if they don't, they do very quickly. And people will go away from here having met a whole new load of friends, or got back together with the friends that they've met at previous WRTCs or events. I've seen lots of people that have spoken to me at Dayton or Friedrichshafen, but there's people who say, well, I've been coming to WRTC for 10 WRTCs.
We've been hearing some of those, from some of those people in the last 7.5 hours, nearly 8 hours. We have.
I've worked out a trick though. The meal tickets. They've got the day written.
Okay, that is good.
That really helps. What day is it today?
It does rather feel like we're living in a bubble, and as a media team, we have a planning meeting every morning, and we've started to make sure that we have them outside in the courtyard, because that's about the only fresh air that we get all day. So that just reminds us that there is a world outside. So going back to
it's a very warm world.
It's a very warm world, actually. There is a bonus to being inside, and that at the moment that's air conditioning in here. So going back to the groups of volunteers that you talked about, before we come back and talk to those about those in more detail, we're just going to play a video, because I spoke to Chris G4 FZN earlier in the week. Chris Kirby, indeed, and he was in charge of the site build this week, the 50 sites across the area. Lots and lots of volunteers who came to do that. So let's hear what he had to say. Okay, so we're here with Chris Kirby, G4FZN.
How do you do? Hello.
Hello, I'm Heather, and I know that you've been in charge with your wife Pauline, G8HQW, of all of the site builds, which is a huge job, absolutely amazing. In a moment, we're going to look at some footage we've taken of some of those builds, the training day, all that sort of stuff, and we're going to have a chat over it, and you can explain a little bit about what's going on. But before we just start that, just tell us how many sites, how many volunteers?
Okay, we've had 50 sites in use for the competition, and we've built a few spare ones as well. So it's about 53 sites in total. And each one has a different story to tell. I won't tell you them all, Heather. But the number of volunteers we've had varies day by day. If you add them all together, we've had 58 volunteers in total, and I think the most we've had on a single day was about 44. I've put them into teams. Some days, if we've had 35, 36 volunteers, we might only have had 4 teams, Saturday and Sunday, and then we moved up to 5 teams, 6 teams. In fact, today we had 7 teams out doing...
A lot of things happening out there.
A lot of things happening, yes.
Absolutely. So as we look at the footage now, we'll see a lot of those volunteers. We started with some on the training day. Tell us a little bit about what happened on the training day. Yep.
Sure, the training day wasn't as hot as it was for the site station building days. We were fortunate to have the training at site number 502, which was quite close to the field we arranged for people to stay in. So we've had a lot of people staying on the camping field. So this training site was very close to that. We were lucky. Wilson Convery, G6ELF, he's the guy who actually did the training. You might see me doing a bit of a pep talk as well, but the training itself was done by Wilson. He did a first-class job. Everybody's looking very smart.
Orange t-shirts.
And the equipment was all delivered in advance, and that's been the story right the way through. Equipment has been delivered to the sites in advance, and then the team turn up and assemble it all together. It's worked very well.
And I believe that you've had some volunteers that have come from abroad to help with the site builds and
yeah,
are
absolutely.
staying on site in camper vans and things.
Yeah, we've had some Germans with camper vans. One German chap's brought his tent and he came on his motorbike. Oh, wow. We've got an Italian working today and a Frenchman and a couple of Americans as well. Quite well-known DXers as well. Violetta, who is going down to South Georgia on an expedition next year. So
I imagine there's a great sense of camaraderie then.
There has been. We were lucky. The Cray Valley Club put a gazebo up in the centre of the camping field, and that's been a focal point for late night gatherings where we chew the fat.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we're ready for the mast to go up now, Heather. It's standing on the prop, leaning at a 45-degree angle. At the top of the mast, there's two dipoles. There's an 80-metre dipole and a 40-metre dipole. They've got to be fastened on, and then the tri-band beam has to be fastened on. Again, this is the training session, so there are a lot of people standing around doing nothing, but believe me, they're all observing very carefully what's going on. There we are, we get the mast up to vertical. The antenna, it's 20, 15 and 10 metres. It's a 3-element beam on 10 metres and a 2-element beam on 15 and 20. So a pretty good aerial, and of course the important thing is every station has the same antenna, the same mast. Look, it went up in no time. You wind the handle and up it goes. And once it's up, the second set of guys get fastened.
So that they're all watching intently, because they're going to often do that in their own stations or their own sites, to do exactly the same, so everybody has a level playing field and to operate for the competition.
Correct.
But I imagine you mentioned that the training day wasn't quite as hot as we've had recently, but
no, I don't think the sun's out there.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Nice and pleasant.
But some of these sites have been built in sort of 33, 34 degree heat, haven't they?
They have this week.
That must be quite challenging.
Yes, yes. And for the teams, perhaps a team of 8 doing 3 stations in a day, that's quite challenging because it's several hours work, not just radio equipment to put up, aerials and masts. We've got the gazebos, we've got the tables, facilities for the competitors overnight, if you know what I mean. And it's all got to gel together nicely, and it has done, really has. They've worked so hard.
I mean, that's a huge logistical operation, isn't it, to bring, as you say, not just the amateur radio equipment, but the tents, tables, everything that the competitors need, because I believe that they just, in inverted commas, bring their radios and logging computers. Obviously, they bring their skill as well, because that's why they're here, because they're the best of the best, but everything else is provided for them.
That's the reason for the level playing field, that it all comes down to skill at the end of the day. Yes, they bring their own radios, but they're all limited to the same power output, 100 watts. Oh, that's a lovely shot, isn't it? This is on the border of the Shadwell estate. I can't work out which team it is at the moment, but we had, I think we have 4 teams on Shadwell all at the same time. Shadwell is one of the prominent estates in East Anglia, home to lots of racehorses, and it's quite secure as well.
Good, good. Well, we've finished seeing what was happening there. looking ahead, obviously, are you finished quite yet?
No, well, even as we speak, where are we? Thursday afternoon now. Even as we speak, there are minor issues. We've got no major issues, but minor issues have been sorted out. Most of the stations are on nice flat ground. There are one or two in longer grass than we would like. And there have been restrictions with nesting birds. There's one site in particular where they're very, quite rightly, interested in nature conservation and so on. So we've had to take advice from the gamekeeper where the pegs could go in the ground. But hey, no problems. It's all assembled and all working.
And
good.
You're still smiling, which is
I
excellent.
am. We've got to take them all down after the competition.
And how long do you think that will take?
I know how long I've been targeted to. We will go on. It's going to take quite a while. Yeah. It's quicker to get the sites down nice and neatly and without breaking anything, because many of the sites are being sold. But the teams will be on one estate at a time: Euston, Shadwell, Brandon, Elvedon, and they'll do as many as they can on the Sunday afternoon after the competition, but there will be more to do on Monday.
So while the judges are going through the logs and everything, you'll be out there taking all the stations down and bringing it all together. Well, you've done a fantastic job, you and Pauline. She's just off camera here, and a fantastic team.
I've got to acknowledge my wife's help. She remembers all the things that I forget.
Well, it sounds like great team spirit to me. So thank you very much for coming in to talk to us today and explaining what's happening on the site builds. And we wish you well for taking them down too.
Thanks for having me up. Thank you.
Bye-bye. So we heard what just a fantastic volunteer effort it is to put up the sites, but as Chris mentioned, they have to take them down again. So their job wasn't finished at the start of the contest, was it, Steve?
No, it wasn't. But I really want to call out the work done by the station builders. We did a lot of work to find the sites, and in fact a year ago we ran a trial event just to build 5 stations. So it was exactly a year ago to try it in the same contest. So all of us on the organising committee know exactly what it's like to build those stations in this heat, because it was almost as warm last year. It's a huge effort, it really is. And we built 5, they're building 50 and looking after them all through the contest with some very demanding contesters who are absolutely on their game. Right, so building those stations, testing them, make sure they're working, and a lot of those volunteers are camping out at the site as well. Camper vans, tents even, I think. So they've been living out there for a week. They've built all these sites, they're still out there, they're supporting, and then when this is all done, they've got to take them all down again.
It's a massive job.
I've got a huge amount of respect for everything they've done, and I think you've seen the sort of the team shots of those volunteers. There was a load of faces in there that we knew, wasn't there? From RSGB and all over. But I've got a huge amount of respect for everything they've done, because we couldn't do what we're doing here without what they're doing. But that's true of all the volunteer parts, it all fits together. The people who've taken the drivers who've taken people to contest sites, or picked them up from the airport when they arrived, or from the railway station, wherever they were. One of my best memories of all of this was being in reception when a coach load arrived, and we had 50-something people arrive with their radios, their bags, the supporters, the partners that were with them. They were absolutely exhausted because they'd travelled from all over the place, into Heathrow that one was, and then got the coach here, and they come off, and they just wanted to see a whole load of friendly faces, which they got, because we were so pleased to see them arrive. It was getting very real at that point. Yeah. But then when they came in, welcome, we were handing out water to them and things. But then they came into registration and they were given a bag of all sorts of things, the programme, a hat and the lanyard. But putting all that together happened the night before. Yeah. So I've got some photographs somewhere of the big suite there full of all of the boxes and people putting the bags together. So I can't honestly remember, but it's over 400 bags for people that were coming that were individually done, and those things were all stored in people's houses, and brought, mostly Mark and Georgina's house to be fair, they were all brought here in a van, and everybody put it together. There's an amazing amount of stuff that's gone into this.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been following the WRTC social media, you'll have seen some of those photographs. Anna Cook, who's been overseeing the social media for WRTC event this year, she's been putting pictures up of huge amounts of boxes and all sorts of things. It really shows what's been going on behind the scenes.
I think the Haynes household is looking forward to getting their house back, I think, because it was absolutely rammed full of all the merchandise and everything that was handed out.
I think people always say that events of any size, but particularly large events like this, that people don't notice really what goes on when it all goes smoothly. But they don't see all the people massively pedalling behind the scenes, do they, to make it all happen?
Oh, there's been a lot of that. We talk about the swan, don't we, that glides along and the legs are going underneath. But I've spoken to so many people who've congratulated us on how well it's gone. And my answer has been every time, we've had loads of problems, but what people remember is how we fix them. Right. So what they end up with. If there's a problem, we can fix it, and we've absolutely done that. And everybody's very smiling at the moment. But let's hope the contestants are having just as good a time out there. It looks like it.
Yeah, no, I think it's going really well, and obviously as a media team we get a bird's eye view. We don't see everything obviously that happens behind the scenes, but we do get a bird's eye view of what's happening. And
you've done it now, you've mentioned the media team, right? So I haven't mentioned the media team all the way through, but you've all done a tremendous job, and everybody's seeing the results of that now. And the way the media team works and pulls together, you've done events together before, the RSGB convention, but this is different because there's no lecture rooms. There's 50 contest sites out there, and I saw some roving reporter activity going on, and Starlink shipping the video back. Amazing stuff. But the way it's all planned and scheduled, I'm hoping the people on the live stream are appreciating everything that goes into this, because I can guarantee they don't know how much effort goes into this, because it's huge.
Oh, it is. I mean, I produced the RSGB convention live stream, and we do 15 hours live stream, and at that's felt quite a lot, but there have been lectures. So doing 25 and a half hours, I think it is, Tammy said to me earlier on, of live stream with no lectures or anything to put into it. As you say, there's a huge amount of effort that goes in. We're pulling content from the sites even as we speak. There are a couple of, Rob and Dom are out the back editing content that's coming in from the site. We've got 3 people out on all of the sites. Anna's busy doing things on social media. I'm producing the live stream, I think is my title, but it basically means trying to work out who's going to talk to whom for how long, all the different video tapes that we have, all the pre-recorded things down to the minute for 25 and a half hours. It's quite a jigsaw puzzle.
plus the hour versions that you do on the previous night.
Yes, we've done that as well.
So it's not just this 24 hours.
No, it's great, but it's great fun and it's a brilliant team. But I want to come back to something that you said earlier on in the interview about the Asian team.
Oh yeah.
And because I had the pleasure of interviewing Bun from the Asian team yesterday or the day before. I'm not sure what it is. I think it was probably the day before. And we're going to have a little look at that now. So which parts of amateur radio do you enjoy?
SSB, rack chewing and contesting. I'm working DX, so a little bit of everything.
A bit of everything. Do you try SOTA and POTA going out and about with amateur radio, or do you prefer to do it a bit closer to home?
Not so much. We do IOTA. Islands on the air, but about once or twice from the different islands in Thailand. And when we go to Japan, there's a Tokyo Ham Fair. We sometimes hook up with friends to do POTA, parts on the air, but not so often. I started amateur radio in Harrogate Ladies College. In 2005, we had an amateur radio club. And then I graduated, came back to Thailand, and didn't pick up amateur radio again until 2019. And then I met Champ, Echo 21, Echo India Charlie, took the US FCC license exam, And then I got more involved with the contesting, and then Champ, of course, qualified for the WRTC in Italy, and we went together as a team from Thailand. So then I started being more involved in WRTC, and then this year it's being held in the UK. So yeah, as part of the Thai national team, I'm also calm, and being here, might as well volunteer. So far, we've helped a bit at the help desk, welcoming everybody and directing people to the registration, and also help man the phone line. So
is that something you're going to do every day, or will it differ each day? You'll do something different?
We have a rota, so we have different schedules. So on some days I will be helping out at the WRTC booth, and then selling raffle tickets. Yes, so we rotate. Yes, I hope so.
Well, it's brilliant that you're here. Thank you very much for volunteering. Congratulations again on your intermediate licence to add to your many other licences that you have. And I hope you have a great weekend when you go back to Thailand and continue to enjoy Amateur Radio. Thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you.
So it was great talking to Bun. One of the things that she mentioned was that she'd done her UK intermediate licence exam recently. She's licensed in other countries with all sorts of levels. That was just another one. And we had a question on the live chat on the YouTube live stream earlier on about how you become licensed, how you get a call sign. So do you want to answer a little bit of that just briefly before we move on?
Well, in the UK, let's focus on that, because my other role, RSGB General Manager, of course, I should know one or two things about that. And in the RSGB, we run about 3,000 exams every year, but we run them almost entirely online now, which means that people can take those exams from anywhere. And Bun was one of the ones that took it remotely from Thailand, I believe. But she's taken the foundation and the intermediate as well. So we can run exams from absolutely anywhere in the world now. And I know people like to take exams in different countries. I think she's taken the US ones as well. So we can offer just the same as that. So being able to take the exams elsewhere, it's kind of like a challenge. You know, I want to take that. I want to see if I can pass the US ones. I want to see if I can pass the UK ones, and we can do that as well now. So that's good. It was great to see her, because we knew that she'd taken the exam before we came here, didn't we? And then to meet her as well and get a quick interview. Great.
That's brilliant. Well, Steve, thank you very much for joining. I know you've just been incredibly busy sorting out problems, as you say, but just meeting people and the volunteers that you've spoken to by email and things over many, many months. So thank you for coming to explain more about what's been happening, the number of volunteers that are involved, and I hope it goes really well for the rest of the weekend.
It's absolutely my pleasure, and I'd like to thank you and all of the volunteers for everything they've done, because we could not have done anything like this without them. It's been amazing. Thank you.
It has indeed. So it takes a lot of money and effort to put on WRTC, and there have been some big commercial sponsors of the event. We're going to take a look at a video from Moonraker.
So at Moonraker, we offer all the major brands from around the world, from Yaesu, Icom, Kenwood, AOR, Daiwa, and we are the sole importer of many of these brands. We have over 6,000 products, most of them in stock at any one time, and here at the showroom we offer all the products on display, and also demonstration facilities for people who want to come and use or try out a new radio. So along with all the major brands, we offer our own branded range of Moonraker products, which are mainly based around antennas and accessories. So if you're into wanting to listen to the aircraft, we do scanning antennas for that. If you're trying to put out a long wire for HF transmission, then we offer antennas for that. And we've built up quite a big portfolio of our own branded products. So here at Moonraker, we have 3 warehouses. One we use for the showroom and office space for the sales and account staff. We have the logistics across the road for our mail order parcels, which is anything up to 1,500 parcels a week. And then we have an off-site warehouse where we do our large imports, where container loads of products are coming from the Far East, Taiwan, or our European suppliers. So the showroom's open Monday to Friday 9 till 5:30. Any one of our specialist staff can help you with any inquiry you have, if it's as simple as a PL259 on a piece of cable or a new HF radio complete setup. We'd love to welcome you down here soon at the Moonraker showroom here in Woburn Sands.
So another hour has whizzed past of our live stream, and I'm David.
I know, it
He's
does
back.
feel a little bit strange this way around, having spent the first quite a few hours talking. How's it gone, Heather? Because I must confess, unlike the contests, I've been able to have a break, go and have something to eat, which you're going to do now, I hope. And so how's it been the last hour then?
It's been great. We had a lot of time in the programme to start with. First few hours of the programme, you were talking to some brilliant experts who've been part of WRTC for years and years. We haven't looked at the scoreboard in the last hour. We've been talking very much about the future of amateur radio, talking to some fantastic young operators, some contestants who are very involved in their university club, or Sam is the RHGB youth champion for Scouts. So we've been focusing on the future potentially. So I'm going to hand over to you, and you can drill down. I can just see that the first and second place have just swapped again on the scoreboard. So it is minute by minute the changes here. So you're going to have lots to talk about, and I know that you've got some fantastic experts lined up to come and have a chat with you about it.
Okay, well thank you for keeping the seat warm.
Keeping the seat warm.
I think they say. And,
indeed.
But I was going to do the next link, but
that's
your job.
No, it's my job just for the moment. You'll have to hold your horses and rein it in, David. Rein it in. So we're going to go back now to the radio room to GB26 WRTC. I don't know whether Sam or Henry have got back on the operating now, or we're going to see somebody else. But it's certainly going to be a young person who's enjoying operating in this contest as a log check station.
Contest is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
United Alpha 3 Alpha Golf Whiskey.
United Alpha 3 Alpha Golf Whiskey 5927.
Thank you, 5929.
Thank you, Curacet is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Three radio. Kilo Victor 3 Radio 5927, good luck. Curacet is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Charlie Tango 2 Juliet Victor Papa.
Juliet and Papa again.
Charlie Tango 2 Juliet Victor Papa. Charlie Tango 2 Juliet Victor Papa. You
Charlie Tango 2 Juliet Victor Papa, thank you. You're 5927. Good luck, you're set as the Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Secure contest is the Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Secure contest is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Secure contest is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Secure contest is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Secure contest is the Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Lima Zulu 2. Lima Zulu 2 Yankee Oscar 5927. 592828. Thank you, Curacet. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Calling Oscar Kilo 3 Radio Mike.
Oscar Kilo 3 Radio Mike, ahoy 5927.
Ahoy. you, you're 5928. Good luck.
Thank you, QRZ. This is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
9 America 3 Italy Sierra Lima.
9 Alpha 3 Italy Sugar Lima 5927.
Thank you, 5928.
Thank you, QRZ. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Delta Hotel 2 Golf Sierra. Dankeschön, 5927 zurück, 73. On Kurzette, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
9 Alpha 3 Charlie Whiskey Charlie.
9 Alpha 3 Charlie Whiskey Charlie 5927.
5928.
Thank you, Curacete, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Contest. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Contest, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, contest. Contest, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Nochmal, again. Cura set, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Italy Bravo 9 Zulu.
Italy Bravo 9 Zulu, 5927.
Roger 5928, thank you.
Mille grazie, Cura set, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Florida ending. Delta Lima 8 und Florida. Delta Lima 8, Mike Echo Foxtrot 5927. 73 und QRZ, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Sticky Contest, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Again. Cura set, this is Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.